Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. God, just about managed to get words up my mouth there, Steve. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Welcome to wherever you are, and welcome back to something we've not done for a year, Steve. It's our, normally twice a year, but we'll say yearly charity event. First of all, thank you for joining me, Steve. I know you absolutely love putting in a stint on these charity gigs. How are you? You well?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, bro. Now looking forward to it. It's for a good cause. I can get, wasted and talk football for 24 hours. That's kind of the dream in all reality. So I'm here. Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it.
Good. I love that. I can get wasted and talk about football. Big up to absolutely everybody. Please bear in mind, this is a charity event. We obviously will be talking about football. I'm sure there'll be lots of things other than football that are talked about throughout the 24 hours, but most of it's going to be football. There's going to be tears. There's going to be laughter. People will probably storm off, then storm back in. There'll be rows. There'll be fights. There'll be hugs. There'll be virtual hugs. Yeah, absolutely. But I never want to lose sight that this is for charity. So, guys and girls, you will see this link. It is pinned. I will put it in periodically. The moderators will put this in periodically. Please do give. If we're not giving, it's kind of pointless. Yes, we want to have a laugh. Yes, we want to have fun. But if we're not giving, then it's simply pointless. Just so you know, where we are at the moment, we are currently starting this. We've got £376 in the Just Giving page. This is, I must say this from the get-go. The Just Giving link, I don't see the money. I need people to be very clear on that. The money doesn't go anywhere near me. This goes straight to the charity, okay? So all of this, are you frauding us? No, it goes straight to the charity. So please do smash that link. We're aiming for £5,000 across the 24 hours. Listen, the way I look at this is we have 13,000, just under 13,000 subscribers. We're going to have a number of views across the next 24 hours. If everyone donated £1, £2 maybe, we can get 5K in hours. Listen, look who's joined us. This guy, I kind of forgotten what he looks like. He looks nice and slim. There he is. Barry, a.k.a. Nick. How are you, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. You are looking super trim.
Looking dapper.
3.5 stone down.
Wow. How many pounds? What's that? 3.5 stone. What's that? 14, 28?
25, 26, 22 and a bit kilos or something. I don't know how many pounds that is. Yeah.
Wow, so, look at you. So you're not coming on to do the 40 nugget challenge?
No, absolutely not. I've not touched a single chicken nugget since that last time where I felt absolutely horrendous for about, I don't know, it must be about 3 days. I think I felt horrendous.
Yeah.
In those 40 nuggets. So,
but mate, listen, congratulations. 3.5 stone. That's a lot of, I feel like that's half of Steve's weight.
probably is. You're probably right. It probably is.
I don't believe you weigh that much, Steve. Look at you. There's nothing of you, mate. I'm sure you.
Hey, man. Nice
there's nothing of you. But listen, lovely to see you, Barry. I knew you'd make an appearance for a charity stream. Are you cricketing today? Watching Spurs today? What's your plans?
I'm cricketing today. I mean, obviously, I don't want to see another Emerson Royale masterclass like we saw the other night.
I can't believe AC Milan want that guy.
All I'm going to say, he wasn't on the pitch. We scored 1 goal. He was on the pitch. We scored 4. We may have conceded 1, but we scored more goals with him on the pitch. So that's all. I'm shameless. I know.
Do you know the funny thing? Some things in life, right? It doesn't matter what happens. People just get associated with a player or something. And it's like the moment Brennan Johnson scores a goal, right? I get, Savva, see, he's brilliant. He's going to be world class. And the moment Emerson Royale did that, everyone in my chat was going, "Where's Barry? Where's Barry?"
I know. I got my phone. My phone went off, and I just went. Do you know what? I could sit there and go, "It was his fault." But look, the pass from the goalkeeper was poor. What were the two defenders doing?
Yeah.
Come on. I will continue to be shameless to back Emerson Royale. And do you know what? Because I think it's funny because everyone expects me to. Everyone just expects it now. So I just like, guys, come on, it's fine. Him and Jed Spence, they're amazing now. Look, they're brilliant footballers.
Mate, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, let's start off by talking about this. But first of all, I want to see a raft of donations, right? That's why we're here. I want to see a raft of donations early doors.
Let's get started on a good foot.
We started today with £376 in the kitty. In the first hour, I want to see that rising above £600. All right, I'm not even going to be shameless about. I'm going to be shameless about this. Before we talk football, I just want to read out the people so far that have donated via Just Giving, because some of them did whilst there were no live streams. So it's only fair that I read that out. So here we go. Laurie Boost, Nige Pure Coys, George, Costa del Spurs, Tony and AC, Anna Dawes, Bernie the Bolt, Steve, that's you, Sean Brown, Maz from Tottenham Away, Dixon 2024, Rob Frank, Ross D, Howling Mad Murdoch, DJ Evo, John Norman 9083, Rico Beans, Terry O'Shea, Derek Kane, Jack Herbert, Gary Officer, Steve again, Stephen Uffland with a generous £50 donation, Anonymous with a generous donation, and Marios Kiriakou, don't know if he's related to Danny Kiriakou, with a generous donation. So far, those people, that's 24 donations, have got us to £376. I fully expect to see that over the £600 by the time we finish talking about our first segment. Welcome to the show, Dan. I don't know if that's brought Dan in. Hello, has that worked?
No.
Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Not on the screen.
What's up, Dan? Oh, Sav, you got to change out the layout.
Yeah. Guys, I had so long off of this.
Rookie mistake.
And the other day, I tried to work out how to redirect, and I was like, nah, I can't do this at all. I'll use this.
I still fail on that one.
Good morning to you, my friend. How are we?
Oh, still waking up from last night.
Was you out?
Spurs, different day. No, it was just a long night.
Okay, fair enough. Well, just before we start talking, listen, we'll go on this. I probably didn't do myself any favours last night. I put a super chat into Alan's chat and said, when the Aussies leave, will they all follow Ange, please? I was just like, that's bad. Look, yesterday, guys, I want to start. We're going to talk about loads of stuff, but let's talk about Spurs at the moment, right? I just want to talk about, please remember this is a charity stream, so we don't have to get so worked up. This week has been, for me, the epitome of Tottenham Hotspur. This week, since the friendly, for me, has completely summed up everything that our club does. We see some kids have 45 minutes of football against a very poor opposition, and the posts on X, YouTube, the people that suddenly know every youngster's ceiling in world football has gone mad. We've got the best group of young players since La Masia, I'm reading. We've got Mikey Moore, who is apparently only just behind Lamine Yamal in world football, even though he's never football for
Savva,
the first team.
obvious.
Right? Guys, are we just... Is it, let me start with you, Barry. Is it that we're just so starved of success and that nothing we've tried for 24 years has actually worked, that we just overhype everyone, everything, and we just go, yeah, that's all right? What do you think's going on?
Well, it's true, no? 45 minutes of Jed Spence, he's back. He's going to be the, I think it's just any bit of positivity for some people will just, I don't know, everyone just clings on to it. But we also had the thing this week as well with the whole shirt sleeve sponsor. where people were losing their minds over it because it's crypto and it's a scam and everything else. But when we announced the BetMGM sponsor through betting, nobody lost their minds. So I think the best way to describe this fan base respectfully is bipolar.
Yeah.
Because one minute we are going at one thing, going at another thing. Why is Man City doing business? Why is this club doing business? Why aren't we doing business? This player's going to be amazing. This player's 12 years old and he's going to be the next Pele. I think that's the best way to this. If we just say it like that, everyone goes, cool, we just move on. We know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
If you go back and you play every YouTube stream from the past let's go the past 15 years. Pre-season, during the season, after games, before transfer windows, after transfer windows, they will be exactly the same. And I think they'll be exactly the same for the remainder of the time when we're no longer on this earth. I think it'll just be the same. But don't worry, guys. It's Andy's second season. He always wins in his second season. So, I don't know.
Before I come to you, Dan, just quickly, Newcastle United have just signed defender Milorad Pivas from Serbian side FK Jedinstvo, which definitely sounds like one of the clubs Steve would support and watch. That's breaking news on Sky Sports at the moment, along with the fact that Napoli are in talks with Romelu Lukaku. And I'm going to put this out there, and we'll talk about this later. I would have taken Romelu Lukaku as a target man, but we'll come back to that. Dan, good morning. Always nice to see you looking sexy as always, my friend.
Especially with those tats.
I wish I felt it.
Listen, I'll bring the tan, you bring the tats. Barry's bringing the weight loss, and Steve's bringing in about 5 hours. He'll be drunk on Malibu or something. So, is it Malibu? It's Malibu. It's Malibu, right?
Cheers.
I would bring the drink, but I am teetotal. I am actually once a week meetings. I am not doing it. I was never an everyday drinker. I was binging in 14-hour sessions and ruining a week. Anyway, blah, blah, blah.
That's what I'll be doing, but yeah.
Steve, you're young. Your liver can cope with it, right? Your kidneys and liver will process this. Mine is go away. Dan, look, like you, like Barry, like Steve for his clubs, I've got nothing against seeing youth players play. I want to see some of the youth come through the academy and make it big. What's strange to me is all of a sudden, lots of people that have barely seen these kids play. Let's be brutally honest, Dan, right? We might have seen snippets on YouTube or the occasional under-21 game. Suddenly, we're all announcing that these are the best kids in the world and that if we give them 4 or 5 years together, they're all going to make it, and this is the path we're going to go down. We've seen this, Dan, for the last 20, 25, 30 years. With every crop of young players that come in, we do this. What do you make of all of this youth versus signing quality and what should happen with them? What do you make of it all?
I think we're half doing the right thing. There's nothing wrong with getting youth involved, but you have to do it. How do I put it? You have to do it a certain way. You can't really just chuck them in the middle of it and rely on them unless you've got someone like a Wayne Rooney or something like that.
Or Cole Palmer even.
Yeah, and we know that doesn't happen too often. Other thing is, I don't think Spurs are quite in a position to do it from the youth team upwards and look for the future, because we need something now. We need to win something within the next year or two, or within the next season. Because we all know if we don't, Romero's going to look at it and say, well, I've got about 3-4 years left before I hit my 30s.
Yeah.
Why am I going to hang about when there's all I see is us playing youth and maybe the odd player like Timo Werner? And then obviously if Van der Ven has another great season, he's only young, but he's going to start looking elsewhere. If we're not buying players that can win it now, and we're not winning anything now. So by the time the youth players come through and we still haven't won anything, and they get to 21, 22 and start looking very, very good,
Yeah.
Bigger teams that win something are just going to come in for them. So to me, it's a bit of a catch-22. We need to even it out. So it's not just about youth players, but players now, and then slowly start bringing the youth players into it.
Yeah.
That's why I think we should be focusing on more now than for 3 years in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels strange. I mean, Steve, when we look at this, obviously I know you don't support Spurs, but from an outsider's view, I don't mean that in a horrible way, by the way. I mean from an outside Spurs view.
I'm not a Spurs fan, thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, mate. I hear you. When you see, I mean, you've been in some of my shows this week, and I've seen you comment about some of the people that are just losing their mind about these youngsters. I saw Steve Perryman, who is the record appearance holder from Tottenham Hotspur. He captained us to win European trophies, FA Cups, League Cups. I think he's the most decorated Spurs player. Somebody might tell me I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's the most decorated Spurs player, the most appearances for the club. And I saw him say a post, right? And he said this, Steve. I'm going to read this because I think that a lot of the people on the internet need to hear this. Right.
You were right about Perryman, by the way. I just Googled it.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm not often very wrong, Steve, just to let you know.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. This is what Steve Perryman said. He said, people often refer to our young players as kids, right? Recognizing their promise, prospects, and ongoing development. But please, folks, don't use social media to overhype and talk up these players too much. Excessive praise and unrealistic expectations can be detrimental to their growth. They already have enough people blowing smoke and adding pressure around them. Part of their development is learning to make judgments about who to listen to for their long-term good. Let's not contribute too much to this noise. Take it from someone who's been there. Steady development and grounded expectations are essential. I was never told that I was a very good player or even good or the best player in the team at any level by anyone. Now, if you've got a Spurs legend, Steve, like Steve Perryman's telling us, calm down, why are so many losing their minds already that Mikey Moore's going to win a Ballon d'Or in 3 years? That Lancashire's going to be the next Harry Kane? What are we doing?
It's because y'all are desperate for success. Look, I see some Newcastle fans saying the same thing, bro. We're both clubs that play attractive football, and we don't win much. That's just kind of the memo for both Newcastle and Spurs. So I see the same thing, bro. I see, like, Lewis Hall going to be the best English left. He's going to be the best left back in the league next season. I like Lewis Hall, but, like, maybe he could do that. But I don't think, like, saying those things is the truth, really, or realistic. But people just get giddy. They get giddy, because, look, let's face it, Spurs don't really win much. So I just think people get the longer and longer, and we've seen this with Man United fans too, only after 10 years of not really doing too much. No Prems or UCLs, some FA, 2 FA Cups and a League Cup and the Europa. Like, you see Man United fans do it. Liverpool fans were hella delusional, like during that 30-year title drought, and they're still delusional. So, like, we see it across all fan bases, but with Spurs, it's like y'all don't win. Like, I think Leicester City have won 4 trophies, League Cup, or 2 League Cups. Then they won 2 League Cups in the 90s.
Oh, gosh.
2000s. And then they won an FA Cup under Rodgers in the Prem. So it's like Leicester City have won more than Spurs since, I think, 99.
Since records began.
Bro, it's hot.
Leicester City have won nearly as much as Spurs, I believe, since we won the league in 61. If I'm not wrong, they've won definitely the FA Cup, definitely the league. I mean, in the Premier League era, they've belittled us. Like they've completely overshadowed us. Yeah. And people can say, look at where they are now, and they got relegated. And listen, if you said to me, I don't know, this could be contentious. If you said to me, Tottenham are going to win the FA Cup this year, the league next year, and relegated the year after, I'm taking it. I am taking it. I want to see us win trophies. What I'm seeing, Barry, this is the key thing for me. What I see quite a lot, and by the way, I will get to any donations that are being made in the background. Thank you. I will get to them in different stages throughout the show, and I will read them out. What I'm seeing, Barry, is what we do to make ourselves feel better is when we haven't signed a quality player, we go, neither have they. So-and-so haven't signed anyone yet. Arsenal haven't done anything yet. City haven't. And I think to myself, first of all, if those clubs aren't doing what everyone thinks they should be doing, then take advantage. Second of all, it always seems that we talk about the clubs that have had so much success and then put ourselves on a parity with them, what they're doing. And what I mean by that is when you look at Arsenal, City and Liverpool, I think Arsenal were 23 points above us. City were 25 and Liverpool was something like 17. They're not the ones with the gap to close, are they, Barry? Isn't it us with the ones that need to close the gap?
You're the ones
worrying about what we're doing internally.
Yeah, I mean, well, as Sean would say, we're doing it again. We're doing it again.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the easiest. Look, I think the easiest thing is, and where we don't. I mean, it's boring and I'm sure everyone has the same thing. You say something to other fans and they go, "Oh, well, you can't say anything. When was the last time you won something?" You're like, "All right, I get that conversation," but and I think, the same thing will happen with Eze, because I don't think Eze is going to happen for a number of reasons. Matt, first of all,
you mean that?
Yeah,
you mean the one reason?
Well, there's the one reason, but I don't think no one's dropping 60 million straight outright for a player. And because Palace don't need to sell, then that's a different story. If Palace have got relegated, then we're doing what we did with Madison, with Leicester. That's what we're doing. And today or yesterday it was Brentford are looking at slashing the price, and only Tottenham and West Ham are interested in Tony. So he'll go to West Ham. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's
who are making good moves, by the way, Barry. West Ham are inquiring about players that have got more caliber than the players we are signing.
They would start for you.
Like West Ham are inquiring about N'Golo Kante. Drop that boy in our number 6 all day, every day. I don't care if he's 50 or 33. Drop him in. They have bought Max Kilman, who's a good player.
And you can afford the wages. You could afford the
wages.
Easy.
But yes, sorry, Barry.
No, and yet you're right. Everyone else is doing it, and we do this thing like, like you say. Let's take Arsenal for example. Oh well, they're only signing Calafiori. Well, they don't need to sign anyone else because they've pretty much the only people they need to sign now is a striker, and that's it. We need to sign a striker, 2 wingers, 2 midfielders, another couple of defenders, 2 wing backs either side. I got a backup goalkeeper. Let's just say, we've got so much that needs to be done, and I think it's the arrogance where we believe that we should be signing these players. We believe we should be challenging. We believe we should be winning trophies. We just need to, first of all, we need to actually freaking win something, and then we can start having the conversation. But it is just rinse, repeat. Look, okay, great. They had a good 45 minutes. Spence, perfect example. I said to everyone was going, "Oh, Spence this, Spence that." I said, Spence had a good 2 games in the FA Cup when he was, and then he went missing for the Championship playoff final, and he's gone missing ever since. Neil Warnock said he's got an attitude problem. Neil Warnock is an old school manager. I get that, but he doesn't. He's not a fool that he's just going to say, "Oh, don't worry, I'm just going to say something for the sake of saying it." Yeah, and I think that is okay. Good. Same thing that I said about Saka. Had a good game. Everyone's going. The Arsenal fans. Oh, come on, guys. What's everyone saying about Saka now? He had 1 good game. Let's see another game. Let's see another game. Let's see another game. Let's see 20 games. Let's see half a season. Let's see a whole season. Let's see 5 seasons. Let's not. That I think that is the problem, is that, Brennan Johnson scoring in pre-season. Great. Look who we've played. If he goes on
level, Barry.
I know, but if he goes on and then he goes and gets 20, 25 goals and assists at the end of the season, then let's judge it then. I think the trouble is, and we all do it, is we're all very reactionary in the fact that someone has a bad game, and this is what I spoke about last season. Someone has a bad game or someone has a good game, and we're on this roller coaster. We're on this roller coaster where everything is fine, then we lose, and then everything is not fine. Then we start picking it up, then we lose again. And that's where just what Philly's just put. It's about the consistency. I'd rather, instead of all this up and down, I'd rather just be going like that. And I think what we want, and it's with everything, with society, we want everything like yesterday. You know, it's like.
But with Spurs, doesn't that stem from, because we keep hearing, I'm not saying you, but we keep hearing this. And I watched Time Added On last night. I watched Jay Rated. Big up to Jay. By the way, everyone thinks I hate Jay and Jay hates me. I don't think we do. I think we kind of acknowledge each other as pantomime villains in this kind of play where he thinks one way, I think the other. But we keep hearing this, we want everything now and we've got no patience. And this is why I get really frustrated. I'll say it. It's why I get really frustrated with the new Australian fans. I'm not saying they're all new, but when they tell me, you Spurs fans, we've realised you're impatient. This stems back 3 decades, right? This stems back a long, long time of, if we're going to go into another process, guys, right? If we're going to go into another, well, let's see where Lancashire, Bergvall, Gray, Donnelly, Mikey Moore, let's see where they are in 3 or 4 years. Aren't we constantly talking about the future? We're constantly doing this, right? It's constant, let's see where this next project gets us to. They don't get us anywhere, but still we're constantly told, oh, you're wrong, you don't know the club, you don't deserve this shit. It's like,
there's a future. There's always a future. That's it,
yeah,
bro.
where is the future? When is this future? Am I going to be dead?
Come into fruition.
Before this future arrives?
The other problem at the moment.
No, Dan, go on. Sorry, go on.
The other problem at the moment is we pay the most money for everything, basically.
Right.
We basically pay the money like we're going shopping in the House of Fraser, but getting the goods from Aldi's. And that is pretty much what we do. And that's another thing which I think really does bug a few people. If you're going to pay that much money, and we're meant to be the 7th richest club in the world, rated how high on the money and the money we can actually spend, so it says, and we just don't do it. If we didn't actually have the money to do it, and we weren't a club of that size, people wouldn't complain as much.
No, do you know what, Dan? I think that's spot on. If someone turned around and said, right, Spurs are 40 quid a ticket, right? Every game, Spurs are 40 quid a ticket, but we're going to bring in Timo Werners. Right, we're going to bring in Brennan Johnsons. We're going to bring in 18-year-olds. Cool, I'll pay 40 quid a ticket. When you start going, what's that, 80 quid, 90 quid? You want 100 quid? You want 100 quid for a shirt? 125 quid for a shirt? Sure, show me quality players then. Make me make me want to go. And I think that's where I think we're kind of getting a little bit lost in translation. By the way, Fabrizio Romano has just announced that Arsenal are very close to reaching total agreement with Bologna for Riccardo Calafiori. Personal terms have been agreed, and Arsenal are now confident to get it done in the next 48 hours. So it looks like Arsenal are going to land their guy from the centre-back. By the way, people in the chat saying, well, what have Arsenal won? I don't want to be here to be a history teacher, but since Spurs last won a trophy, Arsenal have won about 4 or 5 FA Cups. They've won multiple charity shields. They've had title challenges. I really don't think we should be going down the route of what have these other teams won when we don't win anything.
Leicester City have won more. But never mind the other top 5. Yeah, it's crazy.
Just one quick point with that.
Birmingham City have won something more recently.
Swansea have. Birmingham have. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I notice a lot of Spurs supporters always go on, it's not a stop living on the past, basically. It's about the future.
Yeah.
But then they'd like to bring up something many years ago, how we were the first ones to win something in Europe or whatever else. It seems a lot of people like to look back when it suits them, but forget when it suits them.
I think you're right, Dan. I think we need to live in the present. I think we need to stop this on both sides. We need to not talk about the past, not talk about, oh, if Conte had these players or Jose was here, he'd do this or whatever. Do you know what I mean? In recent times. And also saying, oh, well, Ange does this in his second season, or this is going to happen in 2 years' time. Let's just live in the here and now. And, you know, because look what happened at the start of last season. We're top of the league. undefeated in 10 games. Oh my God, win a title challenge. Guys, in the here and now, yes. In the future, we all know, based on historic, you can use based on the historical facts, we know what's going to happen. Like with Arsenal falling away February, March time, they didn't, they kind of have, but not to the extent that they have in previous years. But I think we almost need to take it game by game in blocks of 3 or blocks of 2, because the games are going to come thick and fast, right? With Europe, and hopefully we're not going to get knocked out in the first round of the League Cup or the second, the fourth round, but the second game in the FA Cup. So if we have a bad performance, we need to stop letting it affect us. So we then go on a run of 10 games where we have bad performance. We go, okay, that game's done. Let's move on to the next one, and then not get ahead of ourselves.
You've got to look at the past as well. How do you employ someone? You employ someone for a CV of the past, of what they have done, of what they achieved, or what they haven't achieved.
Yeah.
Now we go lose 2 games on the trot. Oh, don't worry about it. We can win the next 2. No. How do you fix a problem? You've got to see the problem first. You've got to pick out the bad points of what happened to then go and fix that problem. And the other point, I agree with half of what you said, some fair points. But then with people who say have the negative attitude like I do, like if Ange isn't at least in top 4 or 6th place with 6 points behind top 4, he's going to be gone by Christmas. And people, well, why are you so negative? I'm like, well, because the CV of Daniel Levy states
that's what
that this has happened 24 years straight.
Behavior.
So you can't blame anyone for thinking otherwise. It's very hard to just look at the bright future, if there is one, when there's so much that's happened in the past. Can
I say, first of all, just before we continue this conversation, big up everyone. Remember, this is a charity stream. Please do not stop the donations. There's lots of people in here. There has been some donations in the last sort of half an hour. Nige from Pure Coys has come in and said, come on, let's all give. Every little helps. Much love, Savva. Keep up the good work. Nige, you're an absolute legend. As is Dean Law, who has donated and said, good luck, Savva. Will Sean be making an appearance? I don't think so. I haven't managed to get hold of Sean, but that's another story. Chloe Francesca, big up to you, has put in a massive donation and said she's proud to support such a fantastic charity. Chloe, we're very appreciative of that. Thank you so much. Brian Daigle has donated as well. It's an incredible thing you're doing, Savva, and looking forward to coming in and supporting you throughout the stream. A great charity you are doing this for, and something very close to my heart. Listen, much love, Brian. Listen, we talk every day, so I know what you've been through, and you're going to be on in a bit, and we're going to be talking to the representative from Andy's Man Club at 1 p.m. Danny, big up, Dan. He put in some money as well. Absolute legend. Anonymous did. And then we're back to when Mario started us today. Guys, we're on £488. Let's come on. We need to be getting that up as quickly as possible. As much as we want to cuss each other and talk about football, right? Let's remember.
We haven't done the cussing part yet.
The link is in the chat.
That'll come later, Savva. I'm sure there'll be a gem of like bang average John Carew or something later. I'm sure there'll be a gem.
I can't wait for Mr. Box Office. Listen, we'll continue that. Just a few comments. Zakir says, Savva, do you really not believe that we can't win anything this season? Listen, Zakir, I'll say the same thing I've said for the last 16 seasons. It's all well and good me saying, or you saying, we will win something this year. Like Dan just said, history tells us, right? At the moment, I haven't seen Spurs do anything that makes me go, you know what? Yeah, at the moment, I've not seen anything that makes me think we're acting differently. Words are fine. As I say, words need to be backed up with actions.
Yes.
If my boss at work promises me a 10k pay rise, that's brilliant. Yeah, but until I've got that contract in front of me saying your salary has changed, it doesn't mean anything. And this is why when I talk about fluffy words, now this is where we go. This is what drives me up the wall. It's comments like this. As an Aussie, I promise you that this season Spurs will win a trophy. And just being a winner at every club he's been at, we will win something. First and foremost, don't make promises that you can't keep. Right? Yeah. You can't promise it. I can't promise it. No one on this panel can. Ange can't. Levy can't. No one can promise us a trophy.
Only people that work for Spurs can.
No,
Like,
they can't even. They can't even promise
well,
it,
they
Steve.
can't even, yeah.
Right?
That's
You
true.
right? Yeah, and this whole as an Aussie, stop. This should be as a Spurs fan, not as an Aussie. The manager of Tottenham Hotspur is the manager of Tottenham Hotspur. He's not the manager of Australian fans. This is why I keep getting a lot of Aussie fans who hate me. Stop with the whole, but we're Aussies. I don't care if you're an Aussie. I'm going to say Ange Postecoglou has won at clubs that aren't Tottenham in the Premier League. Is that fair, guys? It's all well and good saying he's won at Celtic and he's won with the Australian national team. This is not that. This is a team that hasn't won for 16 years. So calling him a winner, we had Conte, who's 10 times the manager of Postecoglou. We got Jose Mourinho, one of the most decorated managers of all time. He was a winner. He's proven he didn't win anything. So why, guys? Why am I getting this now that trust me, I'm an Aussie, you don't know Ange? Isn't this getting a little bit too much?
It's because, you know what it is? It's because of their own personal experiences with Postecoglou. They think that it's just going to translate, that kind of thing. Big up, Brian Daigle.
Big up, everyone.
No, but they think it's going to translate. They think it's just going to translate like that. And it's like, it's not, nothing's guaranteed. And especially like, okay, well, let's look at your squad and the players that you've bought so far. That doesn't suggest to me an FA Cup winning team. That don't suggest to me a Europa League or a Carabao Cup. Never mind a Premier League winning. Never freaking mind that. So it's like, okay, Postecoglou can make players better, but how about if you give him way better players than the players you have, don't you think that he would be able to get even more out of them compared to someone like Timo Werner, who we all know is a bum? So it's like, for me, it just don't make sense.
He needs to adapt as well. And if he doesn't adapt, like I've said, I believe Ange can win us a cup. Why? Because a cup can be 6 or 7 games and you can get your way through that.
A fortunate run.
But when it comes to a league, give him the best defence on the planet, we're still going to concede excess amount of goals purely because of the way he plays. Yeah. And unless he adapts to the Premiership a bit, we're not going to be going for anything higher than 4th place, because with his style of play, game in, game out, you're not going to win no league doing that. You can do it against certain teams, but there's other teams you cannot play that way. And he's going to have to adapt to that as well. And one point on, he's won everywhere he's been, but come on, let's be real. The Scottish League is ranked lower than the American League. That just about says it all for me.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, let me bring you in here. Good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Brian.
What time is it where you are?
It is 5:42 in the morning.
That's a disgusting time of the day.
It really is.
The only time I like that time of day is if I'm going to an airport to go on holiday. There's no time that I need to be up. Brian, listen, big up. Thank you for joining me. We'll get into some of the more serious stuff a bit later, because obviously we've got James joining us at 1 p.m. for me, you and him to have a discussion. By the way, everyone, please keep donating. It's the first hour of the stream. We should be seeing donations fly in. This is a charity stream. £1, £2, £5, whatever you can do. Please, please, please donate, as Steve says here. Brian, I saw you obviously last night on Alan's show.
Yeah.
Obviously, your feelings versus Jay's feeling. It was a good show. It was a good debate. Look, why do we seem to be getting this blind loyalty? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but it's when everyone's telling me, you know, I've supported Spurs 41 years. You know, Barry must be in and around that stage as well. Dan must be, you must be. You know, surely saying these nice things, at some stage, Brian, we've got to see some actions that actually match these fluffy words that come out of everyone's mouths, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, before I get into that, first of all, I should say there's 2 people on this screen that I'm very, very proud of right now. One is you, Savva, for doing your 28 millionth 24-hour stream. I don't know. You're talking about me getting up at stupid o'clock. You put in a stupid goddamn shift time after time, so people donate. And then the person on the other side on the top row, Mr. Nick, I don't recognise you, mate. You're looking fantastic, brother. I've been seeing your updates. Well done, mate. I'm honestly so proud of you. Well done, brother. Honestly, right, getting back to what you said, Savva, listen, I was one of those fans 16 years ago. I was one of those fans that was like, this year's our year. Next year it's going to happen. This thing's going to happen. That's going to happen. But at some point you realise, do you know what? I keep saying this.
Yeah, and it's not happening.
And nothing is happening. And I keep saying it, and the same thing keeps materialising. I looked at on Facebook. I looked at my memories that it does for the day, and 11 years ago to the day yesterday, I was bitching and moaning that we haven't signed a striker. I was like, oh my god, my time machine works. Here we are again, doing the same thing. Listen. I understand. Like we've seen it recently with Jose Mourinho. There was a lot of fans that follow Jose Mourinho and started supporting Spurs. Same with Conte. And I know there's a lot of Australian fans that supported Spurs way beforehand.
Sure.
And now,
I'm not talking about them when I talk about it.
No, I know you're not. But I'm
talking about the new ones.
Now we've got new fans, and that's totally that's what we want. If a person comes in and it opens up a new country to supporting the team, whether it's been before, but no matter when you started supporting this club, the facts remain that we're going around in circles, and achieving nothing, and we're really not achieving anything. And you just look at this window. The window that there was going to be changed. This is the difference. This is going to make a big change. Now we're going to see what this stadium does in the income, and we're still doing the same things. Like we said, Savva, you and I have had to deal with this for the amount of time we've been on YouTube, social media. We go at the board. We're toxic. We're negative, and all these words that like to be used.
Yeah,
I don't see how it's negative and toxic to demand better.
It's not.
There's that saying, isn't there? I'm not going to have a problem if you aim high and miss, but I'm going to have a real problem if you aim low and hit.
Bang on. But this is the thing. This all ties in, guys, to what I was talking about earlier with the youth, right? What feels like is happening is because we've got a whiff of some really talented youngsters. By the way, across my 40 odd years of supporting Spurs, I've had many whiffs of talented players who I've been told are going to be the next big thing. You know, Dean Parrott springs to mind. Troy Parrott springs to mind. Terry Dixon springs to mind. Giovanni Dos Santos. John Bostock springs to mind. I was told that, all of these players coming through the youth team, we were told were going to be exceptional. They're going to be great. Savva, you're negative because you don't know how good they are. I'm now hearing it with 5 or 6 at the same time. And guys, I'll say this. Let's use the Premier League era. In the Premier League era, Spurs have produced 3 world-class players.
Kane.
3, right? In the 90s, sorry, it was Sol Campbell, right? In the 90s, it was Sol Campbell.
Shout out to Sol Campbell, man.
Right? And he was, doesn't matter how much we hate him, what a world-class centre-back that guy was, no matter how much we hate him. Because if he was shit, we wouldn't have cared that he went to Arsenal, right? Then after Campbell, it was the early noughties and it was Ledley King. And Ledley King was our world-class player that we produced. Then it was Harry Kane. Now I've got fans having me believe we're not just going to produce one world-class player. We've got 5 or 6 of them all ready to come through. And guys, we're all old and ugly enough to know that's not quite how football works. They all develop at a different stage, right? Injuries will play a part. Some will go out on loan and will completely flop. Some will go out on loan and do what Jermaine Defoe did when he went to Bournemouth from West Ham and he completely ripped up records. My point is this. We are using this new raft of youth players, to use Daigle's point here, to now say, oh, we don't need that senior player because we've got Mikey Moore. We don't need to buy another goal scorer. Lancashire could be the answer. I'll give you an example just before it turns into a rant. Last night, I'm sitting there and I said to someone said to me, Adrian Rabiot on a free. I said, all day, every day. No, hang on. I said, all day, every day. This is a guy with experience. He's a winner, played for the biggest clubs in Europe, plays central midfield for France. And I'm being told by people, what, you'd have him over Archie Gray right now? Yes. Why can't you have the experienced pro, then the young player learning from the experienced pro? But we've convinced ourselves that we don't need these experienced pros now. We just need the kids. Rant over.
Yeah, Savva, I'll just say with Rabiot, he's a very good player. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I
The
do.
reason I nodded my head and say no is this mug has turned us down 3 times when we desperately wanted him. Now he's free.
Sure.
That's the reason. If someone's turned us down 3 times because he's fancied to move elsewhere, and now he's for a free and his options are limited.
But he's more the catalyst, Brian. He's more the catalyst in this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
But
if
now
he's
I'm
a different
hearing
midfielder, then I'll
whoever
agree.
whoever it is now doesn't seem to be good enough for Spurs because Mikey Moore's better. You're like, well, hang on, you've got no way of knowing that. Mikey Moore's never started a football game for Tottenham Hotspur. Right. He's never started a football game. Go.
Rabiot stated Spurs aren't big enough for him. That was his words, wasn't it?
Yeah,
sure. But we've got fans who think that he's not big enough for us. Listen, I'm not saying I'm going to die on a hill for Rabiot, but my point is, whatever player we seem to be linked to, right? We seem to find a way. Oh, but is he better than Lancashire? Like Lee McQueen. Big up Lee McQueen. I've met Lee McQueen. He's a great laugh and that. He's sitting there the other night on Last Word on Spurs, right? Before we sold Troy Parrott, going, why sign Santiago Jimenez? We've got Troy Parrott. No. And you're like, sorry?
Oh my God.
You know, the other night he's sitting there going, Brennan Johnson, this boy's going to be world class. Why do we need to sign a better forward? These are the people that I say have the football club they deserve. I know it's a horrible saying. Big up to Ben Kaufman. I'm going to shut up for 5 minutes.
What's up, Ben?
Hello.
Hello.
We're back onto it.
Hello.
We're here. It's an interesting one, isn't it? And that's not the right question, Savva. The right question is he better than Brian Hill? We've been doing this saying on my stream for the last 3 months. At least get the right player right.
I think me and Savva were on a stream where we were actually discussing that when it first came up. I can't remember who it was, but it was like that's what we were doing. That's what Spurs were coming out saying. They're looking for alternatives better than Hill. It's like,
if you want better than Brian, bro, if you want better than Brian Hill, can I interest you in a Miguel Almiron? You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't.
No, you don't even need that, Steve. You just need to go to your local McDonald's and you can find a better footballer than Brian Hill. It's that simple. It's that simple.
He's terrible.
Steve, you can offer me a Bruno Guimaraes, and then we can talk.
Nah. 100 mil minimum. Nah, but what I would say about Rabiot, Savva, is I get the idea, the concept of Rabiot. The problem is with Rabiot, I mean, I hear he rejected Spurs. The thing is, when I've watched this guy for Juventus, he's been there 3 or 4 years. I've seen one really consistent good season out of him. The other times, though, I see this guy pulling out of 50-50s. I see this guy making lazy passes. I see him as like one of those guys that just completely wasted his talent for me personally. And the consistency for me is the problem. So I don't think I agree with you. Like, you need a player like Rabiot, but he's not like lazy and he's not like
Steve. I agree. But when I hear people talk about, let's say the person who said to me last night said, "What, you'd rather Rabiot than Bentancur and Basuma?" I mean, aren't Bentancur and Basuma the epitome of inconsistency?
Yes.
I'm not saying they're bad footballers, but isn't this the problem with Tottenham, that we don't have consistent footballers? Yeah. Otherwise, we wouldn't be conceding 61 goals.
Like in the
second half of the season.
N'Golo Kante is, in my opinion, a better example of someone that if y'all brought him in, that's a better one. The injuries are a concern, yes, but you take the risk because all these people talking about generational this, generational that. Y'all been watching football way longer than me. Is N'Golo Kante a generationally brilliant CDM? I would say so. Yeah. Everyone agree with that? Generational. Because this guy was playing in Saudi, and then he pulls up to the World Cup. People were questioning it, and he put in a lot of very, very good performances. That's generational to me. At his age and what the role he has and the ground he can cover, like, that's generational to me. So, and that's the other thing y'all do, and a lot of football fans that their clubs do with their youngsters. Like, and it's crazy because it's like, I think some Spurs fans think that their academy is La Masia. Some Spurs fans think their academy is the Lyon Academy. Some Spurs fans think their academy is the Juve Academy lately, who've been producing some brilliant players like Yildiz and Nicolaisen and etc. So it's like y'all support your academy is not La Masia. I hate to break it to Spurs fans. Your academy is not Real Sociedad's academy or Athletic Club Bilbao or Real Madrid's academy, or like you don't have that caliber of academy. You have some promising players. I'd agree with that, but it's the first team ready players. I don't think so yet. And whenever because again, I'm not a Spurs fan, I always go to Stelios. Because he works with, he knows a lot of people in the Spurs academy, and he says it all the time, right? So that's just my thing.
I mean,
it's
the idea, isn't it, Savva? Because we support the club we support, which means we've got to be smarter with our money. So I said it the other day, I would rather sign a Federico Chiesa and an Ivan Toney over an Eze and a Jonathan David, purely because Jonathan David and Eze is going to be 90 million. But if you sign Chiesa for 20 million and Ivan Toney for 50 million, you're saving 20. Would you rather have Conor Gallagher or Rabiot? Conor Gallagher is going to cost you £50 million because he's running his contract down. He doesn't want to leave. He's not gonna do what Sol Campbell did and force his way out of the club. He's not going to do that. The only way you're going to get him out of that football club is by paying the money and Chelsea push him, which is going to be 50, 60 million pounds. I would rather sign a Rabiot who's on a free and he's going to be costing a lot less money and then sign another player. And I think Rabiot would be a better player for Tottenham than Bentancur has this year. And I love Bentancur as a footballer. I adore him as a footballer. He's had too many injuries that his knees have had it. Basuma has been the most inconsistent player for Tottenham in these last 2 years. He's been shocking in some games. It's the reason Conte wanted him out the door, because he couldn't put in a performance for 2 minutes. He plays quite nice for 2 minutes, and then he gets himself sent off. He dives against Luton Town on a yellow card and gets himself sent off. So maybe a Rabiot with his issues that he's got his mummy issues, as people like to say. His mother she's an absolute lunatic.
Yes, she is.
But he would still be an improvement over some of the players we have. You'd bring him in and he would be a tried and tested player for the France national team who weren't as awful as that. If Mbappe was fit and didn't get a broken nose, France could have got to a final. You never know.
Okay.
But isn't this the problem, Ben? Isn't this the problem, though, that I feel like we've got to a stage where our players are put on this massive pedestal? Like, I'm going to say, Bentancur, he's a good footballer. I don't think he's I think he's a good footballer. Extremely inconsistent. If we look at his 3 years at Tottenham, he's extremely inconsistent, right? Basuma, talented, very inconsistent. Sarr, while he's young, another one. We're trying to make him out to be Yaya Toure, Patrick Vieira, another inconsistent footballer. We put these guys on a pedestal, but then when we're linked to anyone else, whether it's Gallagher, whether it's Rabiot, whether it's this player, that player, we seem to find a reason why our players who have achieved nothing, if we're going to be brutally honest, our players who have achieved nothing are better than all these players that we're linked with. And I don't know if that's blind faith, Dan. I don't know if this is just there are players and we have to be super protective of them. But if I ask you right now, Bentancur, I'll tell you, Bentancur, you're not winning anything with Bentancur in your team. Injury prone, inconsistent, and let's be fair, never does a thing against a top club. Our fans will tell you he's world class.
Right.
He's a good player, and he was very good at Juventus. But ever since he's had that knock, he hasn't come back on his feet yet.
Yes.
Down to what Ben said, if some people remember, it was over 6 months ago, I was shouting at everyone, we need to go for Chiesa, and that Juventus would be getting rid of him because of the contract and they need money. He is a player we should definitely be looking at getting. He's tenfold better than anything we got up front. He can pass, he can cross, he's good on the ball, he's got a shot on him, and he does it for the national team as well. And for around about 20 to 25 million, for me, that's a no-brainer. I'd much rather take, some people say he's a bit injury prone. He'd done over 30 games, if I remember, last season. And
He
for
played
me,
more games than Eze did, Dan, didn't he?
yeah, and Neto.
Yeah,
And for
and
me,
Neto.
I'd rather take the chance with Chiesa all day long than Neto. And personally, I think Chiesa's a better player than Eze significantly as well.
Oh, hang on. Chiesa better than Eze?
Yes.
Easy.
I would say so.
Oh, that's a debatable one. I think Chiesa is for me, another real in and out player. I think he's super talented. But I don't know. People in the chat.
I'm on Team Savva. I'm on Team Savva with this one.
Just quickly, people in the chat discuss who's a better player, Chiesa or Eze.
Well,
and please donate. Please don't stop donating because we're talking about football. That's why we're here for. We've only got £528 so far. Big up to Tom, who's just donated, Ryan McFarland, and BSD29. Come on, guys and girls. This is poor. There's nearly 200 of you in here. Yeah, we should be seeing an influx of donations, whether it's £1, £5. Come on, let's do this. The link is in the chat. It's pinned. I've just put it in again now. Mods, if you wouldn't mind putting it in every 5-10 minutes. Come on, people. Do your thing. Sorry. Eze versus Chiesa. Away we go.
Okay. Let me give a couple of reasons quick on that one.
Eze's a more exciting player. That's the way I'm going to break it down. I want both of them. Because Eze is a player that gets you off your seat. He's a guy that excites you. The question
Chiesa's exciting too, though.
I'd say Chiesa's more exciting than Eze.
He's a better
No.
Well, what I
will say, people will know, I am very, when it comes to this discussion, I am extremely biased when it comes for my love of Eze. As I keep mentioning, I wanted Eze over Maddison last summer. Yeah. I thought Eze offered the power. I thought Eze offered the pace that Maddison didn't have. Then I saw Maddison against United when we beat him 2-0, and he ran with the ball from the edge of the area, and he looked like, wait a minute, he's got a few things that I didn't think he had, but I still stand by. I think Eze would have been a better signing. Eze comes in. You got to remember as well, with Eze, and it's the obvious thing to say, he moves across London. He's English. He knows England. He knows London. He knows everything. There's no settling in. There's no homesickness. There's no nothing. Yes, they both have their injuries. When Chiesa for the Euros, when we had it in England and everything, he was on fire. He was hot. He's had bad injuries. Eze's had them as well. But I just think if you put into the only way you look at it financially, what looks like it's a better option, especially when it comes to Tottenham, 25 million for Chiesa. So we're talking 68, 70 million now for Eze. Obviously, a 25 million punt is better than a 70 million punt. But I think what Eze can bring to you, knowing he's going to be grounded in London, he knows everything, his family will be set. There is too much there. And I think Eze on his day, if they were both on their days, I think Eze offers more. You should have seen with the set piece, with the free kick he scored against us. Mate, they terrified teams. He was ripping teams apart at Crystal Palace. Yeah. With him, Elise and Mate at the end of the season. When he's in the right formation, in the right system, in his right position, he'll destroy teams. And with what's around him at Tottenham, I don't think Eze is anywhere near him. In all honesty, I can understand the love for him, but I am so Team Savva on this. So Team Savva that Eze is.
I'd take either, by the way. I'd take either. We signed Timo Werner. I want to always remind people we signed Timo Werner. You're an upgrade, Brian. You're an upgrade, Brian.
We put down a shit player. I'm actually quite good. I'm the left-footed Beckham. Is what I've nicknamed myself.
Are you consistent though?
Oh, that depends.
We're not consistent on top.
Chiesa,
we're mental.
Chiesa was
whatever it is.
What I would say
was one of the best teams one of the best players up and coming in Europe. That's why Juventus paid 70 mil for him. And he started off well, and then he got his ACL injury, which has definitely scarred him for a bit. Last season, he played over 30 games, scored around about 8 or 10, if I remember right, from what I was seeing.
Yeah, he got 9.
He was being played out in the wrong position most of the time. He's got twice the skill of Eze. He's better on the ball than Eze. No, physically maybe not as strong. Quicker on the ball than Eze. He can pass as good as Eze. The only one that might be a difference there is a cross, possibly. If you go at player for player, what they can do, Chiesa is much better than Eze. But on the other side of it, Eze is already established in the Premiership. I think he'd walk into the team easy. He hasn't got much adapting to do because he hasn't even probably got a move. They've both got their ups and downs. But when you go as capability of a player, Eze has done nothing to prove that he can touch Chiesa yet. Chiesa's won it in international stage and club stage.
Dad, can I say one thing to that? Just one thing. What I will say is Chiesa's done it at Juventus, where, let's face it, you have to do it at Juventus. You've got all the team around you, the support, the backing. What Eze's doing at Palace, and we've seen Palace under a Roy Hodgson, where they played boring football. He's shone. He's done it under a Glasner. He's done it under a Vieira. Crystal Palace, if you put who do you expect to do more in a season, Crystal Palace or Juventus, obviously they're different leagues, but there's not a single person. I don't even think a Palace fan would say, yeah, I expect Palace to do just as well as Juve.
Yeah. Okay, let me turn that round for you. Calvin Phillips.
You do that,
exactly. Bro. Very good at Leeds. Very good at Leeds. Goes to Man City. He's just a little boy sitting there. When you've got a player of Eze's caliber, who is very good.
According to Pep Guardiola, he said it was a big boy sitting there.
Yeah. You can expect someone like Eze to shine at somewhere like Crystal Palace. Same as you'd expect Chiesa to do it. The question is, can these players go to the real big clubs and then shine in the real big clubs? That one we'll have to see with Eze. Whereas Chiesa, he shone at Fiorentina, then went to Juventus and nicely done his job until the injury as well, and had a good season last season. So he's proved he can do it in a big club of people.
Dan, you say that. Whenever I watch Juve, I feel like I'm just a little bit... I like Chiesa, but I never watch him and feel, wow. I don't know. I think he's a good player, but when he gets the ball, I go, oh, hang on, what you got? I don't know. Horses for courses. If we had anything about us, we'd go and sign both, right? If we had anything about us, we'd have Chiesa one side, Eze the other, and Sonny through the middle, or whatever we do, you know, like.
What I would say is...
If that happened, it shuts people like you and me up, doesn't it?
Well, Chiesa benches Maddison. That's what would happen. You'd have Eze on the left. You'd have Sonny playing a roaming role wherever you want, because I think Sonny no longer suits that left wing role, and I don't think he suits being a striker. Sonny suits being almost like not a number 10, as in like someone that links play up, get on the ball, explode, make space for someone else.
Drive through the middle.
That's what he's explosive. So having someone like a Chiesa to play with a Sonny in the middle, Chiesa would add that guile and that glue into a midfield. But you could also drop back and be able to keep that going because of his technical ability. So I think Eze would be better on the left, and you could play. You need options. You need to have options for the actual football team, and we don't.
His main position is on the left, where he's right-footed, and he plays best really as, I'd say, an inside forward, cutting in sort of thing. That's what I'd say he's best at. But he can quite easily cover the right, and he's been seen to cover the attacking midfield central enough times as well. I just think at the moment he is significantly more skillful than Eze. But again, I can understand why any of us would want to go for Eze because he's already proven in the Premiership. It's both got its ups and downs, but if you go by the caliber of the player, of what they've done, and we've seen them do it at big clubs, Chiesa walks on it. How many players have we seen look brilliant at a smaller club, go into the big club, and all of a sudden they just...
But are we a big club? Like, if we're going to go down that route, we're not talking about Eze going to play for... By the way, if Eze went to Man City, you watch what Pep Guardiola would do with him. But we're talking about Tottenham. Like, again,
Eze walks into our team.
Right, okay, right, there we go. Eze walks into our team. My concern with all of this is when we talk about Eze like this, if Eze ends up at Arsenal... you watch, he'll be magnificent, and then our fans will be like, oh, why didn't we get Eze? That's my concern, Dan, is that, look, my concern is that we buy Timo Werners, if I'm brutally honest. But I want to chuck in here, guys. I want to chuck in, lots of people are talking about the other winger that we've been linked with, along with these two, is Pedro Neto. Now, if I look at Neto, Eze, Chiesa, they all feel a bit injury prone, right? They all feel a little bit injury prone. All very different types of players. Look, I'm just going to chuck Pedro Neto in there. That surely Spurs can go to Wolves and take a player from Wolves. But is he what we need?
Yeah, you guys need wingers desperately.
But we've got about 5 on the books.
They're not good. They're not that good though. That's the problem. Savva, when Newcastle are playing Tottenham when we beat you guys 4-1, 4-0. I know the reverse leg y'all crushed us, and I knew you would. When y'all came up to St. James's Park and I looked at year 11, I'm like, there's no fear factor outside of Son. There's no fear factor. And even Son's on a bit of a decline. I think if you have a Pedro Neto, yeah, that's a guy that's a fear factor. That's someone that if you play Dan Burn there, he's going to absolutely destroy Dan Burn. I mean, even mediocre wingers can cook him. But like a Kulusevski, like that's much easier to deal with on the wing than a Chiesa or Eze or
But
Pedro
Steve,
Pedro Neto brings a fear factor for me.
The reason I say that, I want everyone to bear this in mind when we're talking about this. All the reports coming out from the likes of Ornstein and Romano are saying that we've only got room for one more forward. Right?
Yeah.
Hence why I'll keep saying it. I was so pissed off when we signed Werner because he took one of the squad places for the forwards. So you've got, at the moment, let's assume they're not going because Richarlison said he's staying. Son's the captain. He's not going anywhere. Kulu and Brennan Johnson signed last year. And the other one is Timo Werner, who we just bought on loan. Right? So that's 5 of your 6 forward spaces taken. Hill, Valise, and Solomon probably will go on loan or be sold. That leaves you with one spot. One spot, Jen. So when we say things like, and I'm guilty of this, when I say like, oh, we should get Tony and Eze. We should get Neto and Chiesa. We've left ourselves in a position now. We've got one spot, gents. One spot. So what's needed more? A winger? A striker?
Midfielder?
Striker's the most important position. I speak with, Mr. Graham, and obviously Nick knows Graham as well. If you look at Ange Postecoglou's football, the most busy we are in a football match is in the first 20 minutes. And that's when we create loads of chances. We miss absolutely all of them because our forwards can't hit a barn door. And then we play boring football for the rest of the game. So if we had an Ivan Toney in that first 20 minutes, who's able to score goals and bully in box, I think we've got a lot of games wrapped up. And of course, Ivan Toney adds that nastiness that we need.
100% agree.
That's the most important thing we need in this squad is someone who is nasty. Someone's going to back up into a defender, make his life live in hell, look at the goalkeeper and not even look at his football when he's taken a penalty. We need someone who's arrogant, nasty. That's the most important position. Someone who's going to be horrible to play against. Because, again, we've gone back...
Diego Costa.
Yeah, like a Diego Costa. We've gone back to being a team that's too nice to teams, which means teams are all over us.
Tony will go and miss, say, 3 chances straight, and then he'll just, he'll shrug his shoulders and then go score the next 3 chances.
Yeah.
Someone of Richarlison's mentality, he'll go and miss 3 chances, and then he's sitting on the floor basically, and he's broken, and he'll struggle after that. Some people are just stronger mentally than others. That's nobody's fault, but it's just it is what it is, in my opinion. Some people have got up, some people got downs, whatever. But with Ivan Toney, the reason I want us to get hold of him is out of all the options there, I think he's the most complete striker out of them. Not particularly the best at any of it, but you can play him in several different ways. I mean, we're going to keep playing the same way, so other teams are going to keep playing the same way against us. Sit back, 10 at the back, wait until they make the mistake, and we'll take it off them from there. When you've got someone like Son playing in the middle of that, he can't do it. It's not Son's way of doing it. He's not physical enough to do it. He gets sandwiched. Where someone like Tony could sit there with 2 defenders on him and still muscle his way out of it. Where Son just can't do that. It's not how he plays. Yeah. That's why I want Ivan Toney so much, because I feel you can use him as a target man. You can use him as a poacher. He's more complete than the other ones we're looking at. And especially with Angie's style, even if he wants to change his up front bit, if we don't take more chances outside the box, then we're still just going to try and work it in the box and tap it in. And that's not Son's strong point. You need someone with a bit of muscle to do that.
Can I ask you a question, Dan? While we're talking about the forwards as well, don't you think? Listen, I completely agree with what Ben just said about how we don't kill games off when we have our chances early. Another factor, which I always talk about with a different Graham, funnily enough, Graham, who used to come on my shows with me, who I used to work for at Charlton, he always says one of the key issues for Spurs is because we do everything in bursts. Right, we have a lot of meaningless possession and then we burst forward. The problem is we don't have a forward that's capable of holding the ball up, Dan, in my opinion. So what happens is we have a move, bish, bash, bot, and it's either a goal or nothing comes of it and the ball comes back to us. This is why when you look at a Tony, a Lukaku, say what you want, right? You look at these big, strong, towering, a Fulkrog at Dortmund. These people hold the ball up. They act as a focal point and they allow others to come into the game. For me, I think that's just as important. And you're right. I think we need some nasty in us, right? I think when you look at the winning teams through history, how many nice players did they have? Even from captaincy. I don't want this nice captain that does all these little hand gestures when he's.
I would disagree with that. Usually, at these big teams, the captain is usually the nice guy, and it's the lieutenants who are horrible people. Because the captain is the statesman and sort of smooths it over. He's just him. He's just Greg down the pub, and then Greg down the pub hits you with a 2-footed tackle in your neck.
Greg down the
pub. That's why we need someone that is like Romero's not a captain. He's an enforcer. He's someone. Son says, "You know what, mate? Take him out," and he takes him out. He goes, "He didn't do it, mate. I'll give you a nice cup of tea. We'll sort it out. He didn't really. He's a good boy, really. I knew him from school. He's a good lad."
Romero is better captain material than Son all day long, but a lot of it will come down to opinion. I still prefer a captain like Gattuso used to be at AC Milan. I prefer a captain like a Patrick Vieira, like a Roy Keane, like a John Terry. That's how I personally prefer a captain. Other people might prefer it
anymore, Dan, are they? Which is why you have a statesman. Manchester City have a statesman as a captain.
But why have you got to be? But you haven't got to be the same as everybody else. Right. And there's been many a time where I've seen us go down 1-0, 2-0, and then you basically see Son goes down as well. All right,
agreed.
He deals with it. He deals with it in a different way, but his personal opinion on it at the end of the day. With Savva, what you said about Tony and the way we do it, that's exactly what I was saying. I said we can even use him as a target man, not just a poacher, not just a scorer. Yeah, he's also got the physicality to play as a target man.
But when Germany made their subs in the Euros, obviously they had Havertz, who I thought played quite well in the Euros. Actually, they had Havertz, who was more of a he'll drop deep and he'll allow the runners to go in behind him and he'll run the channels. When they brought on Fulkrog with like 25-30 minutes to go, it changed them completely. The dimension they bullied teams at the back. They could throw crosses in. I still think we desperately need that. And that is what is missing for me. Not just Harry Kane's goals, and I hate talking about Harry Kane, but Harry Kane's unbelievable ability that you put the ball into his feet and he didn't lose it within the first 5 seconds of receiving it. And unfortunately, for as good as Son is, and I know I'm probably, we've got the Australians who can't hear a bad word about Ange. And now I'm going to have all the Asian people that won't hear a bad word.
Don't worry, I'll get that in the head as well, mate.
Right? Son, for as good as he is at what he does, this is not the guy I want to put the ball into and he keeps it at his feet and he holds it up and he brings others into play. So I agree with you. A striker. Does everyone agree? Is it a striker that's needed now?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Even though we know our wingers for the season are going to then be.
Well, I mean, Ivan Toney would get the best out of Sonny because he would add that sort of Harry Kane sort of partnership. Toney would come deep and get the ball, and Sonny would go that way. He would bring that partnership back. It might not be as
Ben, Ivan Toney, as good as he may be, with that partnership, Ivan Toney may have it for goal scoring. He certainly doesn't have it for creating and passing. If Sonny makes those runs,
It would
If
create
Sonny
that.
makes those runs and Kane has the ball, 99 times out of 100, that ball goes straight to Heung-min Son and he has a shot and goal. If it reverse it with Ivan Toney and Ivan Toney drops up and he has to play the ball to Son, that percentage drops drastically.
Brian is right
I
there.
get what you're saying, big man, small man kind of thing. But yeah, I can see what you're saying, but I can't stand here and say, like, listen, it will be like bringing the Son and
No,
Kane.
but Harry Kane's a generational talent, and that he would be not a replacement in full say, because no one replaces Harry Kane. Tottenham Hotspur will never replace Harry Kane.
Tony is a poor man's Harry Kane, basically. He's quite a complete striker
He'll
overall.
fill that role as being able to play that position. No one's ever filling that role for the history of football club. Even if some other player, no one's replacing him because of his hard work and his accuracy. But Tony would be able to come deep, and Sonny would be able to go, and that would create that when a forward goes and Tony he takes 3 players with him because they're trying to stop him. It creates combatism in a way, and that would give Sonny a lot more space to get free and some pass, and then that ball can move forward. So yeah, we do need someone like a Tony.
Or even like a Jonathan David for me. I think a Jonathan David, like I've been watching him for years, and with Lille, he has that physicality. He can drop a bit deep. He links up very well with last year with Zegrova on the wing. Like that's a guy that I think is, again, I think he'll get a move. Atletico Madrid are linked with him, and also Roma. And
he plays more like Son, though, doesn't he?
He's not.
He's good, but he plays more like Son. He relies on his pace a hell of a lot.
Yeah, but
he also can mix it up. He can mix it up.
Yeah,
for sure.
I know, but he's not going to be a target man as good as Tony in that aspect.
No, it won't be. But what Jonathan? See, this is the thing. What I keep saying with people, and obviously I speak about Jonathan David and get asked about him a lot, obviously because of where I live and I get to watch him a lot. I keep saying is if Jonathan David goes to another Premier League team, one of the ones that wanted him, a West Ham, a Chelsea, a Newcastle, or a United, the quality around him by Christmas time, Spurs fans will be saying, shit, we've missed out a trick here.
Yes.
We've missed out because the quality around him, like I said, I've watched him religiously at the Copa. I watched him religiously for Canada. He has games where he's hot. He has games where he's cold. He has Canada in the Copa, and Steve, I would have watched a lot of it. The first game against Argentina, we battered Argentina. In the first half, we were all over them, absolutely run them ragged. But Canada can't take their opportunities because the quality of player in the Canadian national team isn't the standard of what would happen if he came to the Premier League.
It's getting better, but it's still not.
It's improving all the time. If Jonathan David comes to the Premier League, forget his 25 million, forget he's coming from the French league, forget he plays for Canada. The attributes this man has and the versatility to either play striker on the wing, whether it's his pace, whether it's running on, whether it's the target, he will do a job. Whatever Premier League team he gets, I'll put it on now. If he joins a Premier League team and plays regularly, whether it's off the bench in most, he will score over 15 Premier League goals easily in his first season. With that, if he goes to a Chelsea, United, Newcastle, Tottenham, West Ham, he will get over 15 goals, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like I said, people were saying, no, he's shit, he's French league, he's Connect, whatever. You put him round. Could you imagine if he goes to Newcastle and he's playing with a Guimaraes and Isaac and all these players, or he goes to United, or he goes to Chelsea he will get goals regardless. He will cause problems. And listen, if there's better around, I want better. If there's better around than Jonathan David that we can get, I want better. But
it's not about being better, Daigle. Jonathan David, whether people like him or not, right? Whether people think he's brilliant, average, this is a Daniel Levy signing all day long. He's 20 to 25 million pounds. Yeah. 1 year left on his contract. Listen, if you actually look, and we'll go back to strikers in a second, if you actually look at a lot of the signings we've made lately, James Maddison, 1 year left on his contract. Yeah. Suma, 1 year left on his contract, right? Kulusevski and Bentancur weren't wanted by Juve. They weren't wanted by them. They were happy to let the guys go out on loan, right? You look at Timo Werner. He's come in on a loan. Solomon, he's come in on a free. It's very rarely we go and get a player
with 3-4 years left.
with 3 or 4 years left that
Correct.
we really, really want. Even Richarlison, again, I'm not saying he's great. Even Richarlison, we got because Everton were in financial difficulty, right?
Yeah.
This is why I say this is a Daniel Levy signing if I've ever seen one. That's why I was surprised it wasn't Rabiot, for example. This is Levy all over.
I wouldn't say no to having him. He's a good player. He's better than what we. He's better than what we got. I'd be happy to get him. I just think Tony can offer more. That's I wouldn't complain we're getting him.
And
doesn't Tony?
And yes, by the way, there are people that are saying that they haven't got any way to put into Just Giving because Just Giving don't do PayPal. I can't make this any clearer. All my YouTube stream revenue, i.e. the watch time money, will go towards the charity. Any super chat will go towards the charity. Any of the Just Giving goes straight to the charity. This is about charity. And if I say the word charity one more time, I'm going to forget we're streaming for a charity. It all goes to Andy's Man Club. So if you want to put in a super chat, please do. Just quickly on the Just Giving page, we're now up to £688. Big up to who's got in there in the last few minutes. So big up to Tom81. Thank you very much for sticking in some money. So big up Savva, fantastic. Keep up the great work. Mike has just put in some money. Mike Walters, big up to you. Lee Enigma27 has put in £50 and said, big up Savva. Great cause to raise money, close to his heart. He'll see us at 3 p.m. He's going to join in the live watch along because Tottenham are playing today, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Gwyn Evans has put money in as well. Said, brilliant idea. Keep up the good work. Big up, Gwyn. And then Patrick McCurry has come in and said, morning, Savva and the lads. Love these charity streams. Let's get this going for a great cause. And he has stuck in $120. So huge congratulations to Patrick McCurry. Guys, girls, £1, £5, £2, 50, whatever. It all goes to charity. It all goes to hashtag Andy's Man Club. And we're going to tell you all about what that is at 1 p.m. And James from Andy's Man Club, who's coming on to talk to us, is also a Leeds fan and cannot stop waxing lyrical with my WhatsApp with me, him and Daigle about Archie Gray. So some of you will absolutely love to hear his opinion on Archie Gray.
Mate, I gave you a double threat, didn't I? I gave you a double threat. The charity and the Leeds fan.
And thank you for Daigle for sorting all that out. I mean, guys, this is the thing. Whether it's Jonathan David, whether it's Ivan Toney, whether it's Santiago Jimenez, it's got to be someone, right? We can't go in with Richarlison and Son for me is not a striker. So we can't be that, guys. Can it with Europe as well?
No.
Sammy, you've got to remember, you said that. I still say, and I've said it for months, Richarlison's gone. Richarlison will be gone. So then you're looking, Son, who is meant to be a left winger, being forward. Then there's Lancashire. Like you heard me saying yesterday as well with Alan, we have this issue. And that's, again, why I think David, just to harp on with David, like you said again, everything you said about a Levy deal is correct. But you know how this fan base is. If we bring him in, it's a Levy deal, it's 25 million, it's the last year of his contract. But if we don't get him and he goes to, let's say, Chelsea or one of those teams and he hits the ground running, the Spurs fan base are going to go nuts going, oh my God, why did Levy mess this up? Why did Levy not pay the 25 million? This is where we are as a football club and a fan base.
Like we did with the area.
Matter who comes in will argue, it's too much, it was too little, it's a Levy deal, it's not a Levy deal, it's this. We can't just go, do you know what? Great signing. I understand. We as a football club, no matter where you sit on the direction of the club, I think the only player is someone like an Eze, where a large majority of the fan base want to see this guy, and a majority will go, do you know what? What's a signing? Well done. That's when we say marquee. They need to make a big statement signing. When we're talking strikers, the one I've been waxing lyrical and I want and missed out, and obviously I think we've not spoken about it because of the value, is Gyökeres. I think his hold-up play, everything he brings, but obviously that we're going to be priced out of. But the striker has got to be absolute paramount. But this is what I heard you saying at the beginning before I came on, was what you mentioned about Romano and Calafiori. Arsenal have made it clear that that's their man, and they have worked hard behind the scenes or whatever's been retracted, they've got their man. Once again, we've gone into another window where it's right. Is it a winger that's our priority? Is it a striker that's our priority? Is it a midfielder? Is it? And we're like, this one's gone cold. Let's move on to the next position. No, that's gone cold. Let's move here. We need to identify. We don't. Go on, Sam.
Let me ask you. Barry hasn't talked for a while. I think he's probably watching cricket or something, or weight loss advice on YouTube, whatever he's doing these days.
TikTok.
Mr. Skinny up there in the top left-hand corner. I think Brian hits the nail on the head there, Barry, because I think the key thing is with Arsenal fans know Calafiore is our guy. We're working on it. We're trying to get it done. We know this is the guy the club wanted from the first day of the window. That was our target. If Spurs kind of did this with, we'll use the example that we're talking about. If Spurs had made it clear from day one, Jonathan David is our striker, right? And then we go and get him. And for me, that takes away the whole Daniel Levy thing, because then you go, well, hang on, we've worked on this. This guy must have been the guy we wanted. The problem with Spurs is we have all these links throughout the summer. Then when we end up eventually with a Jonathan David, from all of the big names that are mentioned, that's where I think, Barry, that we all go, oh, it's a bit underwhelming. He's got a year left, and
at the same
whether that's right or wrong, that's how it kind of feels. It kind of feels like we make it up as we go along. Yeah, perception.
Yeah, and then we'll have all the people going, oh well, in the background, it's smoke screens, it's land, it's this, it's that, it's what we do. It's what we do. And I think you're right. I think we're not going out there and saying, right, that is the player that we want. That is the player that we want. That is the player that we want for whatever reason, whether that's, but say the reason. Don't sit there and say, there's other people. Of course, other clubs are going to be alerted. Other clubs are going to be interested. Other clubs are going to probably act on it. We're not hiding anything by saying, what's the difference? Oh, if Manchester City, you see it all the time, Manchester City in a race to do this, or United to do this, Liverpool to do this, Arsenal to do this. Doesn't matter if we say we're interested or not. That's not going to change whether they're interested. Yeah. So we just actually went, do you know what? This is what we need. Not, I've had a meeting. We've discussed the targets that we want.
You're
Tell
right.
us what the targets are. All right, if we fail, we fail. But at least we've said what we want to try and do.
Transparency.
Have you heard what Ten Hag has said about De Ligt?
No, what is it?
This is what I might like. Ten Hag has come out today and said it remains to be seen whether Matthias De Ligt will come. I know him well. I wanted to sign him 2 years ago, but at that time he was already very far along to join Bayern. Believe it or not, his name did not come from me in this process. But what I love about that is that's telling everyone, yeah, we want. Do you know what I mean? Basically, we're in a process. Yeah, we want De Ligt. Our fans think that if we turn around and go, yeah, we want Tony, that all of a sudden it makes everyone go, oh, hang on, there's a player called Tony that Spurs have scouted. Maybe we want him as well. That's not how football works. If clubs want Eze, for example, they want Eze. He's not unknown. We're not talking about an 18-year-old from the Algerian league that no one's ever heard of.
Steve's heard of him.
But I think it's especially with what United have done in the last week, right? They've said we're, with Ineos and everything else, we're going to get what we need to get. We're going to change the process. We're going to change behind things, and we're going to change our transfer policy. And look what's happened: Xerxes, Agate, De Ligt. Do you know what I mean? This is the type of thing we're doing. Well, we've had a meeting. We're interested, FC. We're monitoring all these HR fluffy buzzwords that you think it's not an HR department where we're not upset about, offending someone. This is our man. We're going to get him. We're going to do whatever it takes. And all right, if it fails, then obviously I get it. We'll have the whole, well, we tried, but we didn't. How much did we really try? And I get it. But actually, if we did that, and we got that player over the line, and like you said, if it's a Jonathan David and we said he's the person and we go out and get him, then actually we're all going to sit back and go, oh, But again, it's about the consistency. We do it once, we do it again, we do it again, we do it again. Not we do it once and then we go back to doing what we used to do, or we always do. We have to then go and do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And then we go, oh, maybe actually this football club is changing. But
because of the history,
basically,
you can't look at it like that.
Because of what
Whereas
Dan's
before,
saying is that,
whereas you were basically saying we've got to forget the history and look at the future. But because of the history that Spurs have done that, you just can't look at the future positive because of how consistent we've been in doing it the way you say it. So history still comes into it for us to be positive about it. When we see a few actions which are louder than words, then we'll be significantly more positive about the here and now.
We need the actions here and now. We need the starting 11 players here and now. We need trophies here and now. We need things to change here and now. Not, oh, it's going to happen this season, or for the one for the future, one for this or one for that, and everything else. So,
all right, Barry, let's play the game. Starting with you, we'll go round the group, and one word that you've seen on reports. So, for example, we're monitoring, right? We'll play that game. Let's see how many you've seen that have come up. Does everyone get it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think one of these talk about Emerson Royale, but there you go.
Go on, Barry. Spurs have been
Nico Williams.
Calculating, Steve.
Evaluating.
Dan.
Interested.
Monitoring.
Kvetching.
You're reading some different reports. You're reading Yiddish United. That's what you're doing. Okay, I'll go creeping.
We're creeping towards a signing. Creeping.
That sounds so.
Yep, it's been seen. Trust me, I live for this moment. I live. This kind of game needs to be a TV show. I will win fortunes.
Yeah.
Creeping, what Barry does into Emerson Royale's bedroom every night. Creeping in there.
Spurs
he creeps into my bedroom. What are you talking
of course
about?
he does.
Spurs the team that just look out the curtains, don't they? Have a little peep out the curtains and then shut it and try everything.
We're peeping.
Yeah, that's Spurs all over.
Cooking. Our Spurs are cooking towards a signing.
Well, I think they've already burnt it if they're cooking. I don't think it's edible.
It's mad. It is mad, gents, isn't it? Just how.
Savva, while you're there, I'm going to have to drop off because I need to go to cricket. So,
love you, man.
See you later, mate.
Please, everyone else in the chat, please enjoy. Please donate. Please like. Please share. Please do all those other things. People are giving up their time. I'll just leave you with this one thing: the king is back, and the king is here to stay. So,
wait, Nick. We've got to show the picture just before.
And I just want to thank Strasbourg Steve for keeping us up to date with that crucial game of Vathil Kobe versus Grumpus.
There he is. There's your favourite player, Nick. There's your favourite Muppet. There he is.
Brian Davis.
Royale. Muppet. Get out of the football club, you Muppet.
Barry, thank you very much. Much love. You're always welcome on. Enjoy whatever you do today. Enjoy your salad that you'll clearly be eating for the rest of the day. And we'll see you soon.
See you soon, guys.
Brian Daigle, if you could refrain, please, from throwing insults towards our chief world football correspondent.
Yeah. I do apologise. It was a great service. I actually woke up forgetting your stream, and I did want to watch the Grumpus game. I'm missing this vital game.
Listen, I'm going to do some shout outs for some super chats and for some of the just giving donations we've had. And then we'll go back to we'll talk about Spurs versus QPR. We will be doing a watch along from 3 p.m. We'll be doing a watch along of Spurs v QPR. We'll be doing the lead up to the game. And then I'm sure for the hour after it, we'll be talking about how Will Lankbeer is better than Diego Maradona was because he scored a goal. We'll do all of that. If we look at the super chats, big up. Donna Cullen is in the house. Of course she is. Donna Cullen's here saying, Wagwan, Mr. Savva. I'd love it if Donna Cullen walked into a boardroom and said, "Wagwan, Daniel."
Mate, I've said that all the time. I picture her saying it whenever I see this come up.
I'd love that. Wagwan, Miss Savva, happy you're doing this charity. Thank you very much, Donna. We really appreciate that. Then come back in, and this one's aimed at Mr. Daigle. Said, "Wagwan, Mr. Daigle, happy to see you this morning." Big up, Donna. We appreciate you as always. Also, Shem Tanner's come in and said, "Eze all the way. Chiesa injuries slowed him down." Just while we're there, I did put a poll up for who would you rather have, Chiesa or Eze. So far, 149 votes. Chiesa with 34%, Eze with 66%. Daniel Levy, I can assure you, wishes it was the other way round because of how much both of those players cost. Big up Shemtan for that. Thank you so much. Shemtan's come in again and said Brian Daigle at 6 a.m. Is he battered? Is he better than Brian Hill?
Yes. Anytime, even when I'm asleep, I'm better than Brian Hill.
Bless him. I feel so sorry for Brian Hill. I really do. Daniel Levy had said if Carlsberg did football panels. Yeah, man. Look, we've got it all. We've got the USA in here. We've got Canada in here. We've got South London, which is where Dan and I both live. And Ben, where are you? You're
Northeast London.
Northeast in the east. Big up Daniel Levy. Thank you very much.
You want that, Savva? Essex, mate.
Essex massive. And big up to Vindaloo, Arsenal fans in here donating. Big up to the Arsenal fans just for today. So big up all. Keep up the good work. Just imagine how happy these lot are going to be when they get Calafiori over that line. He's a very good player. A really good footballer. But big up to Vindaloo. The most important thing is bias is out the window, because you know what? This charity is about men's mental health, and it is about the prevention of suicide. Suicide doesn't care which football team you support. Suicide doesn't care whether or not you want to see Richarlison up front or Ivan Toney up front. Yeah. So please, and death by suicide is the #1 killer of men under the age of 50. Let that sink in. That is the shockingly horrible, sobering stat. So this is what this is for. #ANDYSMANCLUB. And the money they use is so that they can offer free peer-to-peer counselling. This isn't for them to make loads of money. This is for them to be able to support. We'll talk about that more at 1 p.m. A couple of this is the moment where I have to go through the gears. We're now up to £715. We're creeping towards the first 1,000. Jimmy James said thank you to all of your guests for the content and for such a worthwhile cause as well. Keep up the great work. Shem Tan has come in with another donation and said keep up the great work. Hope this all makes a difference. Trying to deal with my mental health issues through NHS and nothing works. Listen, get in contact with these guys. And Shem, watch us at 1 o'clock. Daigle and I will be talking with one of the representatives from Andy's Man Club, and you'll hear a lot more about different stories and what they do to help. So please join us then. Desiree Kalako, thank you so much for putting in the money as well. I really appreciate your support. Guys and girls, I'm going to set a target. We're on 715. It's 11:42. By 1 o'clock, let's get to that first 1K. Right? That's £285 if my maths works. Haven't done maths since GCSE. But if my maths works, that's £285. There's 200 of you in here. Come on, let's get a couple of £1, couple of twos, couple of fives, and a couple of more than that as well. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Guys, let's look forward to today. We played Hearts the other day. Everyone lost their minds. I feel like we won the Champions League. Everyone lost their minds. It was mind-blowing. Bergvall is Perlo. Mikey Moore is generational. Slap £400 million release clauses on all of these youngsters who probably won't even be here when the season starts. They'll be out on loan. Today we go to QPR. What's everyone's thoughts? Is this a tougher game than Hearts? Are we expecting to see more of the same in terms of more of a first team, then more of a kids team? Should we mix it up? Are we going to win? Does anyone care? Go, whoever wants to take it.
Before we start that, I just want to quickly go back and then I'll go on to with that Calafiori that we said that we're going on about and Arsenal being happy. You got to remember, when we're looking at Spurs trying to improve, Arsenal had the best defence in the league last year. The best defence, and they've gone right. The best defence in the league. There's a player that we want to improve the best in the league, whereas we are. That's enough of that. That's all I will say of Arsenal. They've got their man by the looks of it. They have the best defence in the league. We all know they need a striker. Even Arsenal fans know that. I'm sure they will get them and they'll drop big money on it. But they saw they had the best defence in the league. They've got Champions League again. What we're going to do, we're going to strengthen our biggest department, our best department in the league. So getting on to QPR, I want to see a bit more mix and match.
Yeah.
I think now we're getting closer and closer. And obviously, I think when we go to the Far East, there's my alarm to wake me up to come on your stream, Savva. I woke up before my alarm. But yeah, I think now we need to start, as these games go on now, he's got to have an idea of what he's got, who is going to have a first team place against Leicester. That's what he's got to be working towards. And surely you need to give them game time to play together to see if that works. And you're running out of games to initiate, right, this is who I see in my first 11. This is where the partnership I want to try. I mean, let's face it, we know Romero and Van der Ven will start in the centre back. So that position. But I think midfield and strike force is completely up for debate. Completely up for, he hasn't got a clue, apart from, obviously, I would say Heung-min Son and James Maddison. Apart from that, I would say that is guaranteed in. And he's got to find the right partnerships that complement the team with what we've got. So I'm hoping today it won't be all the youth that start in the second half. I want to see some of them with the first teamers to see what they got. It's going to be a completely different game. It's the London derby, pre-season or not.
Just so quickly, Brian, we've got to bring breaking news as though it's Sky Sports. Just quickly before I say hello to Wolfie as well, Fabrizio Romano has just announced that Arsenal and Bologna have reached an agreement for Riccardo Calafiori. He understands the fee is 40 million euros, 40 plus 5 million add-ons and sell-on clause. Final step needed, Basel and Bologna to agree 50% sell-on payment terms. Then here we go.
Wow.
Yes, very good.
Listen, we'll come back to that in a second. By the way, if any of you haven't met Wolfie, big up, who we've streamed with before from Nottingham Forest. You got a massive 1-1 draw yesterday with Sunderland, I believe, in a pre-season.
Yeah, it's huge, right? Huge.
I wanted to beat them.
We'll come to Wolfie in a minute because I'm keen to hear his feelings on Forest signing Nikola Milenkovic, who I think whenever I've seen him play looks a good centre half.
I like him.
But just quickly before we go to that, thoughts on Arsenal signing. We'll go back to Spurs QPR, but the breaking news that basically Arsenal are kind of here we go with Calafiori. What does anyone know of him? Good signing. Does it show that they're now trying to build out a squad, not just the 11? And what do we think?
Well, Calafiori brings the thing that Ivan Toney would bring to Tottenham. He's nasty. He is vicious. You saw that in the Euro game. He needed to win a foul in the 89th minute to get. So what does he do? He gets touched on the arm. He falls straight to the ground. And this is a big burly man. He can have a fight. He'll have a tumble, but he's nasty. He'll cause a foul. He'll stick his foot in. You fall. He's exactly what Arsenal need, because one of the things Arsenal showed last season in the big games particularly is they are a bit nice. Calafiori is not. He's a classy footballer. He's great on the ball. He's a brilliant defender. I think he's possibly Arsenal's best defender. He's gonna. It's whether Saliba goes up through the what's it called, through the gears this year and shows how good a defender he is. I think Calafiori is going to be a very important player, especially if they keep Ben White as right back, because Calafiori is better at bringing the ball out of the back and becoming that third centre half. But most importantly, he's nasty. He will win them so many important fouls in the last minutes of games to take the pressure off the game, where Arsenal sometimes get bothered against the bigger teams. So I think he's going to be a classy left centre back for them, and it's improvement. It's even more improvement, but he's brilliant. He's just a brilliant footballer, and I wish we had him.
Let me just add on to that as well. Once again, Arsenal, by the looks of it, showed how it's done. I came on this show about 5:30, Savva, and you said Romano's just tweeted it's pretty much done. Well, in an hour and a half, it is done. That's how a team moves. They've gone and strengthened in a position and done it. They've got their number one target in. The deal was stumbling, but once it got going, it got going. Here we are. We're going for this one. No, it's broken. No, it's this. No, it's that. Arsenal have shown, like I said, when they signed Trossard, I was going to Spurs Man City away when we lost 4-2. I got picked up in Cockfosters, and Arsenal were rumoured to be getting the deal done. Before we got to Birmingham, it was a here we go. An hour and a half it took from we're interested to here we go. They've got their man. They'll move on to the next one, whereas here we are again, struggling to creep, admire, observe, register, scout, evaluate it. I hate to say what I'm about to say, but Arsenal once again are showing that they back the manager. They have faith in the manager. Yep. This is the guy you want. It may take us a little bit of I even saw tweets yesterday with Arsenal fans going, what the hell is going on with Calafiori? Why aren't we moving? Why aren't we doing anything? Within 24 hours, oh, well, we've got the man that we said we were going for. Well, right now, I have no idea who's coming to Tottenham. Whether it's rumours, ITKs, we've gone here, we're losing it. They are showing once again how to do it. And yes, we've got Archie Gray, and I'm a huge fan of his, and I think he's a great signing. But we need more that are going to come in and set the first team alight. And there's just nothing. So I hate about to say what I'm about to say. In fact, people could hate me for saying it, but Arsenal have done well again in the transfer market. What they needed, said that was the guy, and bang, it may have taken a bit longer than Arsenal fans wanted, but they've got their guy.
And Daigle, don't forget, and I'm about to cardinal sin here, and Wolfie, I want to get your opinion on this Arsenal thing in a minute. The cardinal sin, I always hate it when a player's been injured and people say, oh, it's like a new signing. But Jurrien Timber literally played about 30 minutes for Arsenal last year, or an hour. That is the definition of a new signing, right? They've had him for one game. Oh, God, this could be trouble. They've had him for one game, right? So this year now, Arsenal, to an already brilliant backline, have got depth in Calafiori and Jurrien Timber,
who can both play left as well.
Who can both play left, both can play central. Timber can play right and in midfield, right? The worrying thing here is Arsenal aren't buying Timo Werners. Arsenal are not going out. They're not going out and buying 18-year-olds and pretending they're the best thing ever. This is a club that have had 1 year back in Champions League and are still going, we're going to have we're going to have 2 or 3 signings, but they're all going to be first-team players. Last year, Rice, first-team player, came in, instantly made them better. Raya, first-team goalkeeper. Havertz, whatever you think of him, came in, played nearly every game for them.
Yeah.
And this is the difference between them and us. We keep buying squad players, right? Could be good in a few years. Oh, it's just a loan. The gap for me is going like that. For me, I can't see that we're closing it. Alex, we'll come to you in a minute. Big up to you. Always nice to see the box office in the house. Wolfie, first of all, talk to me about Arsenal. What? I mean, look, you're not Spurs. You don't have that hatred for them, I suppose, that we do. What do you make of Arsenal's transfer activity last year and then already this year with Calafiori?
Well, my boy's an Arsenal fan, so I have an eye on him. Yeah. Thanks for having me, mate.
Always, Wolfie, always, man. Lovely to see you.
No, big up to what you're doing, mate. It's absolute quality stream, quality charity. Just the stamina you're gonna have today is second to none, mate. So big up to you. Big up to the rest of the boys on the panel. Good to meet some of you for the first time. Good to be here.
it's good stuff, man. Nice to meet you.
I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. But yeah, on this Arsenal signing, I agree with everything you guys have said. But I think there's a key thing we're missing here. Arsenal were not the only ones in for him. You're talking at the likes of Liverpool. You're talking Real were linked to him. Juventus were linked to him. I think Man City were linked at one point. This isn't a nobody that they've just picked up with an easy transfer. This is a bustling transfer where they've shown their teeth. And I think this is the thing that people should start to worry about. If Arsenal can now force their way to be the front runners on signings like this, it shows you where they've come from the days of signing Pepe and those people, to where they are now.
Malran Shamak.
Shamak with plenty of.
Palafiore had a very, very good season. The only reason it took Arsenal a little longer is because Bologna needed that extra money because 50% was going to the previous team.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that dragged it on a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just add to very quick to what Wolfie said. Just quickly, what he's just mentioned about the teams going for him goes to show the way Arsenal are going. Apparently, we were going for Doué. Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich come in, and we go, oh, no. We don't swim in these waters. We can't compete. We're not going to get into a bidding war. Arsenal go for players. Look, I'm sure there were more people going for Declan Rice. Obviously, there's the Man City.
Yeah.
City, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a cracking point. And on top of that, let's not forget he's left-footed. I mean, I love how he's frozen. Shall we all do the pose?
Everyone take a photo of Brian right now and use that. That's absolutely fantastic.
I mean, one quick thing to you, Wolfie. Nice to meet you for the first time, mate.
It's me too, bud.
Yeah.
I have got the right ump and a problem with Nottingham Forest at the minute. Big time. You just signed a player that I have been going on about again for over a year since you lot first met me, Savva, and that, and I said we can get him at a good price because Fiorentina need the money. I can't even pronounce his name properly at a minute. Milenkovic. He's a player that I've been very impressed with for about 3 years now. Brilliant player. You got him at excellent price. He will work wonders for you as a defender.
Savva and I have talked a lot about.
I said this to everyone a long time ago. We could get him for about 15 mil.
That's
brilliant player.
And especially Dan, in a season where we're about to go into Europe, right? We've seen what happened last year, where you can easily get two centre backs injured at once. We're going into this season in Europe at the moment with 3 first-team centre halves.
Yeah,
they just got a steal, mate. I'm telling you. But like I said, a few users remember.
You were linked to him as well.
Ages.
Yeah, we were hearing that Forest were linked, Villa were linked, and Spurs were linked, and West Ham. But West Ham just linked whoever Forest are linked with. So when we got him, I was
hang on. Is that a little dig at the Hammers there? Where's that right?
Honestly, any player that's linked to Forest, the next day it comes out West Ham are interested as well. It's just annoying. But we're a bigger club than them, so we always get the signing. But yeah, when I heard Spurs were linked, I was like, okay, this is going to be one of them ones that he ends up at Spurs. So I was surprised, especially when we put in 12 mil for him, which is peanuts in this day and age. Why did Spurs not try and hijack this deal? Like you said, you're light at the back, and he is absolute quality. 6'5" giant. I think he was #1 in stats for aerial duels last season in terms of like getting the ball away and everything, which is exactly what we need. And to be fair, it's what you need because how quickly you found out last season from corners and things, the way they were setting up against Vicario. 6'5" presence would have done you guys the world of good for someone who's that good in the air.
Is the one thing that it looked like Dragusin slacks a little bit is he's turning on the ball. He's not very quick at getting out of position, but from what I see him play against Inter that one game, he was excellent.
Oh, Dragusin.
For the size of Milenkovic, he's actually very good. He's actually very flexible. I've watched the player for years. You have got a brilliant defender there.
He plays well with whoever he plays with. He played well with Igor. He played well
and
with,
like I said, I've gone on about him since I've been doing the YouTubing and that. He is the defender that I'd have picked him over a lot of people, and the price you got him for, mate, you got skill there.
Yeah, and he's still mid-20s. He's still, fresh. I think he will. Obviously, the question will be, can he adapt to the Premier League? I don't think he's going to have a problem at all.
If you play
And
three at the back, he'll be a duck to water.
Yeah, and we've got Murillo as well, who you guys have been linked to. I mean, you're linked to half our squad right now, you know, so you lot are doing my head in as well. So we can talk about those players.
Don't worry. If we're linked to any of your good players, what we'll do is we'll come to your club and take one of your average ones away from you instead. We're the only club in the world that could go to Nottingham Forest and take Johnson for 50 million rather than Morgan Gibbs-White. That's Tottenham Hotspur in an absolute nutshell. So don't worry, Wolfie. Don't worry about us taking any of your players.
I think you're doing a disservice to this, Wolfie. It's not just your team that we're interested in half their team. It's every team. Every team we are interested with half their team.
Yeah.
And we end up with no one. So don't worry about that.
I know your pains, man, because my brother is a Spurs fan and I have to listen to him moaning day in, day out about your transfer policies and stuff. But, you know, Jono, you got him. I didn't think he would settle in straight away because he was the big fish in a smaller pond, if you like. I don't want to really say that about my club. But he will come good if he's played correctly. You got to utilize his pace. The problem you got with Jono is he was used to, under Cooper, playing deep, which would give him half a pitch to run into and utilize his biggest strength, which is his pace. Whereas Spurs are quite front-footed now. So you're playing in the opponent's half where he hasn't got space to utilize it. So I sometimes think maybe the style that Ange plays doesn't really suit Johnson, who can't really, accelerate by his biggest strength, which is his pace. He's a decent finisher, though. I still credit his finishing, but he can't hit the ball.
Wolfie, one of the things that I think I've noticed, and I don't know if the other guys agree with me, look, please disagree. For me, it's just that as a footballer, when the ball goes into his feet, the touch, his control, it all feels a little bit. It all feels a little bit for me like it's rushed, you know. And
he's a push and runner, Savva.
All his career.
For me, I've always described him as a push and run. When he gets the ball, he likes to knock it in front of him and chase it into the space. If you're looking for someone who's going to be, intricate with the ball in tight areas, that's not his style. That's not his style for me.
Yeah. Just quickly before we move on, I've got some donations that I do need to read out. Guys and girls, please, the donations are drying up already, which is really worrying after 2 hours of 24. The donations are what keeps the eyes awake. Not now. I've just had a really nice sleep. But I mean, the donations are what keep the eyes awake at the end of the day. Just quickly, we've got Blaine Dev, who always appears for these things. Big up, Blaine Dev, has stuck in £50. Big up to you, my man. Always a huge donator of these things. He said, always happy to donate to a great cause, Savva. Big up to you. Phil P as well has stuck in £25. And a great effort for a very noble cause. Well done, all the people on screen, viewing and chatting. Everybody hurts sometimes. When you are low, reach out for help. Absolutely. And Beverly has put in £25 as well and said, hi, Savva. Well done for doing what you do to support mental health. Keep up the great work. Come on, you Spurs, from Beverly. Listen, it's not just me, it's everyone on this screen. But Beverly, thank you so much. So we are now currently sitting at 815. We are 185 away from the 1K target by 1 p.m. So please let us get there. In terms of super chats, Kudos has said Levy is the type of guy to finance a Happy Meal. Can you imagine? Can I pay him monthly installments?
Smart business.
You know what? You say that. So I'm going to just show a picture. I looked at my Facebook memories 11 years ago. Like I said, I've just got to show this picture. Where is it? You talk about that financing a Happy Meal. Where is it? There is a picture here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. 1 second. Let me enlarge it. It's a big queue outside McDonald's. And it basically says, why is there such a long queue? And it says Daniel Levy is negotiating the price of a Big Mac. So Kudos was on the right lines.
It doesn't surprise me. And then another super chat that we've got there was from Dixon 2020. Big up Dixon, who just said, great show, lads. Listen, big up to you. Big up to everyone. And everybody, please, whether it's via a super chat, whether it's via just giving, smash those donations in. £1, 50p, £5, £100. Whatever it is, and we will have the Spurs watch along at 3:00 as we play QPR with our world-class La Masia-like kids, and then we will have a shirt auction at 7 p.m. And that can be for a shirt of your choice, because I know that it might not be a Spurs fan who wants to win it. So it'll be a shirt of your choice that I will buy and then send to you. And then later on in the evening, we will have a football quiz to see who knows their stuff versus who doesn't. Guys, just a few comments I'm seeing in the chat. A lot of people. One I did see that I just wanted to read out was from Lee Smithy Smith, who said, why can't we... I can't see it now. Lee Smithy Smith said something about the hate that... Sorry, I can't find it now at all. Something about the hate that Archie Gray is getting. Why can't we just accept we have a quality player? For me, I don't think it's hate. I don't think anyone's hating on Lee Smithy Smith. I think we're just at the stage where we've seen so many kids come into this club. We'd like to see some quality. And when you're saying, can we just face it, we've signed a quality player, no one can tell me they know that for sure. He's had 1 year in the championship and is 18 years of age. So let's again, it's about keeping your feet on the ground for me. Guys, where were we? Sorry, I had to do those notifications. Where were we, guys? We were talking about hating Nottingham Forest, was it? Or Brennan Johnson or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
What have you guys thought of him then this season? What have you rated Jono as?
Bang average. He's, to me, the main thing he's got, he don't use it, and that's his pace.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got the skill to take it round the player. What I think he's got the capability of doing is what a lot of players do with pace, and that's knock it past him and run past him, not skillful to take it round him. He misses some clear chances. His crossing isn't up to standards.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a great player. Yeah.
I will say
the improvement you saw in him. One last thing, Ben. The improvement you saw in him.
Not to
was
be
he was playing good.
If Brennan Johnson didn't have Timo Werner on the left-hand side, he would have 20 goal involvements this year. That's how bad. That's the reason I don't want Timo Werner. He makes everyone else. How many times did Brennan Johnson put a cross at the back post, and Timo Werner would hide? 15 goal involvements for a 22-year-old in his first season at a so-called big club.
It happened the other way around, Ben, just as much.
But I'm totally blaming Timo Werner for hiding at the. I'm just going.
Can we look at the ability rather than just the goals and assist stats? Can we look at the ability? Because one thing that Stell always does brilliantly is brings up when we talk about, well, Richarlison got 9 goals, yeah. Brennan Johnson got the. When you actually look at who they're against, it's never in the big. It's always really poor teams that you would expect them to play
against the teams you play against, though, Savva. You can only play against.
But that's not true. He's playing against the quality teams as well.
He wouldn't even get into West Ham's first. He wouldn't even get in West Ham's first team.
No,
he wouldn't even get into any of the top 6 teams.
He wouldn't get back in our team.
I'm going to push back a lot on this because I've stood by Brennan. I'm going to give my reasons why. First of all, like Wolfie said, which I hadn't have thought of, the way he played with Forest was completely different for us, and that suits. Yeah. But when he mentioned push and run, I kind of wish we had Brennan Johnson in the 50s. Then he would have been the player that we needed when we invented it. Dan, you've heard me back Brennan Johnson a lot of times when we stream. I always say give a player a pre-season under a manager. He came on the last day of the window. I agree with what Stell says, Savva, in the way that it's who he scores against. But you got to remember, I can then go back to Stell and say, well, we scored against Brighton, and that was in the 95th minute for a winner. So it doesn't matter that it was against. Like, obviously, he needs to stand.
Well, I hear you,
but no,
I hear that it's his first season.
Yeah,
but at what point do you just have to watch a footballer and say he's not very good? Like in 2024, we just seem to talk about stats. I watch Brennan Johnson when the ball goes to his feet, and I think none of the people we're trying to catch would buy Brennan Johnson. None of these guys will look at Brennan Johnson and say that's what we need to buy to try and win a title, and that's the difference. So if we want to say Brennan Johnson may come good, that's not his game. He's being played wrong. Cool, but this is the way our manager plays, right? When we have a lot of the football, that dictates that he's not going to be able to do, and Wolfie, tell me if I'm wrong here, a lot of what I saw from before was when Forest were on their counter-attack and he was able to use the whole of the pitch for his pace.
Exactly.
Spurs had 70%, 60% of the ball, which dictates that he's not got that to run into. So it's more about his ability on the ball, his passing, his movement, his intelligence. That's what I don't see in Brendan Johnson as a footballer.
I think
Andrew scouted
the wrong player for his system.
I agree, Ben.
The only other thing I'll say, the last thing with it as well, when Brendan Johnson has come, he's had to play with either Son in the middle or a Charleston in the middle or a Valise in the middle or this in the middle. If, and I do mean if, we get an Ivan Toney, if we get a Gyökeres, if we sign a recognised number 9 that is going to be there all season barring injuries and is a 25 goal, let's say 25 goal a season player, Brendan Johnson, I think, will then do better. Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of his and I think he's going to come good. I really do think he's going to come good this year. But if he doesn't, I'll be the first one to...
But Brian, I want to know what that's based off. Like, when I watched him for Forest, when I watched him for Wales, he's not a good footballer. Right, and what I mean by that is technically he's not a good football player. So he's going to have moments. I've got no doubt Brendan Johnson will grab a couple of goals, grab a couple of assists from how much we attack. But my thing is, when you're playing the big teams, right, none of the big teams' fullbacks will look at Brendan Johnson and go, shit, I'm playing against Brendan Johnson today.
Outside of his pace. Yeah.
You watch people will not want to play against Saka. People will not want to play against Mo Salah. They will not want to play against Jeremy Doku, Bernardo Silva, Phil Foden.
Gordon.
Anthony Gordon is another one.
More technicians. You want more
Kudus. Kudus at West Ham. People will not want to play against him. When you play against Brendan Johnson, I don't think he scares any fullbacks at all. That's just me.
So, but
the other point with him, Savva.
This is the final thing I'm going to say on it, then I'm going to keep my noise down. What you just said about a certain player is the perfect example. Anthony Gordon, when he went to Newcastle, the first part, and he went in the January window, January to May, he hardly did anything. In fact, some Newcastle, I think he caused a little bit of controversy and didn't play towards the end. Last season, undoubtedly, with a pre-season and playing the Newcastle, for me, I'm so annoyed he didn't get minutes for England.
Sorry, the main event needs to speak.
He was the best English left winger.
The main event needs to speak because I've had enough now. The main event needs to speak.
One second, Alex, hang on, I heard you. Anthony Gordon was the most improved left winger in the country last season. He had a full season to do it. And
but he can dribble. He can dribble. Jono can't.
He already had that ability.
I just think Brendan Johnson's going to have a good season for us. That's where I'm standing. If he doesn't, I'll be the first to come and go, what a fucking idiot I was. I have faith.
I just don't think he takes us to that level. You've got him one side, we've got Timo Werner the other. If I'm a fullback playing against Tottenham, I'm doing that all game.
Last point I'll make on Johnson, he had, out of all the games he played, he had, what I'd say, 2 games where you could say he had a good game, solid game. The rest of it was 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And he did improve 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there.
I think that's Tottenham this season.
Yeah, but you can say there were significantly more players that. Yeah, but you can say there were significantly more players that actually had good games, not just a good 5 minutes. He only ever had a good 5 minutes here and there, and 2 games where he stood out for about 70 minutes.
Yeah, but I agree. You could say that about most of the Spurs team this season. Like, I'll defend Jono because I still love him. Obviously, he's a Forest boy, Forest supporter. Yeah. But you can't single him out. Yes, you can say he's not your answer, but to single him out as being your problem, I think goes too far.
No, who's not making himself known.
No, I'm not saying you guys are. I'm saying if you're going down that road.
I've got a problem with so many of the Spurs players. Right?
I'm done with this. I've listened to 25 minutes of absolute waffle. My point is now, Mr. Bailey needs to speak. I've had enough of this now. Honestly,
let's hear it. Let's hear it.
The waffle that I've heard on this stream just right now about this Johnson guy. A fact is, I think Tottenham fans turned soft. The fact is, he's bang average. Yeah, he's not a quality player. And that's it. I'm fed up of this rubbish, and Dern's not good enough either. But you know my thoughts already. Just watch Mr. Box Office TV. You'll find it. That's it. The fact is, the thing I need to say this, and that's it. We try and make superstars already superstars before they are the superstar. That's the problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, because like, I mean, this Archie Gray crap, honestly, yeah, he might be okay. He looks good. Yeah, he's good quality on the ball, but that's just like every single Spanish player, every single Argentinian player, every single Italian player. You know what I mean?
Portuguese.
It's nothing different, nothing special. You know what I mean? You've got to do
yeah.
4 years until you're actually quality. That's what people back in the 90s were doing. You know what I mean? And also, I need to say this as well. I'm fed up with people moaning about people got attitude, arrogance, yeah, swag, yeah. I know a lot of people. Asthmatic knows a lot of people. I know. Deji knows a lot of people. I know Jay knows a lot of people that have got swag. Yeah, they got arrogance. Yeah, they get all the ladies, bruv. Yeah, for a reason. Yeah, because I don't like nice guys, which are nice guys that we've got most in our club. Yeah, like I said before, I'm repeating myself again. If you don't know, get to know. Yeah, I've got Johnson, nice guy. Werner, nice guy. Yeah, Son, nice guy. Yeah, Solomon, nice guy. Richarlison, nice guy. Yeah, so I've got nothing in my club that shows to me that they've got any bottle, and that's it, man. You know what I mean?
No, Richarlison and Romero
Richarlison is not a nice guy.
Right.
He's a twat.
No, he's a nice guy, Bob. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, Bob. He was an
Bro, he's not a nice. I would punch him if he came near me, man.
Tottenham, Bob. I've been watching him for the last 2 years, Bob. So don't need to tell me about this guy. I've watched him for the last 2 years, and this guy is such a nice guy. He can't score his dinner.
He's a twat.
Yeah. I'd rather have Ivan Toney in my team, because at least Ivan Toney, I don't need to worry about him missing chances, because all he does is shrug his shoulder and say, "So what? I'll bang it in next week. I'll bang it in the next couple of minutes, and that's it."
Apart from the Richarlison bit, Richarlison has got an attitude on him where he pisses people off.
Well, he's got an attitude just to dive around like a little idiot. That's what
did he do under Conte? Didn't he kick up a fuss? That's a nice guy, was it?
He was just diving around like an idiot, Bob. That's all he had. And the fact is, he lost his mojo. He lost his mojo because Perisic, who I'm now saying should have stayed at this club than Werner, because he's got more leadership in him and more an idol in him that these youngsters will have more look up to than some of half our team, and that's it. Yeah, and he had Perisic that was crossing the box to him, and he had more of a header on him, and that's it. I'm sorry, it's rubbish. I'm sorry, and I just need to say this as well. Yeah, if you're going to start bigging up these players like Archie Gray, the other guy, the 16-year-old that we're talking about as well, that Brian absolutely loves to pieces, yeah? Right? I want to see this now. I want to see this now. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Based on what entitlement?
No. Sorry. No. If you're going to overhope these teams, over these players, I want to see it now. I want to see it now. Yeah? Because if you're going to overhype these players, they're superstars now then.
He's got a fair point.
Yeah? So you can't overhype these players and, we need to give them time. Yeah, no, it's a man's world. It's a hard world out there. Yeah,
it's alpha male settings out.
It's women involved as well. But my point is,
calm down, Alex, because I actually agree with nearly everything you've said there, other than the Richie bit. I do. I agree with Alex in the sense of, rather than getting a young player like Bergvall and Gray and Mikey Moore, rather than saying, you know what, excited to see what they do. Let's give them minutes. Let's build them. Let's grow them. Let's see how they settle. What we do is we announce how amazing they are before they've achieved anything. And Alex, like me, like many of you, have probably seen this with hundreds and hundreds of youth players at Spurs. Now, that's not to say that Archie Gray, if we're going to use him as an example, can't go on and be a world-class footballer. There's no one saying he can't be. But I get Alex's point. If you're going to talk about him, and when I say you, I mean the wider audience, if we're going to talk about him in raptures, if everyone's going to put him on a pedestal now, I would expect amazing things from him now. Yeah. Or we can turn around and say he's an 18-year-old who will have good games.
Potential.
He'll have bad games. He'll make mistakes. He'll learn. He'll grow. He'll be nurtured. Then we can turn around and go, what a prospect. What Spurs fans is we've done a complete 180 on that and gone, oh my God, we've signed quality. He's brilliant. He should start immediately. He's ready. And you're like, whoa.
You've made life double hard for him.
We put him on this pedestal. And now what will happen is the moment he doesn't fulfill that, people will go, God, he's not very good. Those people who are putting him on this world-class pedestal or he's quality will be the ones to say to us, give him a chance. He's young. Yes, that's the point. He is young. Let him grow. And Alex makes a wonderful point. Go
It's
and
a
watch
woman's
the
world as well,
Spanish
by the
leagues.
way. Sorry for man's.
No,
sorry
it's
for
fine.
man's,
It's fine.
but you know what I mean anyway. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go and watch the Spanish league when they bring on 18-year-old kids. They all look the same. They're all very comfortable on the football. They're all very, very good at their job. But our fans saw Archie Gray playing out of position at centre back the other day, spring a few nice passes, have a lot of the ball because we play a lot of it across the back, and we went, oh my God. And like what's his name? Spurs reporter, London
Alistair
football.
Gold.
Alistair Gold. What was the term he used? Dazzles.
Generational.
Archie Gray dazzles on his debut. Let's be brutally honest. Archie Gray had some nice touches, right? Archie Gray looked like a good footballer. Archie Gray was also part of a defence that got ripped open 5 or 6 times by Hearts that should have been 3 or 4-0 up because they had great chances. So there's
And
the
was nearly at
balance.
fault for one of the goals.
Right. There's a balance needed. But Spurs fans, we seem incapable of the balance. It is you are brilliant or you are shit. Why can't we just say he's a good young player, get him game time, and let him grow? Why has common sense gone out the window?
Can I just say something just
Ran
quickly?
over.
Can I just say something just quickly? Yeah, I only get I'm Mr. Box Office for a reason. Yeah, because I get abused like Q Savva. Yeah, but I can take it. That's why I say myself unleashed. Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah. By the way, big up to your charity. By the way, I'm not going to say too much on it because you know me all day long. Everyone knows me who knows me personally. I don't talk about things personally on stream. You know me. Yeah. But my point is, yeah, that I get it, and I've had it for the last 4 years. I've been on YouTube because I've been people have called me negatives, even though because I only got on YouTube since Mourinho came in. If you saw me before then, I would have been like a happy clapper like everybody else. Yeah. Even though I was starting to get disillusioned, and that's it, yeah. And I've got to that point where, and there's a reason why I called myself, I'm going to be a nightmare this season, yeah, because I've had enough. I've had enough. Yeah, my stance is not. I've had enough of Ange. I'm sorry. Yeah, someone made a point about Gordon. Yeah, the reason why Gordon's been really good, yeah, because he's got a coach. He's got a coach next to him. Ange's not a coach. Yeah, he's a man manager. Good man manager, I'll give him that, but he's not a good coach, right? And I'm sorry, because last season showed me a lot. No one improved last season, yeah. Now the new coaching staff, if I don't see improvement in any of those players, because if we're doing this long-term thing, right, with players that have got a glass ceiling, well then you need good coaches to make them up there. You know what I mean? You know. Make them from one place to another place. That's what I was seeing back in the 90s when I saw Gareth Bale, like basically from one end to another end to that status. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like I'm not seeing it now. I'm seeing players. Someone said it quite clearly about Johnson. Oh, his system he doesn't work the system. I'm sorry. Good players make themselves known. I'm sorry. They get better regardless whether they can make the system.
Yeah.
They make the system make it work for them. I'm sorry.
But they will always play best at their system. You can adapt to all other systems, adapt to all other techniques and that, but there will always be the one that you are naturally best at. And playing the 2 wing backs we got as inverted wing backs is not natural for them.
It's just I'm fed up of
That's
it.
an example.
Yeah, and you can't say the system doesn't impact it because by that logic, you're going to have to say Foden is crap. Because when Foden was chucked out on the left for England, it looked like he could be playing for Derby. So it is important that they're played in their correct position in the correct system. Otherwise, you're going to say Foden's crap.
I don't.
Or you can put them in the same position, but if you play them out of sync, like we do at the wing backs, like we do with Kulusevski up front and other players we got, you're not going to get the best out of them. To get the best out of the player, you've got to put them in their natural sync position.
Do you know, just as an outsider looking in on Spurs, yeah, I want to know what the expectations are because I hear all kinds of different spectrums from Spurs fans. Excuse me. It's like, should you be challenging? Should you be top 4? Should you be trusting the process? Isn't that part of the Spurs fan base's problem that you're so, not united on what Spurs should be doing, that you've all got different expectations and aspirations, and then you end up just with a complete mess? Isn't that part of the problem?
This guy hasn't watched the
Wolfie,
Tottenham shoes, hasn't he? He hasn't
I know,
watched
Welcome to Tottenham's
us,
fan
hasn't he, Dan? He hasn't watched us. He hasn't watched us, Savva, hasn't he? He
No,
hasn't watched us, hasn't he?
I've
He hasn't
watched
watched
Savva
Tottenham,
for a
hasn't
long
he?
time, mate. Long time.
No, he
But
hasn't watched it,
do you get
hasn't
my point, though? Do you get my point? It just becomes...
No, Wolfie, you're 100% right. And I'm an
I
outside
get his point.
Yeah.
I get his point. But here's where I smash it down for you.
Oh,
We were
big up,
told
Bill.
when we
Hang on,
smashed the
say hello.
stadium down. Big up.
Hang
Big
on.
up from another
Philly, at least say hello to everyone. You know what I mean? Like,
Big up. But you know me already, man. I'm a born China shop. I'm ready for this one, guy.
No, you should be
Now-
booted off just for wearing that colour.
do you see what's
You should be
happening?
Yeah, why are you wearing red on stream?
Hey, big up the red, mate. Big up the red.
Yeah, you can wear red. You support
There's
Boris.
some white in here, you know. There's some white in here.
I've bought on a couple of substitutes, and they're both very angry and ready to unleash. Go on, Philly.
Right. We smashed the stadium down to compete with the best in Europe. That's what we were told, yeah? So now you've got a new stadium. That means that you should be competing with the best.
Yep.
So
I
that's
love you, Philly, but you can't. White Hart Lane was going to fall down because it was held up by 2 rusty poles. If you didn't knock it down, it would fall over itself.
Yeah, but then
the toilets were so bad. There weren't even.
Yeah, but Ben, that didn't mean you had to then go to a £1 billion stadium. Like,
it's
come
always
on,
going to cost. It was always going to
It's
cost
basically-
£1 billion. It was always going to cost £1 billion. Just where?
Yeah, but it's the same as what Ange done. Ange stated every player that comes into this club is my pick. He didn't need to say that. Levy said we are getting this stadium purely to compete with the top clubs. If he wouldn't have said that sentence, people probably wouldn't expect quite as much. They stated,
saying that, Dan,
Yeah.
he's competing with the top clubs in terms of the way Daniel Levy thinks, which is money. And if you think about competing with the top clubs, he's not competing with them. He's battering them financially.
Yeah, but not in football.
He's just, but he wasn't. But that's what we're football fans, so we think the currency of the realm is football.
Ben, I bet he's amazing at Monopoly, Daniel Levy. I bet he never loses.
The currency
He'll be the banker as well, won't he? Yeah.
He's
not a W.
one of those-
Currency
He's
of the realm
the
is the currency
banker
of the realm.
who hides cash under the board. Do you know what I mean? Like, he hides some cash under the board, and then when you all think
Emergency
he's
fund.
bankrupt, he goes.
In terms of competing with the top clubs, in his mind, because Daniel Levy thinks about one thing only, which is money and assets, he is destroying them. He is
true.
absolutely.
Can I ask? On what evidence?
The money. You're not a fan because of the money. You're a fan because of the football.
Yeah, Ben's not talking about a fan. Ben's talking about the owners.
Being a business owner.
Right.
And as a business owner, he is destroying them. He is able to bought an entire town just by buying one football club because he's accumulated all those assets. He's building 5-star hotels. He's going to buy all the properties and he's making money. That is what Daniel Levy cares about.
Basically, you're saying that he's going to gentrify the area. That's what you're saying at the moment. That's
what's going to happen anyway, Boxy.
That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly
I'm not buying into that. That's rubbish, man. So you're going to overcharge the people in the area. They can't afford to go and see more tickets.
Look at Shoreditch. Shoreditch. Shoreditch was the worst area in London from 1940 to 2000. People bought Shoreditch, and now it's the most desirable area to live in London, and that is a fact. That is the reason the rent is £1,500 a foot.
Has Ben turned Levy in? Is this what's going on in this show? Is Ben Levy in?
Don't you ever say that about someone on Tottenham on tour. Don't you dare.
I'm just speaking facts, Savva.
There you go, guys. We can officially announce on our charity stream Tottenham on tour and all its members are now part of the.
Whoa, be careful. Be very
Don't say that's right. Don't say that's right. Don't say that's right.
Voters than any other Tottenham fan combined.
Levy in.
It's just being honest.
Once you
On the business point of view,
go to sleep, I am just going to. But you best turn your phone on silent. I'm just going to call you.
It's true though, Ben. You're right. On the business point of view,
we're not competing with the top clubs, but we are competing. We're not competing with the top clubs in terms of as a business. As a business, They are desperate to compete with us, but they can't because we're so much better at them.
But going back to the football,
We don't care about football.
Yeah.
We don't care about football. That is the problem with Tottenham.
Yeah, but let's bring it back to the football. Here's what I don't understand about Spurs fans. I'll get this from my brother as well, being a Spurs fan. What evidence do you have that should show you that you should be competing at the top anyway? Take me back as far as you want to go. Where's the evidence for this entitlement that certain parts of the Spurs fan base show? Where's the evidence to show you should even be in the same conversations? I mean, you guys are complaining about some of these players. I know I'm throwing a bit of a hand grenade in there. Why should you be part of the conversation for a Tony, for example?
Could I actually start this, and this from an outsider, so maybe you'll take it in a different way. The thing is, and I've been on a lot of Tottenham channels, I got a lot of Tottenham friends. They pay the most expensive tickets in Europe.
Yeah.
Is that a fact? Yeah. There are since 1992, Spurs have spent in similar amounts to the other big six. They have the stadium.
We're the fourth biggest spender in the past 6 years.
There are a few, for me as an outsider, I could see a few reasons, and also just general ambition as well. Like that's never. So that's why I think Spurs fans like a lot of the fellas on here.
I'm talking evidence on the pitch. I'm talking on the pitch.
Okay, Wolfie. The problem.
I think we're actually the sixth biggest spenders as the big six. We're the sixth.
That doesn't buy it. Look how much Man U have spent over the last 10 years and got nothing.
Wolfie, I'll answer this for you.
They won 2 trophies in the last 2 years.
Mickey Mouse Cups.
I don't think Mickey Mouse.
Hang on, guys, hang on. Right, Wolfie. First of all, I don't think it's entitlement. Right?
No.
What it is, we're the only club in the Premier League that have had the same owners for 24 years. Right? Yeah. If I'm not wrong, I can't think of any other club that have had their owners for 24 years.
You're the longest.
Okay, right. So we've had owners that have come in, had 24 years to devise a plan, implement it, help us build, help us grow, right? There's been multiple times where Spurs have been on the cusp of having a very good team, or we've had a very good team, and you're going, right, okay, kick us on, right? Not talking about always winning leagues, but kick us on so that we're a club that wins the cup every couple of years. Kick us on so that we're a club that actually looks like we want to compete. Now, all of this, if we were still at White Hart Lane, cool. You go, yeah, of course we can't compete. But Wolfie, you've got to remember, for us old Spurs fans, I know I look 21. I promise you I'm not, right? You've met me in real life. You know I'm not 21, Wolfie.
I thought it was 22 at max.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's 22. I'm 22. I'm 22 today. It's my 22nd
Happy birthday, mate.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you. For us Spurs fans that have been around long enough, and this is where newer fans, younger fans, they don't get this. Yeah. We were all fans through this era of here's Levy telling us this is what we're going to do for Tottenham. This is how we're going to compete as Tottenham Football Club. We're doing all of this for you. We're going to build a stadium because we want to compete. We need the financial revenue to compete. We need to do this. So the problem is, it's not that we all think we should win the league every year. I don't know any Spurs fan that thinks we should win a league every year. I don't know any Spurs fan that thinks we should win a cup every year. But what we've done, Wolfie, is we've done all of that, knocking down the stadium, 2 years at Wembley, going to the new stadium.
What the fans got in return?
Hang on, Philly, calm down.
You know me already.
You don't jump in on someone's presentation before they finish, mate. Right? and we've done all of that. 3 windows where we didn't sign anybody. Right? 2 years of playing at Wembley. Right?
Training facilities.
You've now had the new training ground has been implemented, and we were told to bring the best players out, right? Then we moved to the stadium, and we're charged either the first or second highest amount for tickets and football shirts in world football.
Yep.
So everything he's doing, right, is that end of the scale. Everything is best in class. Our toilets at the Tottenham Stadium are amazing for a football stadium. Dyson hand dryers absolutely everywhere. We've got the world's best bars at our football club. We have singers and bands at half-time for entertainment. They charge like £8 for a pint. It's like 20 quid for fish and chips, whatever it is, right? So when you look at all of that, Wolfie, The problem is he's done all that, and you go, great, cool. Now, as a football fan, why have you done all that? Because so far, all you've done is charge me more money to watch exactly what I was watching, or even worse, at the old stadium. So everything off the pitch has gone from mediocre to best in class. Everything on the pitch has gone the same.
Mhm.
That's why I think, I don't know, the others might tell you I'm wrong. That's why I'm so pissed off.
The other point, desperate to talk football, Savva, but I've been to more protests than everyone bar Brian Daigle, and even he's probably only been to one or two more because he lives on the other side of the world. He lives in bloody Canada. But that's the problem with the football club being in Tottenham.
It's the point I said at the start, Ben.
Rents are going like that. The rents, prices of wages are going up like that.
Everything's going like that apart from the football team. Everything.
And that is what you were talking about.
How many sponsorship deals? Ben, how many sponsorship deals have we announced in the last 5 years?
Quite a lot of them.
We've just got another two.
More than players, mate.
This is my point, Savva. You've said they've not implemented a plan. They have implemented a plan. They've executed the plan. But the problem is the plan is not what we want. The plan is to make as much money as physically possible.
It's what I said at the start. We go out with £100 to buy a pair of jeans, yeah? I want a pair of Armani. I want Hugo Boss. I want a nice pair of Lacoste.
£100 doesn't buy you a pair of Armani jeans now, Dan.
It does.
Buy you
It
a pair
does.
of Armani jeans.
No, on the used market.
It does.
On the
It does.
used market. Yeah.
No, you go in House of Fraser, you can get a nice pair of Armani for
My
£100.
replay jeans cost £160 now.
Well, then you need to learn when to shop when the sales
Yeah,
are.
then you're paying too
But
much.
the point is, they're taking us with £100 to go and get a pair of jeans from Aldi's, but we're still paying like we're going to House of Fraser. That is what the biggest problem is. We're meant to be. We want to go out and get this quality, and I just use like jeans as an example. We're paying for it, but we're not getting the quality. We're getting Aldi's or Asda's. We ain't getting House of Fraser.
I really wish £100 bought me a pair of Armani jeans.
Right, listen, I'm going to try and bring this back.
I've got a few
to what Wolfie was originally asking about the entitlement with the football fans, and you said go back in time. Listen, I can go on and preach records like 1901, the first and only, and it will still be only.
Go that far back, bro.
No, I'm just saying that I could go that far. But first FA Cup team, first team to do the double, first team. I'll give you just one decade. I'm going to not do 0 to 0. I'm going to do 81 to 91. FA Cup final, 1981, winners. 1982, FA Cup final, winners. 1984, UEFA Cup, winners. 1991, I'm not going to rub it in, but you know what happened in that year.
Cheated.
So that's
can't help Des Walker, mate.
So I've done that 10 years. There's 4 or 5. Oh, and I missed out 87 to Coventry, the embarrassing one, which didn't mean to. So that was 5 finals, 4 wins in 1 decade. 1 decade.
That's
we were known back in the day, and from when I grew up, when Savva grew up, from when we were known. If you drew Tottenham in the cup, you were like, oh shit, this is the team you do not want to play in a cup. This is, forget the league. I'm not going to talk about the league. We should be winning the league because you've gone through the Uniteds, the Arsenals, the Chelseas, now the Cities and the Liverpools. I want us to compete for the league. I want us not to aim for 4th. I want us to aim for 2nd. Obviously, 1st ain't going to happen. But the fan base at the moment, 4th, and I'm happy. All right, that's what you want. That's what you want. Fine. I go for, like I've just said, 5 finals, 4 wins in that decade, 1-1. We've pretty much done that under Levy in 25 years. We've won 1.
Yeah.
We were known all the time. I've grown up in the time. My dad, my grandpa grew up in a time. Illustrious Tottenham history. Tottenham have won trophies in their time. That FA Cup win, when we beat you, we were the first team to win the FA Cup 8 times. That will go down in history. The first team to ever win the FA Cup 8 times, Tottenham Hotspur. If someone had told any Spurs fan in 1991, that will be the last time you win an FA Cup or even get to a final, and the year is 2024, and not only then, your biggest rivals, the team that you cannot stand the most, who weren't on, I think they were on 6 at the time when we won 8, now have 14. Now have 14 and won, I think it was 3 back-to-back or whatever it was, and have got the entitlement comes from Spurs fans. Like when I speak to my dad, my grandparents are no longer with us. They would talk about magical times, magical games, and finals where we have won. I haven't got kids myself, Wolfie, but I've got 5 nephews and niece. The eldest are 12. They ain't seen anything. By the time I was 12, I'd seen all those finals.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
This is
I get what you're saying. But I get it, right? And I hear it, and I to an extent agree with it. But by your logic, should I then be pissed off because Forest haven't won the Champions League, seeing that we won it back-to-back times? Do you see what I mean?
The thing I'll say with that, Wolfie, sorry to cut you off, is Forest obviously went into. I can't remember if you went into League One at all. I think you did at one point.
We did.
You went to League One.
Dark days.
You went to the Championship.
Good.
You went into administration. You went. I mean, don't get me wrong. Forest with Brian Clough and the back-to-back European wins. Forest are a massive football club. Massive football club. People don't realise, if you want to talk history about the English game, Nottingham Forest are one of the big boys. If you look at what they've done, you know, and they need a lot of more respect. Obviously, now you've got this new owner and you've been flirting with relegation. Tottenham Hotspur have been a constant in the Premier League. Tottenham Hotspur, I hate us being called one of the big 6. We're not. It's the big 5 and Tottenham.
Well, it's the financial big 6, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but financially, we're one of the big ones, but we're financially secure off the pitch.
Yeah.
The other teams do that. Would I have taken Chelsea being the most, doing what Chelsea did and being the most decorated club in London for the last 20 years, or one in England? In England? Hell yes, I would. Hell yes, I would. Do I want to see Premier Leagues? Do I want to see Champions League finals? Not just Champions League finals, Champions League victories. Hell yes, I do.
But Brian, that's like, you know, when people say things now, like I hear people go, "Oh, Savva, right now, would you rather be Spurs or Chelsea?" Like they say things like, because Chelsea have had a bad couple of years, forgetting that they're the most decorated club of the last 2 decades. Like that's where we're at as a fan base. We see other clubs have a bad year and we go, there you go, Daniel Levy's got it right. And you're like, hang on. Chelsea have won however many Premier League titles, Champions Leagues, FA Cups, Super Cups. The moment they have a bad couple of years, we go, there you go. Wouldn't you rather have Daniel Levy? No.
They could have won the FA Cup last season.
No one bloody wouldn't rather have Daniel Levy. He's booked 0 success.
Definitely not.
They could have won the FA Cup last season. It was just because Gallagher couldn't finish his dinner.
They outplayed Man City in that game.
In the Carabao
in the
Cup.
League Cup, yeah, they did.
League Cup, yeah, they could have won it. And to be honest with you, they came out the season much better than us, to be honest with you. And Pochettino just said, "I'm sorry, I need to up and leave because I'm not getting what I want." And that's it, isn't it? You know what I mean?
The other
I'd rather be Chelsea.
You look at
Sorry, Dan, I'll come to you 1 second. I'm coming to you next. Guys and girls, please, the donations have stopped. What are we doing here? Come on, we can all sit here. We could tear the pieces of our football club. We can praise footballers. We can mug them off. We can all have a go at each other. We can listen to Mr. Box Office and his anger. But what we really need is we need some donations. We are aiming to get to the 1K mark by 1 p.m. And we're still on £837. Rexall, 12 minutes ago, put in some money. Thank you very much. Said, love the support and effort. Glad to have you back on YouTube. Godspeed. Big up to you. Barry Ambrose said, awesome job. Savva and the people joining. I was in a very dark place once and got to see daylight and smile again. I know what you are doing will help people. Big up, and that's why we do it, Barry. I'm really happy you're in the light again. Phil President, who's on the chat, big up to you, Phil, said, big up my brother from another mother. What a noble cause. Since boycotting Spurs, as I don't want to invest in infrastructure, I'll give this money to you. Keep up the good work. Everyone needs to talk. I love you all for that, very much so. But we've got to keep it going. We've got to keep that going. That should be nearly £1,000. As far as super chats, Kuva was in the house and said, big up Kuva, love this man. Said, I'll try and get on later today, but here's a little something in the meantime.
Big up,
love you, big up. Hope you're feeling better. Phil Coy said, good luck with the stream today. Savva loves Romero. God, loves it. Big up to you, Phil. Kudos said, big up to the N17 Kanye West. Mr. Box Office TV. I don't know what that is, but okay. Big up to you. Kudos has come back in and said, Levy is winning at a game no one else is playing. Yes, the financial game, as Ben said. And Anthony Clark said, mental health is a big issue in my family. Keep up the great work and big respect. Listen, mental health affects everyone in one way or another. I hope that you and your family are better or getting towards being better. Listen, I really do appreciate and love you all. I've waffled for a few minutes now, but please keep those donations coming in, even if it's £1, £2. Think what you would go and spend on a Starbucks coffee. Other brands are available. Think what you would spend.
Coffee company is cheaper.
The coffee company. Go think what you would spend at the coffee company in North East.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a horse on my TV, so the pug's gone mental. Stewie, shush. But I just want to bring this back, right? Ben makes a good point that Daniel Levy is doing all the things he promised, but just not what. Shut up. Just not what we wanted. And this is where I think we're all at a juxtaposition, guys, is that no one's doubting Daniel Levy's run the club brilliantly from all of the commercial aspect. I don't think any of us have got a problem with that. But when it comes to on the pitch, you want to see some ambition, right, Dan? I'll come over to you and you can say a bit, but we want to see something that isn't always kids and we say, oh, well, we're doing it a different way. That different way has never worked.
Look, the way I blatantly see it is when we was at our peak, let's say, 5 years, 6 years ago now, when we only needed basically one extra player that could have got us a title and that. When we was at our very best, what did we get? Nothing. Man U, over the past 2 seasons, probably the worst Man U team I have ever seen in my life, playing their worst football, go and win 2 back-to-back trophies. Arsenal, at their extreme lowest, go and win 2 FA Cups. At the very best we've been in 30 years, win, well, when we was at our very best, won nothing. And for me, that just about says it all.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. By the way, just RIP to Ray Reardon. If anyone knows who Ray Reardon is, he has just passed away.
Player.
At the age of 91, yeah. So Ray Reardon passed away at the age of 91. Just sorry, put that out there. But yeah, Dan, you're right. Anyone else want to follow up from that? How Man United can be as bad as they've been, right? Still win trophies. Everyone can talk about we've got better players than Man U, we've got a better manager. They still win trophies, and then their new owner comes in and starts splashing cash on players. I mean,
my issue, and I think everybody knows what I feel already, but I'm just going to just say for Wolfie at the moment is that my stance at the beginning of last season, when Postecoglou came in, I said I don't believe this process at the moment because I've seen this before, and I know as soon as the fans turn, they're going to sack him, because we've done it all the time, right? So that shows that we haven't got a plan. So I said, well, until I see what happened with Arsenal, with Arteta, sticking with Arteta for the duration of 2 years, when Arsenal fans were saying Arteta out, and they completely ignored them, and now look at them now, I'll say, okay, fair enough. Now I can believe, because then I see, okay, you're not listening to the fans. You're thinking forward. I know it's going to take a long time. This is the way it is. Then we'll see what happens. Because my breaking point was done after Pochettino, and yeah, I admit it. That was my breaking point because the managers like Martin Jol and Harry Redknapp, those are the managers I thought were I liked them, and we got rid of them, and that's it. And I had to keep on believing as a kid, and now I'm like 37 years old, like Savva, like I was a young kid a long time ago before I saw Tottenham win a trophy twice, and now I'm more mature now. I'm like, what am I seeing? You know what I mean? And now this season, last season, it was quite interesting. Everyone was having the buzz after the first 10 games, which is kind of a norm for Tottenham, because you see something, they get fascinated. Then we got to reality, you know what I mean? And then you saw Postecoglou change, and he's being hypocritical when he was saying, "Oh, the fans could do whatever they want. Oh, we're just testing the waters in the Carabao Cup. Just need to try things out." And then Arsenal and Man City game, when it was a promoted game, it's like, oh, why is everyone so down about us not winning this game? Why do we need to not do that? You know what I mean? Why judging the fans? But then he was saying that the fans could do whatever they want at the beginning of the season. So he was saying a lot of things at the beginning of the season to say, oh, yeah, this, that. And now things have changed a little bit. And it's kind of sort of the whole thing that we've seen before with other managers. And that's where I'm like, okay, right.
But you're in a better spot, listen, than you were under Conte. As an outsider looking in, I don't know if you guys would agree with me or not. Because honestly, under Conte is some of the worst football I have seen any team ever play.
Yeah,
and me, as a football watching fan, I couldn't watch Spurs.
Agreed.
I watch under Ange, and yes, I agree. He has a plan A and nothing else, in my opinion. Yeah, but his plan A is more entertaining. At the very least, you have to give him that credit. Than what you were doing under Conte, which was some of the crappiest football and still not winning anything or winning matches.
We had entertaining football with Martin Jol. We had entertaining football with Harry Redknapp. Yeah, and we had entertaining football with Pochettino. Right? Tottenham Hotspur are better off with coaches. Right? They are better off with coaches, yeah? Right? Than getting in these managers. Right, because the fact is, I think that it's always time consuming, and that's it. You can say whatever you want about the football, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the facts. Right, there's going to be a time where the chickens come home to roost. Right, where we're going to stick with it or not. What is the plan? What is the end goal? Yeah, I don't know whether you know that for your club, Wolfie. I don't know, but we don't know. We've never known. Right?
Yeah, but I don't think you're in agreement. I don't think you're in agreement on what the end goal is anyway. Forget what Levy thinks the end goal is. Like, half the Spurs fans say, just win me a cup. I haven't seen a trophy since 08.
Correct.
Others are saying, oh, we need to be competing with the big boys. You're not united in your ideology.
Why do you think that's the problem then? That is the problem because,
that is
like I said, if you have leadership, like Arsenal's done with Arteta, Liverpool did with Klopp.
But done it.
You have unity. Because they are leading and showing what the plan is, and whether
you can say what you want about the Arsenal plan. The bottom line is Arsenal have failed in the last couple of seasons.
The point of the Wolfie, whether they failed or not, they're still talking to their fan base and telling them they're sticking with their man, regardless of what the fans think. You see what I'm saying?
That's irrelevant to the point. If you're talking about this plan and you're talking about Arsenal's plan, their plan was not to bottle the league 2 seasons ago. Their plan was, not to try and win it last year. They didn't meet those objectives. Therefore, in my opinion, Arsenal failed to their plan. Yeah, so you can say they had a plan, but they didn't execute it.
Yeah, but Wolfie, but the difference is they've gone for it. They've failed, as my man Daigle said earlier. If we say failed, they've aimed high. Listen, I completely get that the rest of us are all playing catch up to Manchester City. But Arsenal managed to build something, they have built something which is very close to Man City, right?
And they're continuing.
That can compete. The difference is Spurs aren't even trying to do that. So we can talk about Arsenal bottling, okay, but at least they tried. Yeah, we haven't, right? And I'm gonna show you a comment here, which this for me sums up Spurs fans. No offense, big up, Josh. Appreciate you being here. But Conte, Jose, and Dembele were all ambitious moves at the time. No, bringing in a top manager isn't ambition if you don't give them the tools.
That's it.
That's just vanity, Josh.
And the other thing is,
with Conte at Napoli. Sorry to butt in, Savva. What are Napoli doing this year already with an Antonio Conte? They're
giving him the players for his system.
His number one guy. They're going to look to bring in Kulusevski, who's another player that Conte loves. They're going to bring in players that he loves. And next season, Napoli will win the league.
On top of that,
almost like day follows night. Napoli will
on top of that, Ben.
So I got that.
People say that Conte's football was bad to watch at Spurs. Yeah, because of the crap team he had. If anybody actually watches Conte and what he done in Italy, counter-attacking football is some of the best to watch when you've got a team that can actually do it. It's some of the fastest football you can watch when you got a team that can do it.
And it's effective. as well.
Exactly. And when he used that style for Inter Milan, absolutely smashed it. When he
Inter
used
Milan
that
were
style
awful to
with
watch.
Chelsea,
Yeah.
they smashed the league completely. Only conceded minimum goals and scored plenty as well.
I don't
It's
think
the players
He's
you've
built
got.
a Conte team without Conte. He's got his back three.
Exactly.
He's got his defensive midfielders. He's got his high pace.
Wait.
He's got.
So you're
I
saying you
said
want
this
Conte
9
back? Am
months
I
ago,
hearing
mate.
this right? And
No, Wolfie. The point is,
I would.
Wolfie. The
I
point
didn't want
is,
him to go.
we would suffer through what's perceived as negative football if you win things. But if you don't even back the manager or try and win things and you're watching boring negative football, then what was the point of bringing the man in?
Agreed.
Now, to Ben's point, Napoli already this window have bought 2 centre-halves. They bought Spinazzola, the wing-back. They've got Di Lorenzo, who'll play right wing-back the other side. Already, you look at that Napoli team that he's building and you go, they're giving him the pieces. They're giving him... Now,
They're looking to get Lukaku.
But then you can, they'll get Lukaku, but then you can turn around at the end of the season and say, if Conte fails, you say, well, hang on, you were given the centre-backs you wanted. You were given wing-backs. You were given the target man you needed. At Tottenham, he was given Eric Dyer. I didn't even like his style of play, but he was given Eric Dyer, Davinson Sanchez, Tanganga, no wing-backs and told to play wing-backs. Now we've got a manager that plays 4-3-3, whatever formation you want to call it, and yet we've got the perfect wing backs that would play Conte's style. That's
you say that, Savva, but he was given Jed Spence and didn't use him. He was given Jed Spence.
He didn't want him.
Unknowns. Antonio Conte doesn't listen. This is the difference between Spurs fans, right? Half our fan base and the other half of the fan base. Antonio Conte's a winner. Antonio Conte and Jose Mourinho, whatever you think of them, are winners. They were given players like Jed Spence, Joe Rodon, Gedson, Joe Hart, Matt Doherty. They don't want that. Antonio Conte wants, I want a proper right wing back. I want a man. I want a right wing back that knows my system.
So why bring him to the club? Exactly. Why bring him to the club if you're going to give him that?
Why bring him to the club?
Why waste time? Why waste 4 years of my life? Thank you very much, my mate. You've wasted 4 years of my life watching football that I knew was going nowhere in the first place. And this comes down to my favourite line at the moment, accountability, ladies and gentlemen. Levy doesn't want accountability for his actions. He believes he's roses, outcast. You're a crap, don't stink. Brother, it stinks real bad, dude.
It does. And do you know what else stinks is I do need to kick everyone in 60 seconds purely because I've got James from ANDYSMANCLUB coming on. Just before we do, Josh, I just can't, again, this is the difference in standards. This is the difference, Josh, between, I think, me, I'll keep it to me and you. I won't drag other fans into this. My standards and your standards. We gave Conte a 60 million forward. Richarlison is shit, right? Conte is used to playing with forwards like Diego Costa, Romelu Lukaku, Lautaro Martinez. He's not used to playing with Richarlison. You gave him Basuma, who's a hit and miss midfielder. You gave him Perisic, who was 34. You've answered it yourself. You gave him a right wing back who was a kid that had played for Forest. No offense, but had played for Forest and Middlesbrough for one season, right? So when you're saying don't act like he had zero backing, none of those players are what Antonio Conte, who is a winner, needs to win. This is the difference.
System has won everywhere.
Your standards are so low.
That's it. On the floor.
I do need to, guys, you're all more than welcome back on at 2 p.m. But I do need to kick you. Thank you so much. Just before
Thank you very much for having me.
Big up, and look at Wolfie's buddy, and big up to Ant on Forest TV. It's a great stream, boys. Great cause. Looking forward to joining in later. We're going to have the Nottingham Forest invasion today. Before we go and steal one more of your terrible footballers later in the summer. Just
hey, do not take Callum Hudson-Odoi, mate.
Gibbs White. Give me Gibbs White.
If you get Callum Hudson-Odoi, I'd be more upset than Gibbs White, but we'll talk about that this evening.
And big up to Only One Hotspur TV. What a legend, has given away 5 channel memberships. Really, really do appreciate that. But guys and girls, before I kick all these people out, we have stalled on 800. No, we haven't. We just had a very generous donation. Ed M, Lord Rodney Trotter, Joseph and Mark Simons have just stuck in £65 between them. Well done, lads. Thank you so much for that. We're now on £888. can we get? We got 3 minutes to get to the 1K target. Is anyone feeling generous? See you later, guys. I'm going to kick you all out with love. You're welcome back later. Much love.
See you this evening.
Oh, hang on. Have we got James? He's saying his device isn't connected. Big ups to everybody in the chat. Please do continue to support. We've got to keep making money to make this worthwhile, right? As much as I love staying awake for 24 hours, it's got to be that we're making some money for charity. So please do. Listen, Josh, I'm not having a go at you, by the way, but you know, at the end of the day, I failed to believe again that that it was Conte that wanted to give these players a new contract. I'm sorry. This is Daniel Levy 101. Anyway, James Levy, how are you, sir?
I am good, thank you. My camera is playing up really annoyingly, so apologies that my camera keeps shutting down. It's a real pain in the ass. My laptop is useless.
No worries at all, and I apologise for your surname. Your surname is not welcome, but you are. So big up to you, James. Look,
yes,
thank
it's
you.
an unfortunate surname.
It is indeed. Look, the reason why, look, we've had 3 hours of football talk, and we're going to talk about football again in about 20 minutes. But look, James, the reason why we've got you on, and thank you so much for joining, and thank you, Brian, for sorting this out, is James is, you'll be able to say, an ambassador. You work for Andy's Man Club. And you're going to tell us all about the charity. Tell us what it is so that people in the chat hopefully get their cash out, James, and start donating.
So basically, I am what's known as a facilitator for Andy's Man Club. So we have 200 clubs all over the country, and the Euston Club, which is in central London. I'm the lead facilitator for the Euston Club. Basically, I started out like anyone else, just attending the sessions, just going as a participant, and then it got to the point where I got what I needed out of going, and now I'm giving back by being a facilitator and helping run the sessions. Okay. So, but to give the whole story of what Andy's Man Club is for the benefit of anyone who doesn't know, basically it's peer-to-peer support group. So it's a group of fellas who are all going through the same crap, suffering from their mental health, whether it's minor stuff like you're feeling a bit lonely, don't have anybody you can talk to, anybody you can be mates with, whether it's more serious stuff like you're going through maybe a bitter divorce and you don't see your kids, or maybe you really are on the verge of taking your own life because you feel there's nothing worth living for. Whatever it is, people who come into that room, they're going to talk to people who are in a similar situation as themselves, and it's a case of Chatham House rules. So what happens in that room stays in that room. Nobody's ever going to talk about anything going on outside that room, and it's completely and utterly, confidential, private. You talk about what you want to talk about, and whatever happens, happens. Oh, my camera's working. There we go.
Hey, there he is. There he is with his sexy t-shirt on. There he is.
Finally decided to start working. Well, no, there you go. It's got down again. Fuck it up. This. Do you know what? I might log off temporarily and switch to my tablet because I have a feeling that'll probably work better than my laptop. If that's all right with you, chat.
Yeah. Do that. Absolutely do that. And look, I've just removed him from the stream so he can go and sort that out. I mean, Brian, look, what I would say to anybody who's still in the chat, it's really sad, unfortunately, to see that we've just lost 50 people going from talking about football to actually talking about something that saves people's lives and is really, really important. I think that for me is a real sad indictment of humanity, right? And look, but for those that have stayed, thank you very much. Look, this is really, really important. And look, just to put it out there, that some of the things that we talk about in the next 20 minutes, it might be a little bit uncomfortable, right? There might be some things there about how people have wanted to take their own life and how mental health affects different people, diseases that lead people to get to that, whether it's drug abuse, alcoholism, whatever it may be. But these things need to be talked about, and that's why we're doing the charity 24-hour stream. That's why James is going to come back on hopefully in a minute and talk to us about what the charity is, and then we will talk with James about football as well. So please don't leave because we're suddenly not talking about football. This is really, really, really important stuff. And please, what I would love to see for the next 20 minutes, but whilst James is talking to us about this, while Brian is talking to us about some of his stories as well, let's get those donations coming in. We're on £898. There's a lot of you in here, and £1, 50p, £2, whatever it may be. Please put it in. James, would you be so kind to tell us how did you get involved? How did you get involved personally in the charity? I mean, you can go as personal or as deep as you want, or not. But how did you get involved in this?
So, not a problem. I don't mind sharing my story at all. What I will say, just in addition to you talking about trying to raise money, if people can get to £1,000 within the next half an hour, I'll tell you all about Archie Gray as a Leeds fan. And
they love that.
How good of a player he is, and what a player you've got on your hands now. I'm not at all upset that he's been sold. Not at all. It's not weakened us in any way, shape, or form.
Love it.
But anyway, no. So back to ANDYSMANCLUB. Yeah. So basically, the story goes back quite a long way. I was suffering from depression years ago, back in sort of 2012, 2013. But it really kind of hit a head sort of 2019 sort of time. My best friend at the time, right at the end of 2019, took his own life. And whenever that happens, yes, to the person who asked if I'm a Boston Red Sox fan, yes, I am. My best friend took his own life, and when anyone who's close to you takes their own life or dies, it's tough. It's really tough. You don't know how to deal with it. You don't know how to react. You don't know what to do, and it really hit home. And then, of course, 3 months later, what happens? We go into some sort of, there was a little thing that happened that kind of stopped the world for a bit.
Yeah.
Don't know if you remember it. Just this small pandemic. And of course, when you've got someone that you want to talk to about how you're feeling, and then all of a sudden that bloke's not there, it starts to hit home, starts to feel. And I'd been dealing with issues of rejection and loneliness. I had a particularly bad breakup with an ex, and kind of it just all started building up and building up and building up. And then I sort of, because I work for London Underground, I was working all the way through the pandemic. So I kind of used work as a distraction, threw myself into work. I was like, oh, it'll be fine. I'll be fine. Cut to about 2 years later, and they were making some changes at London Underground, and they were planning on reducing the number of staff and cutting staff. And even though I knew my job was safe, in your head starts going, oh, I'm the last one in, so I'll be the first one out. I'm going to lose my job. And you just start spiraling. And one day I just had a complete breakdown in front of my manager at work, who, bless him, I don't think A, was expecting that to happen at all. Was not prepared for it in any way, shape or form. And then B, I have to give him credit, dealt with it amazingly. He basically said, look, you go home, take the time you need, whatever you need to do. I ended up being off work for nearly 7 months.
Wow.
I knew already about ANDYSMANCLUB from back when my friend took his own life, but they didn't have a club in London at the time.
Right.
And so I kind of went, oh, well, then don't worry about it. But when I looked again in 2022, I discovered at that point there was one in London, in Hendon, in North London. So I was like, right, I need to go along and talk to them. Went along, discovered a group of blokes who were all going through similar shit, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whatever it is. And I felt so welcomed and so understood and so heard.
Yeah.
That it's better than, I tried therapy, I tried CBT courses to try and work through my depression. Nothing seemed to work. And then this group of men I just seemed to feel at home. And helped work myself through it, got myself into a much better place mentally, much better place physically as well, because obviously you start to get physical symptoms when you're feeling crap. And decided, look, I want to give something back for what these guys have done for me. I think it's only fair I give something back. So I spoke to the chap who was the lead facilitator in Barnet, who's a lovely Geordie bloke called Stuart. He's a gentle giant. He's 6'8", and when I say he's tall, he's enormous. Wow. 6'8". You would not want to be up against him on a dark night. Let's just say you want him on your side. And but I said, look, I want to kind of do what you do as well. And he said, yeah, absolutely. So they put me forward to do a little sort of safeguarding training course that Andy's Man Club does for all the facilitators, where we learn about the role of facilitator, we learn a bit about safeguarding and what it entails and stuff like that. And then in June of last year, Stuart came to me and said, we want to open another club in London, in Euston. Would you be interested in being the lead facilitator? And I was like, yeah, sign me up. Absolutely sign me up.
No hesitation, just straight in there.
Straight in
Love
there.
it.
And then, so we started that group, the second group, on September the 12th of last year. And so we're coming up on a year of that. And this Monday just gone, we opened our third group in London in Ponders End near Enfield. So we've now got 3 groups in London. We're planning on opening more. But Andy's Man Club as a whole has gone from starting with one club of 9 men in July of 2016 to now 200 across the country, plus 4 or 5 online. And as of this Monday just gone, it was nearly 4,500 men up and down the country that attended.
Wow.
Which is just incredible. It's just incredible. And I know, Brian, you've gone through a lot of issues of your own as well. And I think it must warm your heart to see so many men stepping up and wanting to sort out themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do a very quick little, but so just so people know, I met James 20 years ago on a trip to Israel. I think it's 20 years pretty much to the day. So it's 2 decades.
Yeah.
James is one of the very few people that have seen me drinking, on drugs, anger, all the things I had. And you mentioned, James, about your best mate that took his life. I'm very, very open with my mental health. It's well mentioned on here, and I will always do it. You talk about your best mate. When I went into the mental health unit in 2004, I should have been in a long time before it. But the reason I didn't is a very close friend of mine who was in the same mental health unit, had schizophrenia, was getting discharged. And when he was getting discharged, said, don't discharge me. I'm not ready. If you do this, I'm going to kill myself. No one paid attention to him. He left the hospital, took all his money out of the bank, rented a room at the Hilton Paddington, drank the minibar dry, and jumped from the roof. And obviously, I was a point of contact with another friend. We got a phone call to say what had happened. No one had let us know. I can't explain how important these kind of groups are. I have had one attempt where I did try to top myself, and one attempt that I didn't know I was trying to top myself, and I was eating sleeping pills, thinking they were an M&Ms because my mum was having cancer. It wasn't an excuse, but I didn't even realise what I was doing. And if I was planning to do it, I would have done it with one last drink. These kind of clubs that James now works for, and you've heard the growth of it, and people talking about it, people will know. I celebrate a milestone. Next Sunday, I'm 16 years sober. I'm not that long.
That's a great achievement.
I'm not that long with cocaine. It's a long time, but not that long. My anger, my everything. People know I came back to England for a year last year. It was on the verge because my temper was about to explode. I was about to drink. I was about to go back. A load of shit could have happened, but thankfully, because I always talk openly about this, I've spoken to many people. This guy who's just left a comment here, I've always said, if anyone ever needs to talk, whether it be via Twitter, direct message, whether it be a phone call, whether it be via email, the biggest step you can make is saying, okay, I've got a problem. I need to talk to someone. Whether it be a friend, whether it be registering like Andy's Man Club, because people will know the first part of getting over it is admitting there's a problem. Yeah. Even if you bawl down in tears in front of your best mate, your mum, your dad, a work colleague, like you were saying, James, that first step admitting it isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength to say, right, I've identified a problem. I need to sort this out. And thankfully, right now, when I went through my crap, well, sorry, I don't want to say crap. That's really, really bad. Sorry. I meant my issues, my demons, my mental health issues. I have split personality syndrome. I have anger management issues. There were other things that I got told that I was diagnosed with. Back then, if you said you had mental health issues or you went to a psychiatrist or a counsellor, the stigma to mental health for men and women, but we're focusing on men here was you're a nutcase, stay away from me. Stay away from me, you're a nutcase. I didn't believe I needed counselling because I didn't think I was crazy. I had schizophrenia. I had bipolar or anything. I was like, no. That was the biggest wake-up call. And for the rest of my life, when it comes to counsellors, psychiatrists, organisations like Andy's Man Club, alcohol, drugs, whatever it is, I don't care where I am, what time of day it is, if an organisation or a great stream like Savva's doing or anything is ever needed, I will be there no matter what, because the great thing we have now is like James just said. James, where did it start and where are you now? Like people that attended the first one and amount now?
So we started in July 2016 with 9 men in one club, and now 200 plus online, and it's over 4,500 every week.
Wow! So listen, people are now listening. People are now realising that they're listening. What I will say as well, I want to praise very, very heavily Norwich and Wolves Football Club.
Yeah.
Because the 2 mental health videos they put out have been, do you know what they're like? There is a problem here. This is predominantly a male sport. Obviously, there's millions of women coming into it, but we have a duty of care to our communities, to our supporters to identify this issue. I wish every single team in the English pyramid, all 92 and non-league, had a day where they said, right, mental health day, not just men, women.
Do you know what? Right? That when I saw the Norwich video, especially, like everybody else, it was sweeping the internet, right? And you're sitting there watching it, thinking, "Why is everyone raving about this video?" And then when you get to that last sort of 15 seconds of that video, and you go, "Yeah," and something that's always got me, like I don't know, James, I don't know if what Brian said about me. Look, I speak to Brian. Brian knows the struggles I've had in my life and away from YouTube. I can be smiley all I want on YouTube and all this kind of stuff. And in general, I'm quite a happy person. But look, I'm now, I now go once a week for AA meetings. Not because I needed to drink every day, but when I did drink, it was 14, 15, 16-hour benders where my wife would be like, where is this guy? And I couldn't remember 6, 7-hour chunks of my day. And it just became a thing. So that's my point, and that's where I felt so low and felt like I wanted to kill myself, and I have tried to do that before in the past. But what I find, and I'd love to pick your opinion on this, guys, is from we're on the internet right now, we're on YouTube. For me, it just feels how quickly everybody is to dig at each other on a personal basis. And I just wondered, Andy. I just wondered, James, from the programs that you look after and all the people that you've spoken to, does that come up where people are from the internet and people's mental well-being from internet bullying, this kind of stuff?
I think
people don't understand the effect they have on other people when they say things. And, you know, we have a lot of regular attendees to the Euston group, and it's got to the point now where those of us who are regular, we kind of can have a bit of banter with each other because we've got to the point where we can have the banter. But you can tell when people walk through the door the kind of mental frame they're in. You sort of get used to seeing them every week and how they are. And I know certain people, you've got to tread on eggshells for those first few weeks because they're obviously hurting. Something's happened or whatever it is. And we get some people who talk about, you know, their experiences of whether it's family, friends not understanding, people, you know, dismissing their concerns. We had one guy who came in a few weeks ago, and he'd been suffering from long COVID, and you know, it just completely knocked him out to the point where he wasn't able to socialize, he wasn't able to participate in anything, he wasn't able to do anything. And he was just saying, and it wasn't so much the illness that was affecting him, it was the fact that his friends didn't understand why he can't do anything. And they're like, oh, come on, come out, do this, do that, come on, lighten up, stop being such a pussy, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, don't be like that, because you don't understand. You can't understand what this person's going through. Unless you've been there yourself, you know. And it's like, in terms of what Brian was saying, obviously I met him years and years and years ago, and I was seeing the difference, and I can see such a change in Brian from what he was like when I first met him 20 years ago to what he's like now. It's an astonishing difference. But for someone who was just to meet you now, if they didn't know any of the history about you, they would hear that story and be like, fuck off, you're lying. Like, you're not being honest. You're talking rubbish. You're not that sort of person. Yeah. And then when someone else can say, no, you have no idea, it's like, okay. And this is the thing, you can never know what someone's struggling with, what someone's going through, and how they're feeling, you know. And you made a very good point, Brian, about how difficult it is to open up and admit that there's a problem in the first place. One of the things we do at Andy's Man Club is we run the session so we have a black foam football that we pass around from person to person, and when you're holding it, it's your turn to talk. We sort of ease people into it. We ask, as facilitators, we ask a couple of questions to start the session. The first one is, how's your week been? Really straightforward. We don't need people to go into detail. Just, I've had a good week, I've had a bad week, it's a bit up and down, bit of a roller coaster. Started well, fell off a cliff, whatever. The second question, which I think is one of the most crucial ones, is what is your one positive of the week? And not everyone has a positive. So whenever I'm leading the session, I always say to people, if you don't have anything positive that's happened to you this week, you came through the door to our session. That is a positive, because that is the hardest thing to do, is come through that door and say, I need to talk to people. I've got a problem. I need some help. It is the hardest thing to do. And then we always say to people, look, for some people that is a positive. Getting out of bed in the morning's a positive for some people. You know, I mean, even when I'm having a crap day, I still like to lay in bed till about lunchtime sometimes, even when I'm having a good day. So it's one of the hardest things to do, is just get out of bed in the morning sometimes when you're feeling low. And I'm sure you both know, when you've been feeling at your lowest, you kind of just want the world to swallow you, and you want everyone to leave you alone, and you just want to be in your little dark space on your own without anyone around you. And one of the hardest things to do is get yourself out of that.
Yeah. Do you know what, James, from my point of view, I find it quite interesting that when I started the YouTube channel, for example, it was a way to escape. Like when I'm talking about Tottenham, it's football. I can get lost in it, and I can get really heated about it. But at the end of the day, it is football. If Tottenham Hotspur Football Club ceased to exist, I still live. I still have my wife. I still, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the funny thing that I've always found about this is that's my safe place, but yet the amount of hate that comes from that, the amount of personal hate, like I'll call out anyone for their stupid football opinion, but I'm talking about the personal hate, the personal attacks that's where I really struggle. And then you hear things like, man up. But I love that as a saying. Man up. Oh, okay, I'll man up. All of a sudden, I won't care that what you said offended. I'll just man up. Before we go into that, what I'd like, James, would be really great is, can you tell us, like, I'm going to ask now for people to really dig deep and donate for the next sort of 37 minutes that we've got you. Would you be so kind to tell us what happens so that people have an idea when they donate, when this money goes into Andy's Man Club, what happens to the money? Where does it go? How does it support the people that benefit from the charity? So, and donate. People, donate. Get your wallets out. Donate.
So any money that the charity raises is used in 3 different ways. Firstly, to pay the administration staff who run the charity and look after everything and deal with all the calls we get. I mean, just because Andy's Man Club only holds its sessions on a Monday evening, which is when we do it, Monday evening every week at 7 p.m, doesn't mean that there isn't someone there in the office 7 days a week to help if someone messages one of the Facebook pages. Andy's Man Club is very big on Facebook. We run Facebook pages for every club and a national one. And some of the admin staff are there so that if someone messages the Facebook page at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday going, I'm struggling, I need some help, one of the admin team can go, right, here's who you need to talk to. Here's who you need to deal with. We've got people who can signpost you in this direction. So some of the money goes towards that. Some of the money also goes towards these very items that you and I are both wearing, Savva. The clothing, the T-shirt, the merchandise, because we, as facilitators, all of us will wear one of these every Monday to make ourselves identifiable, to make ourselves known. We have, even though the club runs from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m, we have 2 men stood on the front door from 6:30 till at least 7:15 every Monday, so that if someone is coming along for the first time and isn't quite sure, is a bit nervous, they can just go up to them, put an arm around the shoulder and go, you here for Andy's Man Club, mate? Listen, it's not as bad as you think. It's nice. We all struggle, da-da-da-da-da. And then those guys are made aware that we are representing the charity. Yeah. And the final bit that the money goes towards, which I think is arguably the most important part of it, is to help pay for tea, coffee and biscuits that every club has in the session. Because we can just tell people, come on in, put the kettle on, have a brew, have a biscuit, sit down. And if you don't, and the thing is, we don't pressure people to talk straight away. We say, look, if you don't feel ready to talk, that's fine. You don't have to talk your first time in. I'm sure you mentioned AA, Savva, as you well know with AA. Some people aren't ready to talk their first time out. They're not ready to open up.
James, the first session I went, it was I was reading about because there's a stigma, right? Like I always, sorry to say my story, but I was kind of like always, what do you mean? I only drink once a week. How can I be? How can I be? I just drink on Friday nights, and I have done forever. Of course, I'm not an alcoholic. I can always stop. And then it was a friend who goes to AA that made me realize it's not about the frequency. It's about what happens when you do it. What happens to your loved ones? What do you ruin? You ruin everyone's weekend. How many events have you missed? How many times have you been meant to be going here with your wife and haven't because you're hungover, you're on a sofa? And when I was reading about, I looked for my local group. And when I was reading, it was saying, don't worry, you don't have to stand up and say, hi, I'm an alcoholic, And I was like, okay, good, because that's scary. But when I went in the first time, just listening to people, you look around the room, everyone is normal. Like, do you know what I mean? It's that stigma that I thought I was going to go in. Loads of old men with rosy cheeks when they've drunk so much. Not at all. Loads of people from 18-year-old girls through to 60-year-old men, And the first time I didn't want to talk, James. I didn't, because I thought, oh, God, this is really, I'm embarrassed. Yeah. Second time, you're like, you know what? Actually, no, it's okay. I'm going to talk. and it's so welcoming, and you don't feel judged. And some of the stories you hear in there, you go, wow, that happened, but you don't judge, right?
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's very similar to Andy's Man Club, that it's a safe place where people can say the most craziest of things, and no one goes, oh, look at this guy. Like it's you're welcome, right?
Absolutely. We get people. I mean, to give you an example of some of the, I'm not going to go into detail because obviously I want to try and keep it as confidential as possible. But some of the people who've come through Euston, we have one guy who lost his dad, and he's been dealing with the death of his dad. We have one guy who's ex-military who was suffering from some PTSD and just didn't really know how to deal with it. I mean, he obviously can't go into too much detail as to what happened because it's military and it's protected and stuff, but he can talk kind of around about where he's at and where he's feeling. We have one guy who went through a really bad breakup, and his ex has his kids, and he didn't get to see them anywhere near as much as he wants to see his kids, and just has really been struggling with that. And he actually messaged us several weeks ago to say, I won't be coming tonight, fellas, I'm with my kids. And we're like, and be with your kids, like this is a wonderful thing to be with your kids rather than coming. And then conversely, we have some guys who come and attend because they're really quite lonely and they just don't have any real male friends, and they're struggling with that. And I think we've got a couple of guys who come, I'm sure, who just come because they want to have a group of men that they can talk to and be with and associate with. And then we had one week, and what I still maintain is the greatest insult I have ever heard anyone use. We had one guy come in one week who just needed to rant about this customer he'd had at work, who was just been winding him up so much that he needed to just vent about the guy, and referred to the guy as a card-carrying, certificate-holding, grade A bell end, which I was so impressed.
What a mouthful!
That is bloody hell.
I was like, he's put thought into that. He's put proper thought into that insult. And I was like, but he just needed to come and vent, because he was like, this guy wound him up so much that he was just like, oh, I don't know where to let it out. I need to just let it out. And this is the thing. And what we often get, which is quite interesting, is we'll get guys coming along who are there ostensibly to support a mate who may not have. So, for example, let's say, Savva, you wanted to attend, but you weren't 100% sure about attending. And Brian said, I'll come with you and I'll be your kind of support and I'll get you there. And then we have that happen quite a lot. And then the guys who are coming just to support the other person end up getting sometimes even more out of it than the guy who they're helping to support. And it's been so wonderful. When we started in Euston in September of 2023, we were getting 15, 16 men a week through the door. Now we're averaging 30. So the numbers doubled in just under a year.
Yeah.
And I always say,
is that the same people, James? Is it like a repeat, or have you got,
you get a lot of repeat, attenders, but we average three new faces every week. So we're always getting new faces through the door. But the thing is, again, similar to AA, you don't have to come every single week. You come when you need to come. We don't ask for a referral. We don't ask for you to pay for the sessions. We don't ask for full details. We don't even take any full names. The only information we record from a meeting is how many people came through the door and how many were there for the first time, and that's it. And if you walk through the door and said, my name's Jeff, I'll be like, all right, Jeff, how you doing? And that's it. I don't, whether it's your real name or not, doesn't matter. You want to be called Jeff, we'll call you Jeff. And we all need somewhere to talk, and we all need somewhere to vent and get things off our chest. And the thing for us at Euston particularly, the way we do it is we look more from the point of view of, you don't have to come back every single week. You don't have to come back every day. We're there whenever you need us to be there.
Yeah.
And that's the important thing. We've done awareness days. We go into offices and companies and do presentations and things like that. And we talk about all sorts of things that happen at Andy's Man Club. And we do social activities for people who attend. So in a few weeks' time, we're doing putt shack golf, the crazy golf stuff. And we've got a few of the guys from a couple of the groups in London. We're going as a social trip as well. So we've taken it upon ourselves, particularly at Euston, to go, yes, I know the meeting's only on a Monday night, but we recognise that people don't just struggle on a Monday. They struggle all the time. And for a lot of those people, Andy's Man Club has become such an important part of keeping them going that we figure, let's arrange social activities from time to time to have people, get them out the house during the week, get them a chance to do something when we're not around. We often arrange walks as well. We go for walks and talks. We'll do all sorts of stuff, and it's fantastic. And I always say to people whenever they ask me about Andy's Man Club, why is this such a big thing for men? And the way I describe it is, imagine you're in a relationship and you break up. The woman, all her girlfriends are going to be, how you doing? How you doing? They're going to be right there where they're going to be supportive. They're going to be like, come on, he's an arsehole. Forget about him. Come on, we're here for you. Talk to us. Tell us whatever. For the blokes, it's going to be, come on, we'll go down the pub. We'll have a pint. It'll be fine. And that's it. Done. Yeah. And that's the difference. And we as a gender just don't open up talk as much as we should do. And I'll just say one last thing before we move on to football talk.
I've got one thing to say after you, James, on this, and then
all I will say is, look, for anyone who might be struggling and might want to come along, if you aren't 100% sure, as I said, you don't have to talk the first time you come. We're not going to pressure you into talking. You can talk about anything you want. We do have a couple of banned topics, which are obvious, which is politics and religion. We don't let people go into detail for that for obvious reasons. And if you happen to be in Scotland football as well, again for obvious reasons,
half the room wearing Celtic shirts, the other half wearing Rangers shirts, right? Yeah.
Bit dodgy.
Becomes Andy's Fight Club, not Andy's Man Club. If you did that.
We also can't let people go into detail on criminal matters. You can make passing comments on any criminal matters you might be dealing with, but because of safeguarding reasons, we are required by law to report anyone who might be at risk to themselves or others. So we can't ask people to talk about criminal matters that we're going through. But otherwise, when you're holding the black football, it's your turn to talk, and you can talk about whatever you want. But we always do it in a way that at the end of the session, we will then ask some light-hearted questions to try and ensure people leave on a happier note and a smile on their face. And I cannot express enough how much I have got out of using Andy's Man Club. I still use it from week to week, even though I'm there facilitating and running the sessions. When I'm holding that black football, sometimes I need to share as well, and I need to talk to. So for anyone who might want to come along and see what it's about, I think you put the website link in the chat.
There it is again.
So anyone who wants to come along, click on the website link, have a look. If you want to know where the money goes to, look on the website. That's where the money goes to. That's what it supports. That's what it helps. It's helping open up clubs all over the country. The aim of this charity is to try and have a club in, at least one club in every single county in England that we can do, minimum. But more than that, we want to try and have one in as many towns and cities as we can.
Go on, Savva, you go, buddy.
All right, just before I bring you in, Brian, to finish off, before we then talk about everybody's favourite topic of football. Andy, Jesus Christ, if I say Andy one more time. Sorry, James. It's just I refuse to call you Levy. What I would say is I was going to speak to you off air, but I'll talk to you about this on air as well. I mean, I would love to volunteer, put my hat in the ring for opening up a club where I live in down here in Southeast. I would welcome that because selfishly it helps me, and non-selfishly it helps many others. So I would desperately like to talk to you about that off air and see what we can do.
Absolutely, we can talk about that for as long as you need off air. We will absolutely talk about that. And if there's anyone else out there who does want to volunteer or help or anything like that, you know, we always tell people you will need to attend a couple of sessions just to see what it's all about. You know, we're not just gonna, you know, but if there's anyone who's interested in helping the club in that regard and volunteering in any way, you know, if you go on the website, there's an email address that emails the admin on the Andy's Man Club website. I think it's info@andysmanclub.co.uk. If you shoot them an email to say you're interested in volunteering or helping or whatever it is, someone from head office will get in touch with you within the next day or two and say, yeah, here's what you need to do. So anyone like that, and you and I, Savva, we can talk off air and discuss all of that sort of thing
just
as well.
Not today. Not today. And when this finishes at 10 a.m. tomorrow, I probably will fall asleep in my old man phase. But listen, Brian, you were frozen. So other than the fact we all get to see your lovely face frozen, you wanted to...
am I frozen? Can you not see? I'm moving about here. Can you not see me ducking and diving like a champion?
No.
I can see a Donald Trump style sniper trying to take your ear off.
Good. Then, but no, listen, I just wanted to quickly say with this as well. First of all, it just goes to show how powerful things can be. With this little segment we've done, Savva chose this charity, wanted to stand for this charity, something I stand by. Thankfully, I had someone that I've known for 20 years that now works for that charity. I've been able to put them two together. They've done this. Now Savva's going to be talked to up. It just goes to show the power of speaking and reaching out. But what I will say is, like you said, Savva, and it's the most important point about it. At the beginning of this stream, you said, obviously, we're doing this because suicide and mental health doesn't have teams. Well, also, you look at it that way, and it goes on, and it doesn't matter if you're an affluent millionaire and you own property. It doesn't matter if you're on the rock and roll, if you're on the dole. Just because you've got more money doesn't mean that problem is different. And the importance of something like Andy's Man's Club is I'll open up about something I very, very rarely do, but I will do it. People know, and I'm very open about the alcohol, the drugs, the violence, the mental health. One of the things I very, very rarely talk about, because it's still very raw for me, is when my wife and I had a miscarriage in 2019. Because of certain situations, our age, I may never become a whatever, but we had a miscarriage before COVID, just before. And obviously, it still to this day rips me apart. I've got my 5 nephews and niece back home who I idolize and don't get to see for obvious reasons. But you have to remember, when you have something like a miscarriage, I do what my dad does. I go to protect your wife, look after, make sure it's the woman's body. It's the woman that's gone through the pain, the mental anguish, the torture in the body. And I protected her so long that I didn't allow myself I still haven't cried. Still to this day, I have not cried. But people, obviously, I'm not saying that, a miscarriage is all on the women, but there's so many men that have to go through a miscarriage as well that don't open up, and it rots at them. They may go on to have a baby afterwards. It happened with my sister. She had 2 miscarriages, then thankfully she's got 5 now. But when it comes to issues like miscarriages and stuff like that, obviously the main focus, and rightfully so, is the woman. It's her body, it's her feelings, it's her emotions, it's her. But what it can do to a guy and certain other things, like I said, it could be a bad divorce. It could. These things need to be there. You have to realize anything that you think, if it happened, if someone is watching this and they've gone through a miscarriage and they're thinking, do you know what, that was more a wife problem and I have to look after my wife, which is bang on right. Don't forget about you, because the effect it can have on you immediately, long time. I spoke to a counsellor immediately after the miscarriage because I almost broke down in tears. But I got a counsellor that all she said was, "Well, how does that make you feel? Well, how does that make you feel?" And I literally had to say to her, "If you say to me, how does this make me feel one more time, I'm going to find where you are and rip your head off, because you know how I feel." You've got to find the right people, and the more people that donate to charities and organisations like this will give more people like James the opportunity to give back, will give more people that have gone through experiences. I quit my drinking speaking to an alcoholic who had been through it, not a doctor that told me, "Oh, if you carry on this, your liver's going to do this. If you carry on that, you're going to go through this health." It was an alcoholic that had been clean for 20 years that had gone through that experience, and like James, wanted to give back, that got me to stop. It was someone that has done time in prison for anger to sit me down and say, "Brian, this is what the road I went down. You don't." These organizations are vital to men and women. And just whilst you're listening to James and Savva contributing and now wanting to do more, you have no idea how much, if someone says, "Can you talk?" Don't just say, "Yeah, not now, I'm busy." Just say, "Listen, the importance, if someone reaches out to you or asking if someone's okay, or most importantly, if you're having issues, you're struggling, it could be something so minuscule to someone, but it's life or death to you. Don't sit in silence. Reach out to a friend, reach out to a family, reach out to someone like Andy's Man's Club. I'm sure there's a women's version or an organization that caters for both. You have no idea how much knowing that someone is there can save someone's life. It is, I can't explain how paramount it is. And James, honestly, known you for 20 years, love you to pieces. What you're doing and giving back is just incredible. And just coming on, this is your first ever stream you've come on, and you've come onto a stream that's a big channel that has a large following, whether people will agree with Savva, don't agree with Savva, but have come on here to speak about something that a lot of people don't have the guts to do to themselves. And big up to you, James. Big up to you, Savva. Big up to everyone that's donating. And just remember, when you're being toxic online at someone, just remember you have no idea what they're going through. No idea.
I just want to say, first of all, big up to you for sharing about the problems with you and your wife and all that stuff with the miscarriage. It is something I've never had kids. I've never been in a relationship long enough where we've started thinking about kids. So I cannot even begin to imagine how awful that experience must be for you and have been for you. But it takes a lot to even just open up and talk about it. Even to just a mate, never mind on a stream of however many people are watching. But the fact that you say, "I've never cried," but you've opened up about it and you understand it. And yes, I know you absolutely went into protection mode for your wonderful wife, but that shows, number one, the absolute love that you have for her and the wonderful relationship that the two of you have together. First of all, that's what tells me, first of all, is that you are such a caring person that you immediately thought of looking after the person who's gone through this pain and this suffering. And also that whilst, yes, it is amazingly therapeutic to cry, sometimes just talking about stuff is just as important. And that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do, is you need to just open up. You need to talk to people. You need to share. You know, it can be so helpful to someone to just go up to them and go, "Is everything all right?" And that can be, you never know how welcome that is to somebody to hear someone just go, "Is everything okay? Are you doing all right? Everything all right, mate?"
For some reason, people find that harder to do than to actually be nasty, right? Which is the crazy thing in life, that it's easy for something to roll out your mouth, which really can hurt. And Look, last thing I'll say on this before we do talk football, and I need to go through some donations that we've had, is first of all, please keep donating. We've just gone over the £1,000 mark in 3 hours, 45 minutes. So that's absolutely fantastic. We are trying to get to 5K. It's a big target, but some of us have 20 hours and 15 minutes to go. So, look, hopefully we can get there. So keep putting it in. As
Brian and I'll come back on later and help you out. Don't worry.
Oh, for sure, I'm back later.
Love it. So for anyone who is outside the UK and saying they can't post to Just Giving, what I've said is, please, if you do put in the super chats, I will, once YouTube pay it, I will transfer it over. That may take a tiny bit of time because of the delay in YouTube paying, but it will get there. I have the receipts every year that I always post on YouTube to show how much money I have raised, and YouTube of Just Giving send you an email to show how much you've done, what you've raised. So please, it will all go to there. The last thing I'd say is this. Look, Brian, obviously I know your story. We've talked about it. You know my current situation as well. It's very similar on the baby front. And you know what? These things, they have to make you stronger, right? You can leave one of two ways. You have to deal with it and you have to move on. But to be able to deal with it, I think James put it in one of his posts just now. First of all, you've got to admit that there's something wrong and you've got to open up and talk. And what I would say is, please reach out to people. I always say to people, reach out to me. Forget my football opinion. That has nothing to do with the rest of life. Forget that I hate Daniel Levy and I think Spurs are rubbish at times. That's got nothing to do with the real world issues, right? It's got nothing to do with what I've been through, what Brian's been through, what James has been through. It's got nothing to do with, you want to meet me for a cup of coffee? I'm not going to start talking to you about Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, right? It's so please reach out to ANDYSMANCLUB.co.uk. The link's in there. If you want some information, Andy's Man Club have actually sent me, they've sent me loads of things. I don't know if they think I'm going to go door to door. They've sent me like thousands of cards and stuff, and there's flyers and postcards. So if anyone wants anything, message me privately, and I can arrange to get stuff to you as well. And then, as I said, I will speak to James. I will speak to the people at Andy's Man Club and see if we can get something started for people who live close to where I do. So
we're always trying to expand. We're looking into expanding into Kent at the moment in particular because we don't have anything in Kent at the moment. And we've got one of the facilitators at Euston, actually, funnily enough, lives out Tunbridge Wells way. And so he's down in Kent and he keeps commuting into London almost every Monday to come and attend, you know. So, I mean, it helps that he works in the city anyway, but they're looking at trying to expand. We've got tie-ins with football clubs up and down the country as well. I know Man City, Leeds United for starters. There's a number of clubs up in Scotland. The boys out in Southend hold Andy's Man Club at Southend United's ground. So they've got a tie-in with the football club. We've spoken to Brentford. We're, funnily enough, have made opening discussions with Spurs about getting Spurs involved as well. You know, and I think we did something with Chelsea in the past as well. So they're trying to look at different football clubs to talk to, because football and rugby clubs are a great way of getting the word spread around the country.
Definitely. So. And what someone said here, reach out to Mickey Hazard. He's always doing bits. Great footballer as well, but he's always doing bits for the Spurs community and that. And look, James, I'm out towards the sort of Bromley way. So I'm sort of South London, Kent border. But when I go to the AA meeting, there wasn't a meeting anywhere near me. And the two people that run it there said that they set it up not knowing how successful it would be. And now every Thursday night, which is when they do it, they have 50 to 60 people. And that it's been going for about 6 months. So they said they're getting to the stage where they're like, we need a new hall. We need more events. So look, me and you talk. We'll talk in the next couple
absolutely.
of days.
I mean, we're always looking for new venues.
James, can I just ask one thing? I'm just ready to push 10, but what I wanted to say, if it's okay with you, is obviously you are on social media, you are on Twitter. Just in case anyone wants to reach out to you and maybe say, where's the nearest one to me, or maybe even open up to you. If you say yes, I'm going to push right in the chat right now your Twitter handle.
So do it. That's fine.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat, people. Hit that link. If people want to speak to James on a direct message or just follow to see what he puts. That's his Twitter handle.
Yeah, I will say just a word of warning for anyone. There is a lot of ranting about either Leeds United or, at the moment, the state of England cricket, because it took us so bloody long to get the last West Indian wicket. Is very annoying. Anyway, I digress. Another sport, but I was talking about that earlier on. But yes, so if you don't mind following somebody who rants quite a lot about Leeds United and our lack of transfers at the moment so far, then.
Yeah, I don't mind saying. Listen, I'm just outside of Bromley, so that's all I'll say. Because if I give any closer, I mean, I had death threats years ago and never even told people where I lived. So I'm not even gonna go down the route of telling you exactly where. But yeah, reach out to me and we could talk. Look, I will go through a couple of donations and then we have got 10 minutes or so to talk about football. Guys and girls, big up to Only One Hotspur TV, who said, I totally understand how it is. I lost my best mate in 2019. He was murdered, went into lockdown, couldn't even attend a funeral. My first time dealing with death. I think of him every day. Listen, I'm not a trained counsellor. The only thing I can say is these things, you just got to remember people for the good. You've got to keep remembering the good.
Absolutely.
Let their light shine on. And look, you're never going to not think about that person. So look, sorry you've gone through that. And thank you for donating to the charity. Dr. Spurs 82 has said, great effort, lads. Top debate. I don't know if we were talking about maybe that was from before, but fair enough. Because we're not debating about men's health here. We're all in agreement. Big up to you. Adam Hines. I said, correct, Mrs. Savva. Thanks for this. I'll come back to this when we talk football properly in a minute, Adam Hines, because it's not quite related. A User has just stuck in £20 as well. Thank you so much, A User, which is my favourite name of all the YouTube names. A User is brilliant. And from the Just Giving page, where guys and girls, we really do need to ramp it up. We've kind of got over the 1K line and stalled a little bit. Paul Hancock has put money in and said, thanks for raising awareness and funds for a very worthy cause. Exalinator, thank you so much, has put in £65 to the cause. Big up to you. It was your donation that took this over £1,000. So thank you so much. Anonymous has said, let's help people like us. What a stream. Thank you so much. Stuart B has said a fantastic cause and a huge thanks for the great content. £30 Stuart has put in. And Goni has put in money as well and said, keep up the hard work. Thank you so much. Ed M has said, well done, Savva. You're doing a good thing today. Lord Rodney Trotter, brilliant. I love that name. Has said, for all of us that are hoping Levy pulls his finger out, says Tony, keep up the best work. Best football stream. Thank you. Joseph has also put money in and said, big up. Mark Simons has put money in as well and said, good luck with the stream. Rexall has put money in as well, as has Barry Ambrose. So what I would kindly ask before we talk about football again, please, we're on 1,013. How quickly can we get that to 1,500? Let's keep pushing. Let's keep moving that money forward. And even if it's £1, £2, please do. Now, James, you want to tell us and the world that Archie Gray is going to win the Ballon d'Or in 12 months' time.
Maybe not quite 12 months' time, but
talk to us about Archie Gray.
I will say this about Archie Gray, right? First of all, you don't spend 40 million quid on an 18-year-old if he ain't worth something. Archie Gray is the fourth most expensive 18-year-old in football history, and there are only 3 players aged 18 or under who have been bought for more money than him, and they are Rodrigo, Vinicius Jr. and Endrick, who are all at Real Madrid, which I think tells you everything you need to know about the level that he's playing at. He played 52 games for us last season in the Championship. He was in our team of the season. He is ready to play Premier League football. Absolutely ready to play Premier League football. He is the best prospect that has come out of Leeds' academy, the best player to come out of our academy, I would argue, since probably James Milner, and we know how long a career he had and all the positions he's played in. Yep. And bearing in mind that since James Milner played for Leeds, we've had the likes of, Calvin Phillips, we've had Harry Kewell, we've had Fabian Delph, who played at Spurs as well. We had even Danny Rose started in Leeds' academy before he went before he went so there's been a whole list of players that have come out of Leeds. Johnny Woodgate, players like that. Loads of players have come through Leeds' academy. Archie Gray is going to be a future international footballer, possibly even by the end of this season. He's eligible for both England and Scotland, so God knows which way he'll go, but he's played for England up to under 21. If he chose Scotland, he'd be in the Scottish national team in September for their internationals. They're that desperate.
He'd be in it now. He would have been in it when he was 16.
He'd have been in the Euros if he did declare for Scotland. So, but if he declares for England and decides to stay playing for England, Southgate had already talked about wanting to bring him into the fold, and it would not surprise me whoever takes over. If it's Lee Carsley who takes over, having obviously been the coach of the under-21s and Gray currently being in the under-21 squad, I can definitely see Archie Gray making it into the first team. Position-wise, he normally would play in that sort of 6 or 8 role. So when he played for Leeds last season, for most of the second half of the season, he played at right back because we didn't have any fit right backs because half our right backs were either injured or just crap. And I know the other day when he made his Spurs debut, he played in central defence, which again is not his favourite position. For me, from what I've seen of him at Leeds and the way he plays in the different positions, if you compare him to the way Kobe Mainoo played for England at the Euros, sitting in that role kind of alongside Declan Rice, but with license to go forward a bit more, that's the type of role Archie Gray does. For Leeds, when he was playing in centre midfield, we had Ethan Ampadu playing as the defensive midfielder and Archie Gray playing alongside him. And Gray had license to go forward. On the ball, he is absolutely superb. Mm-hmm. The fact is, you don't, in a FA Cup game against Chelsea, he won man of the match in a game we lost 3-2 and where someone else scored 2 goals for Leeds. And Archie Gray still got man of the match. That tells you everything you need to know about
I feel like you might be a fan of Archie Gray. I just get the sense that you might quite like him as a
I kind of wanted you to loan him back to us for another season so we could get him.
Do you know what? I think had you have come up, that probably would have been not a bad shout. Look, I'll tell you, we spoke on WhatsApp the other day. What I was frustrated about the other night, what I'd like to see today, I'd love to see Gray start in midfield.
Yeah.
You could see at the back that you could see he's very comfortable on the football. But I found it really, as I said to you in the messages, I found it really hard to judge him because it was a game where we had all the football at the back. They weren't pressing. And it was like, I want to see him in midfield where he's in the thick of things, you know. So
yeah,
I think a lot of people get me wrong on Gray. I don't think Gray is a bad player in any way, shape or form. My frustration, I think, is more, it's not Gray. It's that we always sign 18-year-olds. I want some quality for Gray to learn from. And I don't think that's there at the moment. But Brian, you're an Archie Gray man.
Enthusiast. I'm an Archie Gray enthusiast. Let's put it that way.
Okay. All right.
It's another Spurs buzzword. Have we been enthusiastic about anyone?
Yeah. Spurs are enthusiastic about signing someone else's top player, but they just don't want to pay any money for him. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's Spurs. Yeah.
The thing with Gray is I think you're absolutely right. He will massively benefit from having players to learn alongside. I mean, Leeds, we've got a very young squad. We had a very young squad last season.
He starts today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking for the team actually.
I can tell you right now. So it's Austin, Porro, Gray, Skip, Donnelly, Sarr, Bissouma, Bergvall, Johnson, Son, Werner.
So he's playing centre half again.
Let's have a look. It looks like that great English barrier of Gray and Skip.
It's Gray and Skip. With Donnelly at left back.
I'll be honest. If you start Gray and Skip in the opening day of the Premier League at centre back, you ain't going to get in the top 4.
No. Listen, what I will say, James, we should have given you a caveat as well. You would be getting a load of love for the great work and discussion we had with with the charity and the organisation. Now we start talking football. The Spurs fans will start coming back in. It'll be like, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
It'll
Who
be
cares what you do for mental health? You're wrong. You're an idiot.
We should have given you a warning there. We should have given.
Say Tony in the comments there said he was shit against Southampton. You're absolutely right, he was. But then the whole of the rest of the team was shit against Southampton in the playoff final as well. So you know, you can't just put the blame on Archie Gray. You can put the blame on all of them. But also, he was playing out of position at right back. And I will say
today. Sorry, James. Today, again, I was baffled the other day. Like, you've got one fit centre half at Tottenham Hotspur at the moment, and that is Ashley Phillips. And this is now 2 friendlies in a row where Ashley Phillips has not been considered to play centre half alongside. Like, why not play Phillips and Gray there? Why Skip when we've all seen Skip for years and years and years? If I'm Ashley Phillips, I'm knocking on the manager's door and going, hang on, all 3 of our centre halves are on holiday, right? And you're still not playing me in games of football.
And not only that, we took one of your other fit centre halves and signed him back permanently for us in Joe Roden, who I know you guys were very
thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I know you were very happy to get rid of him, but it still was a fit centre half that you did have and now no longer have.
Can I just say I've just been sent a tweet. And I'm hoping, like I said, I'm not rising to the bait from clickbait people and rumours. But we were speaking before, and Wolfie asked, didn't he, about what's going on with Spurs? Where are we? Well, this will enrage some people because it certainly enraged me. Manchester United are reportedly open to selling Mason Mount. Tottenham, Villa, and Newcastle have all held talks over a possible deal. So when people, oh Jesus Christ!
Well, Fabrizio Romano in the last hour has said, "Man, you are currently not planning to sell Mason Mount, despite reports."
Thank God! Fuck you, Brian Bailey. Thank you.
That would be a Spurs signing, wouldn't it? A player that's kind of not failed, but not really done anything for a year, and we go, I know, we'll have him.
A midfield of McTominay, Mount, and Gallagher.
Do you know who I can genuinely see you guys going for now that Brentford have reduced the fee for him, and that's Ivan Toney.
Yeah,
he's absolutely the sort of player that Spurs will go for.
All day long.
Yeah, listen. You can tell the suicide prevention and mental health chat has stopped because I've got one of my trolls who's always in it. He said, "Look, Anjin negative marks." So far, as I am Anjin. I don't think anyone has said anything bad about Ange at the moment, have we? I mean, Jesus, this is our fan base. James, is something to behold.
James, what are the Leeds fans like? What? Let's the Leeds fans. I don't know. What I want to say, James, not talking about the owners or previous owners. I want to know. Leeds fans got to the playoffs, and obviously you've done that for a load of years before you came back up. You've got to the playoffs. You got to play a final. You lost. Obviously, you're back in the championship again this season. Right now, as a collective, are the fan base all in unison and pulling in the right direction, or is it split and fragmented like us?
Leeds fans are an interesting bunch.
Yes, they most certainly are.
Let's put it this way, right? We finished in 3rd place in the championship last season. We got 90 points. We are, in the most Leeds way possible, because this is something only Leeds could do. We are the only team in championship history to get 90 points and not get promoted.
Spursy.
Right? Which is the Leeds way. It's the Leeds way. It's what we do at Leeds. And the reason we didn't get promoted, forget the playoff final, the reason we got to 90 points and didn't get promoted is because Leicester and Ipswich had record-breaking seasons. And in any other season, I actually looked at this. The way the season went last year, that total for Leeds would have been enough to get us promoted in 15 out of the last 20 seasons automatically. But it didn't. And
these things happen, right?
But the Leeds fans on social media, half of them were like, it's fine. We've got the playoffs. We'll be good. We can get it in the playoffs. We did, and some of them were like, we still got 90 points. There's nothing we can do about Leicester and Ipswich getting. And then the others are like, it's not good enough. Sack Farker. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And I'm like, we got 90 points in a season where we were so disorganised at the start of the season. We didn't even have a full transfer window done until the end of the deadline day. We didn't even get Farker in as manager until after pre-season had already started. And it's like, so we were such a mess and so disorganised. The fact we even got to 90 points in the first place was an achievement in itself. And yet you still got Leeds fans going, oh, it's not good enough. He should have got automatic promotion straight away. Sack him. I'm like, get a grip. You know, like, we have a fan base, so I'm sure Spurs fans are sometimes similar, where we'll win a match 4-0 and everyone's praising the manager as being the greatest thing since sliced bread. Then the next game we'll lose 2-1 and everyone's like, get him out, sack him, he's useless.
you have no idea the comparisons. They're uncanny. They're uncanny.
Yeah, somebody there said Leedsy, or Paddy said Leedsy. Yeah. Welcome, Kate. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, that just brought you on quite abruptly.
You did.
Yeah, sorry. Welcome, Kate. And Kate, definitely, if you haven't met James before, I think Kate was volunteering Jimbo to as somebody who proved very. I'll leave you guys to speak and connect, but Jimbo would definitely be someone very good for Andy's Man Club type activity. Kate, Archie Gray. While we're talking about Archie Gray, how are you feeling on Archie Gray?
Do you know what? I've spoken to a lot of Leeds fans and they all tell me that this guy is going to be amazing and we've got ourselves an absolute gem. I think the trouble is because we pay such a lot of money, which I do think it's a lot of money for an 18-year-old, and we've had that with Brennan Johnson. I do kind of feel like we're all expecting the worst from this kid. But I watched him the other day and I know it was only Hearts and I'm not going to go mad and say, you know, they're going to win the Ballon d'Or or some of the other crazy things. But I was impressed with what I saw. I like his attitude. I think he's incredibly humble. And, I like the look of this kid.
Yeah. Well, there's a story I just
Don't worry, sorry, by the way, guys, because look, Angie's winning the league this year. Look, this guy's told me, this guy or girl's told me, this is what he does in his second year. He's winning the league.
I will just say, I just realised, James, just for a second, I just realised with Kate maybe connecting, I think I might have to get a job as your agent. I might have to get a job as your booking agent because I think you might be a little bit in demand, James. So you need to go through me. I'm the barrier to get to James.
Okay. What I was going to say, just with what Kate was saying there about Archie Gray and everything, I read something today. Apparently, Archie Gray in training the other day for Spurs, at the end of it, was starting to help put the cones away and clear everything up because that's how it'd been brought up at Leeds and everything was. You know, you help clear the training gear away, you help put the cones away, you help do everything like this. And they're like, guys, you don't need to do that. You're at a Premier League club. We've got people to do that. And that's how dedicated he was in the training, was that he was still going off that mentality of, I'm going to help you tidy up the cones. I'm going to help you put the kit away. I'm going to help you do this, that, and the other. And and now he's at a Premier League club that says, oh, you don't need to do that. And it's that mentality.
Do you know the thing is, James? At the moment, I think Archie Gray's in that spell where it doesn't matter what he does, fans will just love it, right? You know how it is when you sign a new player. He could be terrible today and people will go, oh, I don't know, he was magnificent. I think with Gray, I will do what I do with all players that come into this club. I want to see him get regular game time in his position. I don't want to see him playing centre-half with Oliver Skip. I want to see him play in his position against proper opposition and then have that conversation. Do you know what I mean? I'm not knocking him, but I think where a lot of the skepticism from some Spurs fans comes from is we've been down this road many times before, right? Many times before. So I hope he's the real deal. I hope he's brilliant. And if he's as good as you said, he shouldn't have a problem being a number one midfielder for us because I don't think our midfield is... I think our midfield's very inconsistent. So I feel like he should... slot in then if he's that good.
Bro, based off what I've seen, and big up James as well. Nice to meet you, bro. Obviously amazing cause and all that. Some
This is brilliant. Sorry, I just want to say to this prick who's now been blocked for a time. Just going to say, since you've come on, you've heard me. You said Ange. You've had a go at people being Ange out, and I said I've Ange in, and I have said I'm delighted with Archie Gray joining the club. as has Kate. But so you've come in, I've said 3 positive things, and the pricks that get round this, they've got no life and just want to say stupid things. It staggers me, the stupidity.
Tell you what though, Barney, if you would like to donate towards Andy's Man Club, the link is in the chat and you can then abuse us all you like. We don't mind being abused, but at least pay. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Welcome to Steve. Welcome back, Steve. Look, we've got YouTube royalty. Ash Matic has decided to join us.
Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
He's got time for the little people now. He's got time for the little people.
Spurs Kings.
Beautiful people inside the building. Big up yourselves. Big up everyone on the panel, the chat, you name it. Wonderful charity, all about men's mental health. Actually on the website now, just reading through some of the pieces. But yeah, man, great cause. Make sure you guys donate. And yeah, man, let's talk things all football.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got QPR in 47 minutes.
Good math. Good. Look at you, Sav. What? You're a mathematics master over here. Damn.
Yeah, I know. Trying to work out from 2:13 to 3 p.m. It was a tough one, but I got there. I managed to get there. What are we looking for, guys and girls? I mean, even in James, feel free to join as well. Like from a football fan point of view, everybody looks at friendlies in a real different way, right? Some just want minutes in the legs. Other people want partnerships built all over the pitch. Some people really care if it's 5-0 or 1-0. What is it that you guys as a whole are looking for from a friendly?
Entertainment. That's it.
Yeah.
Literally, and that's genuine, and performances as well. Give me a good performance. Give me some, like that Hearts versus Spurs game I watched that the other day. It was a decent game. It's a decent game of football. It's like both teams, like if you said that was a Europa League game or a Conference League game, like a lot of players, obviously the players obviously swapped out at halftime for both teams. But like if you told me it was a Europa League game or a Conference League or whatever, I believe you. I believe you. Like it looked like two teams that were kind of going for it. So yeah, just give me some entertainment, man. That's what I'm looking for, and some performances as well. Because obviously it's preseason, and those performances, if you have good performances, you carry that on to the season. And if they're bad, then you know where you got to improve, where the manager got to. He sees the weak spots, or the players, the youth players that like, all right, I'm gonna use this guy during the season, I think, or maybe the ones that, all right, you definitely need a loan because you didn't look too great against Hearts, so maybe let's send you on a loan somewhere else. So I think that's what it is. Entertainment is the first thing.
Yeah,
fitness as well. Fitness as well.
Right, listen. Before everyone gets into it, I am gonna have to make a move.
Big up, Brian.
Savva, I know he's wandered off somewhere. I will be back later on this evening to help you get through the graveyard shift back home. I will say I'm going to come to you last, James. Kate, big up. Ash, big up. Steve, big up.
Yo.
Alex, Mr. Box Office, my brother, big up, my man. And, of course, James, honestly, superstar, mate. Appreciate you accepting the request to come on. You were brilliant.
My pleasure.
Everyone gets on to Andy's Man Club. Everyone have a wonderful day, whatever you do. And I don't even think – sorry, did I miss you out, Ash?
No, you got me.
I missed you out for so much long, brother. How can I not?
There, we're there. We'll link up
Big
soon.
up, mate. We'll catch up real soon. Everyone have a great day, whatever you're doing. And we'll speak later. Peace out.
Love, bro. Peace. But yeah, that's what I look for in preseason. Performances and some entertainment, man. That's all.
Fitness as well. You want
Me,
fitness too.
yeah. Obviously, fitness and getting in the legs, whatever. But I like to see, like, if it's a new player, I want to see what the hype's about. I want to see what everyone's talking about, what all the fuss is about. And I want to judge it for myself. I don't want to hear it from other people. I don't want to see like show reels. I want to assess the good, the bad, and the ugly for me. So when I see a preseason, I'm looking for players also that might have fallen off and maybe they could prove man wrong, put man in the mud. So I look for that too, because like I'm here for it. I want players to kind of put everyone wrong. I want players to like. I've been cussing a few players like last season. I was going at Werner, I was going at Brendan Johnson. I want to see them put me in the mud. Do you know what I'm saying? I want them to prove me wrong. So when I'm going into a pre-season, even though it might be a lesser opposition, like at the end of the day, it's players in front of you. Do you know what I'm
It's
saying?
an opportunity to impress.
Yeah, 100%. It's 100%, and you get a chance as a fan, because we are fans, innit?
Yeah.
We only watch football to be entertained, and if you're not being entertained, like I'll be real, when I watched, I was playing football when Spurs were playing, and I just see bare seagulls. I was like, what's this, man? What am I watching?
It's like in Australia, bro. I watch sorry to cut you off. I watch the A League in Australia sometimes if I wake up at like 3 a.m. because I can't sleep. I watch the A League in Australia. Bear games have just mad seagulls everywhere. It's funny.
Yeah, I'm like, what am I watching? So certain times I'm like, listen, if I'm not being entertained, I'm like, my mind, I can't, you know what I'm saying? My mind starts wandering, going elsewhere. That's where it is for me.
Can I ask you guys, as fans of what I would consider to be one of the top 5 clubs in the country, because it's obviously different for Leeds. We're a championship team
we are
at the moment, but when do you find that the friendlies kind of are giving you do you look at those as a guide as to what to expect for the coming season? Because from my point of view, from in a division like the Championship, where I know it's going to be a much harder slog and where it's a much more even league, I'm looking at those friendlies as let's take a bit of momentum into the season from getting some good performances and some good results, and that's about it. Or do you guys look at them as an actual guide as to, no, this is how we want to play in the season and we can beat everyone, sort of thing?
Anyone goes first?
Good question.
It's difficult to gauge too much. Sorry, Ash. But because of the opposition, so it's like everyone says, don't get carried away. It's only hard, so it's difficult to gauge. I just want to see what we haven't seen yet. Like Ash says, I want to see the youngsters. I would have loved to have seen Archie Gray playing in midfield today. I want to see what they can do, because we know what a lot of these players can do. I don't expect to watch Skip today and go, wow, I never knew he could do that, because we know what he can do and what he can't do.
Yeah.
So I think you don't really know until the Premier League starts how we're going to play. I just think it's nice to have a little bit of football to watch and see what the new signings and kids or whatever can offer.
Agreed. Can we get some more donations, please, people? We've got over the 1K, which is great in the first 4 hours and 15 minutes. But let's keep those donations coming. The link is in the chat. I'm going to post it again. Any mods, please. If you are a mod, it means I trust you, which means please put it in there.
Do your job.
Yeah, do your job. Yeah, your unpaid job. Please do as well. Sorry, I was just hearing a few bits in the background there while I was getting my little chocolate pop dots, which I'm addicted to from the co-op. I love them. I think, do you know what? From my point of view, I was just hearing bits of what Ash Matic was saying. Yeah, and I don't think I heard all of it, Ash. So, but for me, I think there comes a time where all the talking of how good a player is, all the talking of hyping up players, at some point it has to stop and it has to be shown on the pitch.
Yeah.
And I think these are the games where you've got to see if these players are as good as we say, friendly or not. This is where you're a pro footballer. This is your job. When I come back from my holiday, I'm not allowed for the first 2-3 days back to not do anything. I have to go straight back into my job, do my job. That's what I want to see now. Some of the senior players, show me what you've learnt from last season. Show me what you're working on in training. That's just my opinion. I don't know how anyone feels about that.
That's fair.
I think some of them have had their chances already. I'm sorry. I'm being harsh, because I think it's a harsh world out there. I think it's a harsh world for people at the moment, and I think it should be a harsh world in football as far as I'm concerned. You only got a little window, and that's it for me. And I think I'm sorry. I'm sticking by what I say. If we're going to overhype these youngsters, I want to see it now. Sorry, they need to be doing it now. If they're not, we can't overhype youngsters and then say we need time. Sorry, it don't work for me like that. That's a player. If you're overhyping a player, they're a great player and they do it now. That's what star players do. Yeah. Last season with these players like Kulusevski, Bentancur, Højbjerg, Sarr. I'm sorry. This. If you want to be putting them up there right now, you've got to improve. And stop moaning about the system. The system thing. You've had a year with Ange, 1 game a week. Maybe even 2 weeks off. I'm sorry. This is where I can't. I'm not there anymore.
You got
James,
the little
welcome to
hammer
Mr.
down.
And also, anybody's having a go at people saying that they said that had a go at Ange. Well, I don't like Ange. You can have a go at Mr. Box Office because I don't really like Ange anyway, so I don't care. You know what I mean? So like, you can have a go at Mr. Box Office. You know what I mean? Because Savva needs to keep awake for 24 hours. I'll keep awake for 24 hours because I'll just keep on unleashing. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? I'll take it all day long. I don't really care. I've done this 4 years. I've had negative all day long. You know what I mean?
Alex, did you wake up today and choose violence? I mean, you feel very. You seem
No,
very
it's not
angry
violence,
today.
Bob.
What's wrong?
It's no, bro. You can't say to a guy like me, like, you know what I mean? I'm violent, bro. I'm not talking
You're talking
violence.
to Mr. Box Office.
I've got a strong voice, yes, but I'm not violent, bro. I just say it how it is, and that's it. I'm straight, direct to the point. You know what I mean?
What he's saying about
boy
young
knows
players,
that already, bruv. But the point I'm making is,
Hang on, Alex. James is asking you a question. Go on, James.
Yeah.
Go on.
What he's saying about young players, though, actually, funnily enough, there is one player in particular who, again, has a Leeds connection that I think there is an example of exactly what you're talking about, which is you've had your chance and you didn't prove everyone wrong. Why are we giving you a second chance? And that's Jed Spence. He had his chance with Leeds. He came on loan for half a season and we sent him back because we felt he wasn't pulling his weight. He wasn't doing the right things. And now Angie's picking him in the starting team for a couple of friendlies. Do you think his time has gone, or do you think he deserves a second chance?
It's an interesting one with Dead Spence. I think he's had his chance in terms of Leeds. Yeah, I think he maybe needs another loan somewhere else, maybe, and just try and find his way somewhere else. What I don't really agree with right now with him is that this attitude thing with him. Yeah, I think this attitude thing keeps on being thrown about too many times. And I think that's Matt knows what I'm talking about because we know a lot of people like that. You see what I'm saying? In our personal lives, you know what I mean? And I just think it's thrown about too much, and I think it's because of the fact is managers now, because it's so on managers now to get players to work their system, not working on the individual now. They ain't got the time to deal with the individual now. You know what I mean? They've got to actually do a system. That's why you got the players like Gallagher and Mason Mount are top players now in our ages now, because they need the player that wants to be a goody two shoes rather than the player that actually is got a little bit of arrogance about them and does what they want to do, but they'll get the job done. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I think that's what we're missing at the moment, especially in the Premier League at the moment. I think they're kind of disappearing in my eyes, and that's it. I think
you want more Mavericks. You want more.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the thing. I think I think we got one in Madison, but as you see him right now, he's very hit and miss at the moment. You know what I mean? And it's all good seeing what I'm hearing about Archie Gray. Cool. It sounds like he's just a new boy, gone to a new school. You know, a little young boy gone to a new school, and he's a bit like in headlights at the moment. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Yeah. That's not going to be good enough in the next couple of years, bro. That's not going to be good enough. It's going to be like, okay, son, now you're here now, make yourself known. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, there's no nicey anymore. Yeah, when you're in the cup final, yeah, when you get into cup games, it's like you got to turn up, son.
Alex has been broken by Tottenham Hotspur. You've been broken.
Yeah,
by
I've said it. I've said it on Mr. Box Office TV. If we don't know, get to know. I've said it already. I'm not shy about saying it. I need to be back on board, and it takes me a long time to do it.
Okay, so Alex, let me ask you today though. QPR, you've seen the team. What do you want from today? What's your goal of a pre-season game against QPR away? What do you want to see from the team today?
Alex, friendly, isn't it? I don't know what to say. I don't know really what to say, Savva. I don't know.
Alex, how about this? I'll say something and tell me if you agree. You want Spurs today to show why they're a top 6 Premier League club and why QPR are a championship side. You want to show the level.
Probably, yeah. But it's
dominance.
I'll be honest with you, Savva. I don't I can't really get too much out of this. If we do well, great. If we don't,
okay? Let me ask then to everyone.
Trust me. If Spurs win and the fan base gets gassed, that's gonna piss box office off.
No, we're doing it.
I'm already in the WhatsApp group, bruv. Yesterday, Asmatic, we were in the WhatsApp group yesterday, yeah? We were in the WhatsApp group, yeah? All of them, every single rival is gassing up our team. Literally gassing up our team, yeah? With our youngsters. They're literally saying, oh, it's so good, and this. And I had to literally shut them down to say, stop gassing up our team, please. It's pathetic.
We had similar with Leeds yesterday. We played a friendly against Harrogate Town, who were 2 divisions below us yesterday. We won 3-0, and everyone's like, "Oh, what a great start! We're going to start." I'm like, "Lads, they're in League 2."
Yeah,
but that's called common sense. People don't like common sense on YouTube. We like hysteria. You watch today. Somebody will get a couple of goals and we'll go, "Oh, this is their year. This is their year. They're going to be world class this year." Let me ask, Kate. From your point of view, you know, it's good to, as you said, it's good to see football back. That's the main thing.
Facts.
Do you think, though, that at this stage we should start seeing partnerships built, i.e., the right back with a right winger that's going to start the season, the midfield combinations? Do you think that we should start seeing that now? And if so, is this front three going to be our front three come game 1 of the season?
In an ideal world, yeah. And in an ideal world, which we definitely don't live in as Tottenham fans, we would have all our signings in the bag and they'd all be starting and we can see what they do, which is what my dear beloved husband thought would happen. He was like, this year, Andy's getting them all in early. We're going to go to pre-season. We're going to have everyone in so we can see what they can do. And it doesn't look like, again, it's going to happen. So... Look, we have got quite a few pre-season games this year, which is good because last season was a disaster with the bad weather and whatever happened. I think this game is going to be experimental, but I'm wondering if when we go out to Asia, we'll be more looking into sort of getting those partnerships established. I'm not sure. I was hoping we'd have Eze in by now, which I don't. Now I'm at the stage I don't think it's going to happen. I was hoping we'd have Tony in by now, which I'm now at a stage where I don't think it's going to happen. So I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit dejected with the transfer window. I see Man United making brilliant signings, in my opinion. I think they're doing some really good business. Yeah. Villa are moving. West Ham are putting in offers for people left, right, and centre. So I don't know. I just don't want to start this new season with this team because Alex hates Ange already, and he's on he's got no chance. If he starts this new season with the team he's got no chance. Seriously. With that front three, we're going to be in the same position that we were last year.
And Kate, one last thing. Could you just tell everyone, please, that we've completely stalled on any form of donations? People like there's over 200 people in here. It is a charity stream. We need donations, Kate.
Yeah, every pound helps, literally every pound, because charities like Andy's Man Clubs, they're not that well known. I mean, I heard about them through Talk Sport because I always listen to the Sports Bar. And that's how I first heard about them. And they need all the money. They don't get the funding. And I'm not being disrespectful. The NHS are amazing, but they don't do enough for mental health. Everyone knows that. They're too busy. So we need charities like this. So dig deep and put your hand in your pocket.
Yes, please do. And anyone who wasn't here earlier when I was talking about all the work we do, it's thank you, Kate, for praising AMC so much. But you will know as a woman, how much you guys talk to each other more than what men do. And we just don't talk to each other. And that's why Andy's Man Club is there, to get us to open up, to get men to talk to each other, to help men deal with whatever crap's going through their head. And we talked earlier on when Brian was on about some of the really tough things that men go through and maybe don't open up about. So I just want to say thanks for every penny that is donated, because it is all going to such a brilliant cause. And I know Brian shared my social media links earlier on, and I'm sure Savva will do it again later on today. If anyone does want to message me or ask me for any advice or even information about AMC, please do. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions anyone's got outside of the chat if anyone wants to know more information about it.
No,
yeah,
brilliant.
Exactly. I was just going to say everything Brian said I completely echoed. I've been with my husband, used to be an addict. I've seen it firsthand what it does. My husband and I lost our first baby. I've seen exactly what it does to a man. Now they've got to be this big man that protects the wife and puts the arm around the shoulder. But nowadays it's becoming more and more open, that it's okay to talk, that men haven't got to be this big macho image. So it is so important. So please, everyone, if you can donate anything, it all helps.
You know what it is, Kate, also, I think people need to realize for men to be strong and power, like for men to be what people talk about how us men have to be, we have to be at our optimal best. When the U.S. Marines or the British forces or whoever, the real men, like we look, oh, those are the men, firefighters and all these big, strong men, these athletes, what do they do? What do they do that makes them that? They have to maintain their strength. They have to eat right. They have to work out. They have to do everything. And I think what people need to realize is the mental side of it. You have to deal with that. You have to deal with that as well to be at your optimal best, to be strong men, to really to do our jobs as men. We have to be at our optimal best, mentally, physically, all that stuff. And I think that's the biggest thing I've kind of over the years that I've learned. Like if I'm a stronger man, it's because I'm taking care of myself in all areas, so I can be strong for others.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And to give you an idea of how this links to sport as well. So I did an awareness day at Saracens Rugby Club a few months ago for AMC.
Yeah.
And we were speaking to the players, as you do, and you're like,
yeah.
And they were saying the biggest misconception that fans have particularly is, he'll be fine. He's earning 30 million quid a year. What does he care? He's got all this money. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. You're, we talk about young players coming into the team, right? And youth players coming through and younger players taking over, right? Let's take the example of someone like Son, right? Heung-min Son. And then you've got Will Lancashire, who's a young guy coming in behind him, right? Suppose Son gets a really serious injury. Lancashire comes in and suddenly does amazingly well. Son's going to be like, how the hell am I going to get back in this team now? Well, this lad, he's suddenly taken my place. And then he's going to be thinking all of that. And he's going to be thinking, how am I going to get back in the team? How am I going to get my spot? And that's going to put strain on him, stress on him. It's going to affect his mental health. Conversely, you're going to have players who are like 35, 36, who are like, I've got 1 year left in my contract, but I've got a wife and 3 kids at home. What am I going to do for the rest of my life? I'm only 36. I'm not, I've got another 40 years before I'm going to be completely settled into my retirement. 30 years at least of work that I need to earn for. What am I going to do? And there's all these strains and mental decisions that are going on in their heads behind the scenes that we don't hear about. And you're exactly right, nailing it on the head. You've got to be so mentally strong to get through it all. And people just expect, oh, you can deal with this, it's fine. And they don't really realise what's going on behind. So I'm going to have to make my leave very shortly, but thank you so much for having me on, guys. I really
James.
appreciate it.
No, we owe you the thank you. Thank you so much. And listen, really, really appreciate that. Look, we're going to touch base anyway. We've got unfinished business to talk about, and that would be absolutely amazing.
And I will come back later on this evening and help you a bit through the night shift as well, Savva, as well.
Perfect. You're a legend. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
you, James.
Thank you very much, guys. And enjoy Archie Gray. You're welcome. And thank you for Joe Roden.
You're welcome. You can have him. Sorry you had to pay for him.
He's doing good for us. He was championship team of the season last year, so I'm more than happy. He's found his level and it's working.
Listen, good luck to Leeds. Hope you get promoted. Got nothing against you.
Thank you very much. And
Cheers,
good luck to you guys as well. Hopefully Champions League football next season for you.
Cheers, James.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Really appreciate that. What a legend, real legend. And look, as James said, every penny counts. So please do donate. Look, we've had one donation in the last 30 minutes, and listen, especially for me, for doing this for 24 hours, the donations are what keeps you going. Otherwise, it's just a really, really long stream for nothing.
It's arduous. Arduous.
Yeah, of course it is. So please smash the like button. Let's get this circulating, and please do some £5, £2, £1, whatever you can donate would be absolutely amazing. Ash, we are playing QPR.
Yeah.
It's not a big game from that point of view. I want to ask you though. I do want to ask about Ashley Phillips.
Okay.
This is 2 games in a row where the only recognised centre half in the squad is not starting. Now, people will go, "Oh, don't worry, I'm coming at half time," but surely the point should be that someone like Ashley Phillips is being integrated to play with the first team players rather than all the kids in the second half. How does he do with the better players? What's your whole opinion of Phillips? Why he's not playing? Does Ange fancy him? Will he be here come January, etc., etc.?
Conspiracy theory.
So we talk about the kids at the moment. Are they ready enough? Are they good enough? Should they start X, Y, Z? How many of them will actually start in the actual coming season? How many minutes will they get? Now, this is a clear indication for me that he's going to be sent out on loan. And you can see the starting 11 right away. Bergval's in the starting lineup, as is Archie Gray. So I feel like they've got more of a chance in featuring in next season in terms of getting minutes. I'm not saying that they're going to start, the first game of the season against Leicester. You're going to see Bergval starting. But already you can see that with Phillips, he's not in the starting 11. He's on the bench. So for me, in my mind, everyone that's coming on, most of the players that are coming on, I expect them to be on loan, in my opinion. And I think they really want to look at maybe the partnership between Bergval and Archie Gray. I know Archie Gray is playing as a centre back and he's taking Phillips's place. But every video I see online on like Instagram or Twitter or whatever we're going to call it, it's of those two young boys. And I do understand, like, commercially, they're trying to get the youngsters, TikTok, that generation, get them excited. Oh, look, young players. And then also inspire the academy. But at the same time, for Phillips, like, if I'm Phillips, I'm thinking,
I'm pissed.
But I'm not starting a centre back. I'm good enough. Like you're saying, there's a pathway for the youngsters. Why am I not included? Do you know what I mean?
Bro, he's a centre back and Archie Gray is not. So why?
Especially when the two players that are playing centre back aren't even centre back. So I could get it. If Dragushin and
Romero
Van der Ven were starting, you go, okay, I get it. But you've got our three senior centre backs are all on holiday, and he's choosing to play two. He's choosing to play two centre mids at centre half, and Ashley Phillips again. Not it just doesn't feel right, Ash. I don't kind of know
unless he's looking at the opposition and he's trying to, because Ange is quite gun ho. So maybe he's thinking, me playing the centre back, I can afford to kind of risk these type of tactics where I've got a ball playing centre back that's slightly better than Ashley Phillips playing in that position that can start attacks from deep. Because I did see Archie Gray switching the play. I did see him playing balls into the forward line. So that's the only logic I could think of it. But you're right. You're totally right. Phillips is a centre back. Gray's not. And neither is Skip. So there's no excuse of why he should be. But that's the only logically thing I think. He doesn't rate the opposition. And he's tactically trying something where he wants to be slightly more aggressive in the actual build-up. Maybe a bit more quicker, a bit more front-footed. And he thinks last season we were a bit too slow, a bit lethargic. We weren't passing the ball forwards. And he's maybe seeing some of our centre backs, he uses them as a weapon, as we saw with Vicky van der Ven and Romero. Certain times you saw them push forward. Against Arsenal, you saw how far forward Romero got forward, and he actually ended up scoring a goal. Maybe he sees that with Archie Gray in the midfield as a centre back, pushing high up, trying to dictate play in that particular in certain scenarios. That's the only logic I can think of it. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. You're right.
I don't think any of the. I think the only players that are going to get into our team at the moment, because I've literally just saw the team just now, and I'm a bit confused by it, to be honest with you. But it just tells me at the moment that some of the youngsters that are from this under 21s, I don't think they're going to have a chance. I think it's more to do with Bergval, the players that we brought in mainly, Bergval and Archie Gray, and maybe what's his name? The young 16-year-old that everyone's
Mikey Moore.
Mikey Moore, yeah. I think they've got more of a chance. I think the others, I'm being honest with you, and I'm going to anger Brian because I know he loves Donnelly. I think they're just going to go on loan. I think they're just going to be shift off on loan, to be honest with you. Because I think Stidham said it.
Mikey Moore's not allowed to go on loan, is he? Is he too young to go on loan?
I think he's too young.
Am I right in saying that?
I think he's too young.
I think at 16, 17, you're not allowed to go on loan, right? So by default, Mikey Moore's going to stay. But listen, I put a post up the other day, guys and girls, and welcome Stel. I put up a post the other day where I was getting, if you could believe this, I was getting dogs abuse. If you could believe that, this face was getting dogs abuse online. Because I was saying, look, it's all well and good bigging up all these youngsters and everyone talking about how amazing they are in pre-season. But what I wanted to look at was, I wanted to look at common sense and math. And what I mean by that was, what I did was, and I think I might have sent this to you still, and I think Ash, you're in that group as well. You would have seen this. I put out an 11, right? And I think the 11 I put out at the time was just an example of 11 that might start the game against Leicester was Vicario, Porro, Van der Ven, Romero, Udogie, Maddison, Basuma, Bentancur, Werner, Son, Johnson, right? So I looked at that as your 11. And then I looked at 9 subs. You're allowed 9 subs, right? And I looked at, right, okay, you're going to have Austin, Ben Davis, Dragusin, Sarr, Kulusevski, Richarlison. I'm missing one of the 5 forwards. Someone else. Bergvall and Gray. Right, that was your 9. Then I looked at that. Doesn't even take into account. So we don't know what's happening with it yet. Højbjerg, Skip, Spence, Forster, Lo Celso. All of these, Solomon, Hill, Valise, right? So I've just named there. That's 30 players I've just named there. That's 30. Then you go to the kids. Then you've got Lancashire, Donnelly, blah, 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 blah. My point in that is we can talk and rave about all of these young players all we like, right? But does anyone truly believe that other than Bergvall and Gray, who will be in the squad because we paid for them, does anyone truly believe that many of the others are actually going to get game time? Like, we can talk about them being generational, but numbers dictate that there's not a lot of space, right? Where do they
Skip staying, by the way. Skip staying, by the way, because of homegrown problems.
Of course, there you go.
I don't like it, but this is what I'm hearing. But
sure. So where do they fit? My question is, where do they get game time then? Everyone's talking to me. Lancashire's amazing. Hall's amazing. Santiago, Mikey Moore, Dorrington, Philip. Where do these guys get game time?
They don't. They go on loan. It's just that simple.
Or they just stay on the, or they just don't play any football. I mean, Stel, I'll go to you on this because you're the guy. Whenever I hear about academy thing, bro, like I hear from you all the time, Stel, that like people at the club say there's like 1 or 2 that maybe play this year, right?
They're not playing. I've been saying that for 4 months. They're not playing. The academy director directly. They're not ready on the league. They might look good against Hearts and listen. I went to the under-21s cup final, okay, and we got battered 4-0, and that was under-21s. We looked a bit tired on the day, a little bit rugged. Fair enough. We're better than that performance, but the only players you're going to see next season regularly will be Bergvall and
Gray.
I don't know about Gray because when I spoke to Simon Davies, it's before we signed Gray. So Gray, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Probably because we spent a lot of money. But a lot of these kids aren't playing for Spurs next year. Mikey Moore, he's not getting game time next season.
He's 17, right?
Look, they might get 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here, but that's a waste of time. That does nothing for it. That does nothing for them other than just to make them feel good.
Yeah.
The only way you develop these kids is by giving them minutes. I've always, I've tried to explain this. A match is an extension of the practice. What you do in training prepares you for the match. So the match is an extension of the practice. It's still practice. If we're talking about development, not winning games. So for these youngsters, the match is part of the development. It's the most important part because in training, you don't have 62,000 fans screaming abuse about your mum and your dad and your private life, okay?
Yeah.
In a match, in training, you don't have VAR. You don't have the emotion of a match. It's a completely different environment. That's why it's a different type of practice session. So for these youngsters to really progress, and I've been doing this for 12 years, right? They need regular minutes.
They need to be playing week in, week out. And if they don't get that, they will regress.
That's
They will go
stalling their
backwards.
development.
They will go backwards. It's more than stall. They regress because the youngsters like the Kobe Mainus, the Sackers, well, when they were young, those that got the minutes end up passing the ones that don't. So they're the ones that become the stars. I think what's going to happen is what Ash said. They're going to go out on loan. Mikey Moore can't go out on loan. He's not allowed. You have to be 18. So he. This is why I think Mikey Moore might get some minutes by default because he's too good for the under 18s. He's played under 21 games and he's like a star. So I think by default he might get a chance. But most of these kids aren't going to be playing for Spurs. Spence isn't a kid. He's 23 now. So he's not a kid.
Yep.
But the Don Lees, the Santiagos, the Tyrese Halls, try to think who else we've got. Lancashires. They're not going to. Yeah, and one thing that's frustrating me with Ange at the moment actually is he's playing Skip at centre back. Okay, why? We lost the Carabao Cup last season, and when we lost that game, he made 9 changes. Every fan went ballistic about it, and what did he say? But it's the only time I get to see them play. I've got to try them out so I can see. So he used the Carabao Cup as an experiment that backfired. We've lost out on that cup. So surely now, when you've got these players, play them in their right position so you can experiment now. So when it gets to the Carabao Cup, you're not going to make 9 changes, right?
It sounds
So
like he wants to use it as a built-in excuse. When it's
I
like,
don't know
no.
what he's doing, Steve. Steve,
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing. I don't understand the thinking.
Right.
Start Phillips. Give Phillips 90 minutes if he's the only centre back. Get a good look at him for 90 minutes. And then you'll be able to know a bit more about Phillips in a match to say, right, I don't need to experiment with Phillips in the Carabao Cup because I know what I'm seeing. I've given you plenty of time in your position. But by keeping him on the bench and starting Skip, then his excuse for the Carabao Cup for me doesn't stack up anymore. It's like, are you just making this up as you go along? I
think his mind was made up way before the team was even picked. I think they sat down, they had their meeting. Players like Spence, who did have a good second half, I think he's not a part of the plans. He will go out on loan.
I agree with you, bro.
He'll go out on loan. I think you're right with Phillips. I think he'll go out on loan again because that's the reason why it doesn't make sense. You're like, why? Because I'm trying to think about it logically. I'm like, why would you do that? But I just think before balls even kicked, they said he's a part of my plan. He's a part of my plan. He isn't. He isn't. And Reguilon falls underneath that. I think Solomon might get a chance, even though I think he should be out of the club, in my opinion. But I just think decisions are made literally before a ball's even kicked. Do you know what I mean? And you know, he's come out and he said, you know, he's being diplomatic, but as long as they're wearing a Spurs shirt, they're a Tottenham player. But I just think
You're on mute. Savva.
Guys, just quickly, really quickly, I need to say goodbye to Kate. Thank you so much, Kate. Appreciate you coming on.
No worries.
Thank you so much for your donation as well. And guys and girls, Kate is doing a charity stream tomorrow as well. So, Kate, send me the link.
I
will post it tomorrow morning, and we'll send people over. And people love talking football, and hopefully they love donating. So, thank you for everything.
And I will speak with Mickey as well about the Andy's Man Club thing as well, because he's actually going to come on in the afternoon. So I'll speak to him about it.
Nice. Yeah, no, that'd be great. Really appreciate that. And thank you for everything.
All right, good luck, Savva.
Enjoy the game. Thanks.
See you. Bye.
Peace.
I mean,
Ash,
guys,
can I just reply to Ash in a second? Right?
Yeah.
If decisions are made before a ball's kicked, then I don't want to hear the manager ever say again, I'm experimenting in this game. That's why I made 9 changes in the Carabao Cup.
In a cup game as well.
I don't want to hear that if decisions are made before a ball's kicked. Because for me, if decisions are made before a ball's kicked, there's no point of pre-season to look at these players. Because I'll tell you now, and I think most of you will agree with me, if Spence plays like that in the pre-season games, he has got every right to be the second choice right back ahead of Emerson Royale all day long. If he keeps this up, if we're going to judge players on what they do in matches, right? I think he's if he keeps it up, he fully deserves it. But if the decision's made before we kick a ball, I don't understand the point of this process. Then it doesn't stack up for me, Ash.
I think it goes back to what Box Office was saying earlier about bad eggs and whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think if Ange looked at him and thought, I don't think he's the right fit for the dressing room, etc. Controversially, he might be out. you might be the one to be kicked out. But I agree with box office again. Sometimes you need the game needs mavericks and players that go against the cuff. There's certain times where the game's tight and there's not much in it, and you just need someone to just
grab the ball.
I think that's why football's looking so boring nowadays. Like the likes of your Ronaldinho's, you know what I'm saying? Those type of mavericks that just kind of
Gascoigne was a maverick. He was on the last weekend,
and not even bro.
We need more of those type of guys coming in. So yeah, I don't know, man. I could be wrong. This is just a theory. No. It's just my opinion. But I can only look at the team sheet that I'm seeing, and I'm thinking, wow, this doesn't really make sense.
I'm not getting Ange. I don't like this Ange ball phenomenon. It's just turning me off so much. It's just like Love Island. Honestly, you say Love Island to me, I turn off. And it's just like this. When you say Ange ball, it's just it's Spurs fans the only ones that can make you turn off something so much, because they say it so much and make it so annoying that you're just like, oh, shut up. You know what I mean?
If everyone doesn't mind, if everyone's sticking around for a little while, I won't bother with the scoreboard and all that sort of stuff. If everyone's cool with that, we'll all know the score. If everyone in the chat is happy with that, because I can't have the scoreboard and then have everyone on, and I'd rather we just keep talking. So that's okay with everyone. Yeah, cool. We'll all know the score. Guys, I think there's a lot of look, sorry, just quickly, Scooby D2, please. You're coming in here, right? And you're trying to really belittle about raising the money for the charity. James came in and told you where all the money from the charity goes. So can you please stop that? Or I will just block you.
No, but you've been perfectly transparent on
Savva,
how many of these streams have I done? Yeah.
Savva, if he's gonna start saying stuff, just block him.
He's gone. I've blocked him. He's gone. Yeah, guys, and welcome Lee. Hello, Lee. How are we?
Afternoon, chaps. How are you?
Good.
What's up, Lee?
That's a very very loud Tottenham bit of clobber you've got going on there.
Well, I thought I'd stand out, and the fact that it is hold on, 27.8 degrees in this room, so I'm sweating my nuts off.
Fair enough.
I find it crazy you people in the UK don't have air conditioning.
I do.
I almost clicked the button yesterday. I almost clicked the button yesterday.
I do. Yeah, guys, I do find it interesting. It's a really interesting piece because I don't disagree with Stel or Ash there. I believe that the decision has been made, but I also agree with Stel that it's crazy if that is the case. But what we're seeing here is he's brought in Ashley Phillips, right? Ashley Phillips was one of his summer signings last year. Mm-hmm. Not played a minute of first team. If I'm not wrong, I don't believe I remember him playing a minute of first team football last year. Like he couldn't even get game time when the centre halves were all injured.
He's
gone out on loan, come back.
Yeah.
And then I remember seeing a piece from whether it was Alistair Gold or whoever was talking about the Spurs issue in pre-season is going to be that there's no Dragushin, Van der Ven and Romero. And he was highlighting that there's now going to be a big responsibility on Ashley Phillips. You get to the first two games of pre-season and he goes, Ollie Skip, yeah, you look like a centre-half to me over the 6'2" centre-half that I've actually bought. And as I don't know, for me, I can't make it work in my head, guys, other than I don't think he fancies him.
Could I also throw this in as well about the set? I think Ash, you said someone asked a question. No, it was James earlier about like what do we make of these preseason games? Does these habits or formations or play style does this translate to the actual competitive fixtures in the Prem and whatever the cups are? Like, do we see it's translating? And I think with Ange, you could probably say yes, because I remember last year when y'all played Fulham, Eric Dyer before that Fulham game. Correct me if I'm wrong. He didn't play a minute of Spurs football in competitive games under Ange. The whole center back issue. Because obviously he was on his way out and Ange just didn't fancy him. But then he started out of nowhere. Dyer started the Fulham game last year, right, in the Carabao. If I'm not mistaken. So clearly, and I think another one of your main center backs is injured for that game, and he didn't play Phillips at all. He played Eric Dyer, who he didn't fancy clearly because he didn't play any minutes at all. Big up Connor. So clearly, So what if the situation happens in the Premier League? What happens if this is later in the season? If you guys don't have any center backs and you still have Phillips there, I don't think he plays because his 11 today. You have no Romero, no Dragus, and none of your main center backs are there, and a center back Phillips can't play still. I think that
it's taken really long to get Dragusin on and play Van der Ven on the left. It's taken him the last two penultimate games to do that, and everyone was saying, play Van der Ven on the left, play Dragusin there. You see what I'm saying? And it's just like these things. It's just these things because people overhype him, and I'm not just talking about Spurs fans. I'm talking about rival fans, and you know this is Matty because I'm in WhatsApp groups, and they're literally overhyping Ange. Saying, "Oh, we love Ange." I've already had the Nottingham Forest Wolfie saying, "Oh, we, talking like certain rivals are saying now," and that's it. And I'm like sitting there saying, "What are you seeing from this guy that I haven't seen from?" I've seen more from Pochettino. I'm being honest, more from Pochettino. And you can say whatever you want about me saying I love Pochettino, whatever. But I saw more from Pochettino at Chelsea with his coaching style than other players. And even Eddie Howe. I'm sorry, I just don't get it. You can have a go at me how much you want. I'm Mr. Box Office. I can take it. I don't care. I just don't see it.
Do you think that some of the I'm going to use the word trepidation. Just because it's a lovely word. Do you think some of the trepidation with Spurs fans is that what we saw last year was Spurs started like a house on fire, but then it started going like that for the rest of the season. Whereas Chelsea were terrible, and then throughout the season they started getting their shit together and started doing this, and only lost 2 of their last 20 games. Do you think if it had been the other way round? Do you think there'd be a little bit more hope and a bit more trust, Alex, from someone like yourself towards an Ange? Or is it because it seemed like it was a new manager bounce and then it completely just went normal?
You've got a point, but...
That's just a question. It's just a question.
No, I think it's a good question. It's a very good question. Yeah, maybe I would be a little bit... Maybe. It depends on what would happen in the season. But I think I need more than a second. I need a second season with him as well. But I would be. I maybe would have been more on board. Maybe to be honest, I don't know. I still be. But I maybe be better placed at the moment. I would be better placed than that at the moment.
Do you know? I disagree a little bit with this. I think what he's trying to do. I actually see it. And when it clicks, it's so slick. Like when it properly, I'll give an example. The second goal we scored against Chelsea to go 2-0 up, but it was deemed offside. That move was sensational. That was as good as it gets in football. Problem is, we don't see it enough. I think the issue he's got is that he doesn't have the players to pull off what he wants. What he wants to do, if it clicks, it's going to be dynamite.
Still, these are better players than he's ever had. This is the best group of players this man has ever managed.
But it's the level of competition, Sev.
I think the teams played against are better, and the managers he's up against are better. They watch, they adjust. Where Ange has been found out for me is how long it takes for him to adapt. How long it takes for him to say, do you know what, maybe I should change that. By then, we've lost 3 games. So I think that if he can be more flexible, and we sign proper quality, which in my opinion, we still haven't done that. We still haven't done those things. Then Alex next season will be saying exactly the same thing. And more people will be agreeing with Alex. A lot more will. I'll be here saying, do you know what? Alex has now got a point. But I do think what he's trying to do, I'm not against it. But I am against it if he's not going to bring in quality to do it.
I just don't think it works. Guys, just quickly, we are about to kick off. So for anyone that hasn't seen the team is Austin in goal, Porro, Skip, Gray, and Jamie Donnelly. What a defence. Sarr and Basuma in midfield with Bergvall completing the diamond in midfield. On the right is Johnson. On the left is Werner. And up front is Son. 2 names to watch out for today, guys. Smythe and Coley. And does anyone know why I've mentioned those 2 players from QPR?
Wingers.
They're the wingers. How much do you think we'll end up talking about those wingers today and why?
Fullbacks, because
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and
Go
that's
keep, go
very
keep,
good
yo.
on the left.
Big up Savva and you, man. I'm gonna cut
up
still. I'm gonna watch it.
Big up, Ash.
See you
Much
later,
love,
man.
dude.
See you,
Thank
Ash.
you.
See you later, man.
Is
Big up.
everyone watching it? Has everyone got the game on?
Yeah, I'm at 11, 12, 13, 14.
Savva, you know, like you're quite against both inverted wing backs, both inverting high up, right?
Both, yeah.
Okay, I'm not against it as long as we've got a top draw number 6, like a proper quality one. If we don't have that, then I agree with you. The inverted fullback system's stupid.
Mate, Pep doesn't even do both. Like, one has to tuck. If the greatest manager in world football with Man City squad only tucks one or inverts, whatever we want to use, I don't know where we get the idea that Ange can do it with both. And he's got the best number 6 in world football in his team. Like, so I don't understand what we can do.
The games we've won, though, we've done that. So it does work. It's just I agree there's games where he shouldn't do it though, Savva. I do agree there's certain teams that set up in a certain way where inverting both is suicidal.
Yeah.
And that's why I said he needs to adapt. There's games where he needs to adapt.
I completely agree. I think Steve's a few seconds in front of me actually here because QPR on the attack, out to the right winger. He's whipped it. Hang on. Everything any team does against us, guys. I don't know if it's just me. And welcome, Connor, as an outside. Yeah. Look at him. Boo. Oh, we're sorry. Go, anything. Do we all agree, though, that any time a team attacks Spurs, they literally go down our wings? Like, it is.
Yes.
Yeah. The joke of it is, you're more scared. I'm more scared of the defense now than when Conte had Davis, Sanchez, Dyer, and that lot. Why? Because again, I can only judge by what I see, and as far as I'm concerned, the manager he doesn't seem to have a Scooby-Doo about how to use defence, whether it comes to the zonal marking or how high pressed up he is, or the fact that he only plays with bloody 2 defenders while the others are up the other end of the pitch. We conceded the same goals over and over again. Even down to the point where you could literally pinpoint what was going to happen in the next game and how they would score, and they would do it. And my man can't work this out. He can't realise that, well, hang on a second, maybe I need to adapt just that little bit until I get what I want. I don't think he's actually got the capability to adapt to what he's got. You can only play with the cards you got. It's all good saying, I want to play my way. And I'm
adapted end of the season, Dan.
Yeah,
he adapted end of the season. It just took him 5... It took you 5 games to do
games.
it. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree, mate. I agree with you.
There's just been a perfect example of why it doesn't work, right, against QPR. So Werner's flying up the left, puts in a cross, and they block it or whatever. The furthest person forward who's chasing up that ball now on the other side of the box is Pedro Porro. Yeah. They get the ball, whipped it down the wing. There's no one there. So while Donnelly's up the other end...
Look right now. Sorry, Lee. They're doing it right now with Smythe.
Yeah. Johnson should be the one that's picking up that ball on the other edge of the box, not Porro. And Porro should be covering back.
Lee, who's our 6? Who's our 6?
We don't even play with a 6, do we?
We don't play with one.
He plays box to box, but he's better at going forward. Ooh. I think even if you gave Ange Man City, it'd still screw it up. Why? Because I think he's that stubborn that he'd still play exactly the same way that he's doing it.
Playing forward. I love this kid. I really am.
And you're still going to concede goals.
Bergvall's a player.
Ange's style, you're going to concede goals. Full stop.
Yeah.
Unless he adapts to it.
I saw the same struggles when he was at Celtic, by the way, particularly in obviously the Champions League games.
Do you reckon you guys are fully going down this youngster route? You know, going down all these youngster players now.
We don't know.
Are you actually going to sign some experience this summer, or like what's?
We have Timo Werner
chucking some grenades in. Look, here he is.
You know what? You know what's also funny too. The same like Twitter Spurs fans and sometimes people in your chat. The praise that they give the youngsters of Tottenham. They'll then be the same people that say, oh, Chelsea are in the mud. They're terrible because they buy young kids and they're blah, blah, blah. And it's like, are you guys really doing anything different? Are you guys really doing that much?
Well, we're not spending £100 million on every kid. No, we're not doing that.
No, but they're not spending. No, but still, they're not
Archie Gray for 40 million,
spending
that was
100 mil on
Dude,
a bunch of kids. They did on
Mudrak.
Mudrak wasn't 100. It was like 70 or 80. Okay,
Enzo.
that's fine. But still, what I'm saying is conceptual. Regardless of the money spent, clearly Spurs are. It looks like they're going.
That's a big factor, though, isn't it? Spending
it is a big factor, but I'm saying the idea is similar. You could say it's similar to the way Chelsea are recruiting. Young.
Steve, I don't care if we do Project Youth, right? Right. But tell us that. Don't tell me we're building a £1 billion stadium to compete with the best. Don't tell me that we're going to challenge for the league next year, right? There's got to be consistency in what's said and what's happened. That's where I get
100%. Still, how are you feeling that we signed Calafiori? How are you feeling, mate?
I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted.
Brilliant signing. It is a brilliant signing.
Ash Matty did a whole show on him last month, showing us why he would fit perfectly into Spurs. I'm watching this video going, Ash, this kid's amazing. He's like, I know.
We beat him.
He's good. He's Arsenal.
But
it's
we'll see how
really
he does
simple.
in the Premiership.
Yeah, we will. Yeah,
I don't buy into all that crap about we'll see how he does in the Premiership. The whole of the Premier League is foreign.
Thank you.
The whole Premier League is foreign, and every time a player comes over, we go, "How will they do here?" I mean, all of Spurs' best players have come from other leagues. Like
Son came from the Bundesliga.
Did Son make an impact instantly when he arrived at Tottenham?
No. It took him nearly 2 years.
And that's what I mean.
That's not all of them, is it? That's not all.
No, but it does. But it does happen because the Premiership is different. It's a lot faster than Serie A. Skillful wise, I wouldn't say so. I don't think it's as massive as everyone says, but it is basically the fastest and most physical out there. That's why you get a few Spanish players as an issue over it.
I think it's fastest, but I'm not having it. It's the most physical. Hang on. When you look at so many of the teams that can't defend because there's no physicality anymore, I think this is a trait of years gone by. When you had your John Terrys, when you had your Shaw crosses, when you had your proper tough centre halves, I think it was a physical league. Now every team tries to play with like a ball playing number 6, so there's not really physicality there. Every team's centre halves are players that bring the ball out rather than physical. I don't agree, Dan. I think there's the reason why the English teams aren't very good in Europe, because
what would you say is more of a physical league then? Because it's definitely not Serie A. It's definitely not the Spanish league.
Serie A is physical. Serie A is physical.
Premiership is more physical.
I would say, you know what?
In what way? In what way? When we say more physical, in what way?
What way? The way they knock each other about, the way they get into a tackle as such. In Italy, they take their time and pass it.
What's the tackling in La Liga? Watch the tackles that go around in La Liga, and then watch the Premier League and talk to me about
League.
People go
France, definitely.
People go down easy in every league now. The other thing you get with it on the space side of it is the Spanish league. If you're Real Madrid or Barcelona, you get about 5 seconds on the ball to take your time. Where do I want to pass it? And there you go, they pass it. You don't get that in the Premiership.
No, that's
not all the time.
You've been listening to Sky Sports too much. That is not true at all.
I don't even watch it,
mate. If you watch La Liga, whenever Barca and Madrid play somebody, those teams are so well drilled, man for man, in their face, tackling. This notion that in the Premier League is the only league where you don't get time, that isn't true. Watch half of our games. We have 70% possession because no one tackles.
Because they sat back,
Okay.
But the Spanish league, the top teams, a player, if he wants, can hold the ball for 4 or 5 seconds.
Antonio Conte said, right? Antonio Conte said, when you sign players in the Premier League, you need to sign a different type of profile because of the physicality. That's what Conte said when he was looking to sign players for Spurs. And he won the league in Italy. So surely there's got to be something in it, because unless Conte is
other people will say differently. We can all pick one person that said it, right? It's like when
who said it?
Premier League's the best league in the world. Carlos Tevez turned around and said this wasn't the toughest league I played in.
That's a different subject, though. We're talking about physicality, right? Physicality.
Yeah, I think physical in the Premier League? Who's physical? Arsenal's team is physical. Man City's team is overly physical.
Newcastle
Crystal
were a
Palace.
Gabriel, Saliba,
Fulham.
Rice, Partey, they're all physical players.
Oh, that's not.
Partey.
I don't think Saliba and Gabriel are typically physical.
I like to think they're a bit like a brick shit house.
I would say
strong,
Sava. I would say physically like a Brentford, Newcastle. I would say
Wolves.
Newcastle horrible.
Wolves are a big one. Yeah,
Wolves got a good blend of technical ability and physicality. But I completely agree with you, bro, about the whole.
Mate, I watch the league every week. Steve, I watch the league every week.
Physicality. You look at the championship. Championship's full of that. That's why I love the championship.
The defenses in the Liga. First of all, they are well drilled, but they will pinch, bite, two-footed tackle. It's this notion that you get 4 or 5 seconds in every other league, and you don't get that in the Premier League. I watch a Premier League game. Most of them are so. Everyone gives the ball away so quickly. Everyone gives it away quickly because they're trying to do everything.
That's technical ability, though. That's not physicality. That's technical ability.
And still, they're trying to do things at 100 miles per hour. Right? We keep talking about this league like it's the be all and end all, but we get into European competitions, our teams look shit for a reason.
I think the European managers, most of them, are far more tactically savvier than your typical manager over here. I think in Europe, up here, they're more switched on than us lot. I do think that. You see it with the England national team. We always lose because of tactics. All the fucking time. It's tactics.
There's something going on in the chat. Guys and girls in the chat. I mean, this is just a charity stream where we're talking about football. Like,
come on, guys.
Just because it's a charity stream doesn't mean that people can't have their opinion on football, right? But all of this, he said, she said in the chat. Relax, calm down. No one's a league gonna want to be. Relax.
I've been called that a couple of times.
Just chill out, right? If somebody says something you don't like, you just don't.
You can debate the opinion. Don't get personal.
It's fine.
Could I ask a question actually? I don't know if any of you guys here have been to QPR. The pitch looks really wide. It looks like a huge pitch.
QPR can't even sell out any of their home matches. They're absolute shite. You will never ever see a QPR game sold out ever. Shite.
No. I was talking about Connor. I was talking about the field.
Oh yeah, gotta just change the whole subject.
Well, because my local's Brentford, isn't it? I'm not supporting them not down the road and down in Shepherd's Bush. So yeah,
Spurs are like they're playing in pajamas. What are you?
You've got the away kit on.
What is this?
You didn't realise that.
Like the width of the pitch, bro. Is this like Wembley or something? It seems like a very, very wide.
I think it's just
I have a question.
Is that true or no?
It's a small ground, Loftus Road. It's a small ground.
I have a question for you guys, right?
Maybe it's the camera. Yeah.
Spurs have just bought in Bergvall and Gray, right? But as far as I'm aware, Bentancur isn't going anywhere. Suma's not going anywhere. Sar's not going anywhere. We know Skip's not going anywhere. And I have doubts as to whether or not we can get rid of both Højbjerg and Lo Celso. What do any of you guys see either of those two being first? When I say first team, I don't mean playing every now and then. I mean as like number one on the team sheet in midfield.
Bergvall,
yeah.
Bergvall,
yeah.
Oh, midfield. No, sorry. No, not in the middle.
No, not this season. No one.
I think
Bergvall taking over from Johnson and Werner, 100%.
I think Bergvall might start this season. I just got that feeling the way that it's going on at the moment, because the only reason why I say it is because no one really knows about it.
Here we go. Porro's halfway up the field, and there's a massive gap.
Yeah.
Mate,
fuck off.
No one can play this style of football, Lee. I don't care. No one plays this style of football in world football.
Porro is better when he's just going down the wing, right?
Overlapping.
And he's take on his man, right? And he can get a cross in, or he has a shot on goal. Because you saw a little bit of that at the end of the season, didn't you? Because you saw a few goals from him, didn't you? You see what I'm saying?
What we lack
at the other end of the pitch
is the on-field intelligence to read the game. Right? It's going down the left. Cross comes in. The expectation is that the person at the back post is Johnson, right? That's who you'd expect. You think who's away on that right hand side who's going to be at the back post? Johnson. It's fucking Porro again. Goes down the right hand wing, and we're completely left open.
But they're only playing now. The manager told them to do it.
Yeah, but I can't. I don't believe that. I can't believe that the intelligent players don't just act like robots. they go, right, I'm reading the situation here. There's a gap. I'm going to stay back. Let them do their thing. I'm going to stay back here and I'm going to cover. We make a free, exactly like Walker does, right? Make a free at the back. This is exactly what he should be doing.
This is what I like about Lee.
If they're just doing exactly what
Lee,
the manager's telling.
If
Hold
the
on,
manager
stay.
has
I'm
told
finished.
them they weren't doing
I'm
that.
finished.
Hang on, let
They
Lee
weren't
land.
doing that.
I know. When the manager is telling them to do that and they are doing that like lemmings, that is not the intelligent footballer right there.
Yeah, but they
That
lose their
worries
place
me.
otherwise.
That worries me.
Instructions.
When you've got a manager like Conte, and Postecoglou is similar to Conte in the stubbornness. If they don't play his way, he just drops them. So they have to do as they're told, basically, because he ain't going to let them go on the pitch and do the way they want, because then that belittles him. He'll just drop them. So they've just got to do as they're told, basically.
Tap in. Oh my
Johnson,
God.
that's such a shit cross.
Oh God, so bad.
Brennan Johnson
that was
puts
so
a
bad.
10-foot cross in for 5'6" Timo
There were
Werner.
3 guys running in.
People who defend this guy, I don't know what they watch.
Jesus
I don't know what they watch.
It's only a friendly people.
Glasses off situation.
It's only a
that is.
friendly people.
Do you
It's
know
only a
what?
friendly people. This is what
How much is he again?
us.
How much
Only
is Brennan
friendly.
Johnson? 50 million?
Let's look at all side. Let's look at it. We don't want to be negative now, don't we?
Guys and girls, I'll come back to you still. Sorry, guys and girls, please remember this is a charity stream. We've got to keep the charity. We've got to keep the donations coming in. All right, because for me, at my old age, to stay awake for 24 hours, I need some motivation. Right?
Hey, I got you, Sam.
Money.
I got you, Sam.
We have stagnated in the last. Let me just let you know. Big up, by the way, to Wayne Holland who put money in. Big up to you, mate. Brian Maguire did. Connor, CMO, big up Connor in the show. Gunner Phil, whoever you are, Gunner Phil. I'm joking. Lots of love. He's stuck in £50. Simon Bergen, Ed M, Mark Cook, Anonymous, Kieran, Kate, just a girl who loves Spurs, are all put in the last hour. We've got to keep going, guys and girls. We've got to keep going. And in the chat, if somebody is annoying you, please just ignore it. And Spurs play, give me my money back because you're experiencing technical difficulties. Anyone else?
Yeah.
I'm also watching it on Spurs play. Yes, I am.
I was wise and I bought the QPR. I went on QPR Plus or whatever the hell it's called. And I just bought it for like $5 or something. So shout out to them.
Apparently, Brennan Johnson's cross took out the network cables and the camera. And how anyone... I saw Lee McQueen, right, the other day. Big up, Lee. Right, I saw Lee McQueen the other day, and he had, is it Darren Lewis from is it from the Mirror or whatever paper he's from? Both talking about how this guy is going to be world class. What are we watching? What are we watching?
Next Gareth Bale.
They don't mean what they say. None of them mean what they say. Honestly, none of them mean it.
Liam just made a great point. Liam, sorry, still in the chat. Liam just made I don't even know what to say. Chelsea paid less for Cole Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer, yeah.
That is, yeah.
I
don't think Johnson's got it. I don't think he's an average player at best, and I don't think he's going to get that much better. He might get a little bit better, and you see him for 15 minutes.
I think they're thinking it's Gareth Bale, Dad.
That's it.
I think they're thinking of Gareth Bale.
Dad, I went on We Are Tottenham TV 6 months ago. The video's up there. They clipped it. Got more fucking views than anyone else that video did. And I made it very clear. I said he's an absolute waste of money. £50 million down the drain. Everyone had a hissy fit. Everyone had a meltdown. Listen, when I coach the really young ones, I say one thing to them. I always keep it simple with the young kids. I say to them, when you put the ball into the box, whether you kick it high, whether you kick it low, make sure you find someone wearing the same colour shirt as you. Just pass it to someone with the same colour shirt. This is 10-year-olds.
Baby steps.
Did you see what Johnson did? He took out the network
anyone
cable.
still watching the game?
50 million.
Yes, I'm watching the game.
50 million.
Steve, you're going to have to keep us updated.
I have to
can't
keep
do it
y'all
anymore.
up. Damn, all right.
Dan, he's awful, man. It's okay to say he's awful as a footballer.
Still, but he grabs a couple of
all
tap-ins.
season.
He grabs a couple of tap-ins, and we go, Brennan.
Against Burnley.
Oh, Savva, you know who said that, don't you, Savva? You know who said that, don't you? Who said, I was wrong. I was wrong about Johnson. I was wrong about Johnson.
Are they going to sue me for showing this? Come on.
Hold on. I'm gonna put the login to the QPR pass thing in the private chat. One of you try to log in to see if we can stream the game.
Do you know? I know it's only a pre-season friendly, right? You don't have all your main players in there, but do you know what? I look at your squad in general. You lack a leader. You need a leader in your team. I don't know, man. I feel like you're just missing the main core leaders in your team.
So Connor, if we sign a leader, we're going to close the 25-point gap on you. Is that what you're saying? If we just get that leader, that's the 25-point gap done, yeah?
Yeah, cool.
That's a dig at. That's a dig at song, by the way. That's a dig at song, by the way. This but
we said it from day one, Alex.
We're missing a leader.
Yeah, so he's not a captain. He's not a captain,
isn't he? See, that's what I say.
I don't think
that's what I've been saying. I love it how I'm called deluded when so many times, but most of the things that I say is right. Yeah, even the fact I said, yeah, and Savva's gonna hate this. He's gonna really hate this. Is like I said, what is it? Haaland is the what is it? He's like the
John Carew.
John Carew, yeah, above average John Carew.
Yeah, I had to get rid of him for he's really silly.
Game's back.
Alex, come back. I kicked. Oh, Alex and his but other than the 50 goals a season Haaland scores, what does he do? 50 goals a season. Alex, come back. I've got the football back. Anyone else?
It's highlights.
Never win.
Oh, is it highlights? Oh,
yeah, it's highlights.
Bloody buggers. Where's Alex?
I thought it was the game. as well.
Yo, check the private chat, guys. Check the private chat and try logging in with that. Let's see if we could stream multiple on the same one. Let me know.
Okay, I'm going to try it.
See if it works.
I don't even, but even with Arsenal preseason, I don't even pay for this shit. I can't even be bothered with it. I remember the season when it was in lockdown. We went and played in Scotland for preseason. We lost every single game. I paid 25, 30 quid for that preseason pass. We lost to Hibernian, Rangers, and I think St Mirren or something like that. Got absolutely fucking stated. I think football clubs. Why should we pay to watch preseason? Why? Why should we have to pay to watch fucking friendly? Excuse my language, sorry.
Capitalism, Connor. You can thank
all of
America
this is to
for
help
that,
the little
baby.
clubs. That's what it is.
Header. Oh no.
Hang on, I think I might be in. Is the exclamation mark part of the password?
Yes.
It's not
Listen,
working.
my take on the youngsters, right, is that these two games here at home in the UK is for the youngsters. Once we see who gets on that plane, about half of them are not there. Once all the other guys come back, half of them won't be going on that plane.
Is Archie Gray going to be a centre back? What's going on here? Because I thought he's in midfielder.
Bro, he should be playing in midfield.
That's what I mean. So, but when you think of pre-season, you think you're going to integrate your players into a team. You're going to try and get them into.
We haven't got any centre back. We got one, Connor Phillips. And that's
it. Where are the other guys? Where are they all at?
Holiday.
Oh right, yeah, got respected.
Steve, it's asking for your email address to log in.
Hang on. Steve, the details you put in aren't working, mate.
Oh, I have multiple passwords. I honestly forgot.
What, for QPR?
Yeah.
Why?
Wait, Stel, you're saying... Hold on, Stel, you're saying
that makes no
sense.
Why would you do that?
No, I forgot to write down my password, but it's one of those.
Yeah, but why have you got loads of passwords for QPR? Like,
but even this, Liam,
why not?
Liam,
no, I'm saying,
even this baffles me. Like, listen, nothing against Conley, but is there not a single left back from the age of the under 23s through to the under 17s that we could play at left back in friendly? Like, I'm baffled as to what this manager does a lot of the time. I'm not going to lie, guys.
Well,
Bergvall's holding his hamstring.
Yeah.
Alex, come on.
I'm glad it's funny, Savva. It's funny. When I said it, I knew it was going to get reactions. I'm glad you did it, to be honest with you, because I stick by what I say, Bob.
Yeah, he's coming off.
I'm back.
I've just realised why you were ranting. So, because obviously Arsenal fan here, Jamie Donnelly is a striker, and you're playing him at left back.
Yep.
He's not a striker. He's not a striker.
He's a winger,
he's
isn't
a
he?
left midfielder.
Well, he's a forward player, isn't he? You know?
Probably he's a striker slash attacking midfielder. So yeah.
By the way, guys, Kulusevski is coming on for Bergvall. Kulusevski.
Hamstring.
Wait, Savva, are you watching on the QPR line?
Oh,
catch a break,
so
can we?
little superstar's got a hamstring then. Oh my gosh, little superstar's got a hamstring then. So all those people that are making YouTube videos about Bergvall, oh, that's your superstar now. Oh, there it is. Oh, this is so classic.
Alex, that
Tottenham.
can happen to any player, mate.
So what? You're not going to play Kulusevski?
It just happens to us.
I know, but it's a.
Do you know what? I'm actually.
Superstar players should never pull their hamstrings ever. They're superstars.
But Lee, you see the YouTube video saying about this guy saying it's classic. He's this, that, and he's got an injury. Classic.
Do you know what? I'm gutted. I'm actually gutted, man, because he was looking like he could.
That's for you lot overhyping a player that has not done nothing so far.
Alex,
Not absolutely useless.
Sorry. Having been in sport for ages, it can happen to anyone.
I'm not
Ronaldo gets
laughing at
injured.
that. But the thing is, though, it's to those people that were making so much videos about this guy saying, "Oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's going to do this." He's just got injured right now. So what are you saying now? What are you saying now?
You can't
He'll have to do it when he comes back, won't
man. I agree with what you're saying, but you can't cuss him for an injury.
No, I'm not cussing him for an injury. I'm not cussing anybody. No, I didn't say about the injury. I'm saying.
So by that technical thinking, if Messi plays 10 games in La Liga and then gets injured and everyone's praising him, he's shit now, is he?
No, I'm not saying that he's shit, but it's
I'm joking with Alex. I'm just pulling you. I'm pulling you.
See, that's for you lot for saying putting so much pressure on the guy, right? He needs time. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
I can't wait for the season.
Do you know what? I don't know about you, lot. I'm gutted by that because
I am as well.
I'm really hoping he was going to take Johnson's place or Werner's place on that wide place.
Because you want them integrated into the team as fast, especially when
I want him to play ahead of any of the front four that we've got.
Yeah, but he's not a wide player.
You really want that still.
You want him in the middle. You want him in the middle, progressing forward, looking for that forward pass, not down the wings.
Can I tell you what's frustrated me, Lee, about this injury? It's not that the players get injured, right? What's frustrated me about this is I thought it was a really good time to go, all right, we'll push Archie Gray into midfield and bring Ashley Phillips up.
No, I agree.
He puts Kulusevski on.
Good save.
In a
Hang on, here's Werner. Here's Timo Wiener. Werner. Oh my God, did anyone see his?
Wow, Johnson, go on. Sonny, come on.
Hang on, what minute are you in?
27-13.
Timo's literally kicked it off the pitch, man. He's smashed it off the pitch.
So fucking funny.
And people will still find a way to big him up.
This is what's even better. You can have Werner not just for 5 months, though. You can have him for a whole season now. It's even better. It's like just in January. You got enough for another whole
think
season.
it's a good bit of business. Well done on Tottenham, they said on socials. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Or what was the other
that's
one?
what I want to see Johnson doing,
him,
right?
so
That's what we all expected him to do, but he does it like once every 10 matches.
Crossing.
Would you not take Eddie Nketiah, Reece Nelson? Take
no.
Fabio Vieira? No.
I'll take Vieira. I'll take Vieira. I would.
Would you take Fabio Vieira?
I don't think he's a bad player.
Bro, I get him in the taxi straight down to you.
He's a bit lightweight, but mate, have you seen that midfield, Connor? Do you watch
your
midfield?
It's just shocking. And I'm so surprised, like you said earlier, about Højbjerg is so desperate to leave Tottenham, and we're now nearly at the end of July, and he's still at the football club. It just that blows my mind as well.
So's Lo Celso.
Do you know what's something that's interesting, and seeing him get an injury does not surprise me, because I think in one of his first interviews, Bergvall's interviews for the club, he made a remark about how more intense training was, specifically around the fitness training compared to what he's doing right now and the amount of adjustment he's going to have to do. I still think that a lot of our injuries are purely based on what we're putting these guys through in training and overstretching them.
I agree.
That's the point. He needed time. He needed time, doesn't he? So that's the thing. It's just that you're putting so much pressure on their own shoulders, and that's my point I'm making. You see what I'm saying? So it's like is look, forget the point. I'm not trying to make fun of the guy's injury. No. And if anybody thinks I'm doing that, they're stupid.
Oh,
The point I'm making,
who was that? If I'm a scout, I'm watching whoever that was, what he just did.
Yeah, that's that Algerian kid. That's that Algerian kid.
I wish I can get the game.
That was brilliant.
Ryan Colley.
Yeah,
What a save.
Absolutely brilliant. Look at that. Touch, turn.
That was sick, yo.
Oh,
from way outside. From way
Did you
outside.
see Timo Werner doing that?
Mate, this is the thing. We've got Werner and Johnson. I've never, ever seen either of them do that. This is mental.
Mate, what a save.
Great save.
That's an outstanding save.
You know, Brandon Austin, when I spoke to the guys at Spurs, they said to me that they really, really think he could be one to come through for the club because he did really well for England as well. His dad's ex-basketball.
How old is he?
He's an ex-basketball player in America.
Oh.
How old is Austin?
I don't know. No, he must be older now. Must
40.
be early
He's
20s.
been at Spurs for 20 seasons and
I was
never
going to
played.
say, how long has he even been there for?
Ages.
He's 25. God, yeah, that's not long anymore.
He's been there as old as Savva is.
Yeah, but goalkeepers, a lot of goalkeepers don't start to their bit.
He's my age.
A lot of goalkeepers play.
Well, yeah, no, goalkeepers retire a lot more further than the average player does outfield. So,
I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with this kid. I've seen him do a few things here that have caught the attention. There you go.
Who would you rather have, Fraser Foster or Austin?
Austin.
Yeah, there you go.
But isn't Fraser Foster needed as part of homegrown?
Austin's homegrown.
Austin's homegrown. Yeah, but aren't they all needed for like? We just.
Oh right. I see what you're saying. Well, keep Whiteman then. Keep Alfie Whiteman.
He is one. We've got 3 homegrown goalkeepers.
Hold on, you got 4 keepers at the club right now, or 5?
Yeah,
5.
Yeah,
4. 5.
You got 5 keepers.
Gunter.
Bloody hell!
Oh yeah, you have got 5.
You've got 5 keepers at the club. What's going on?
What is that? I'll tell you what. This QPR team's got a couple of good little players in there.
They're playing.
You know what? QPR, right? They've always had an individual 1 or 2 players, and the rest are just shite. But they
You know why? You know why? Who's their academy director?
Is it Ramsey?
Chris Ramsey.
Is it Ramsey?
He's the man that developed Harry Kane. He's a Spurs boy.
You know the QPR player I like that's not playing
Never got rid
today.
of Chris Ramsey.
Elias Chair.
Elias Chair.
And of course, the legend that is Lyndon, and of course, Lyndon Dykes as well.
Lyndon Dykes.
The proper
There we go.
geezer, the proper.
I'll tell you what, they're knocking it about really
they're
nice.
playing
QPR.
nice. It's pretty
And-
cross ball.
And they've
Oh, he's
scored.
offside. I think he's offside.
Jeez.
Again, anything down our channels, we simply cannot cope with anything out wide. Anything out
He's
wide.
passing us out of the game.
Fellas, this is QPR, man. Let's not take the piss. What's going on?
Savva, it's those touches. They're so comfortable, edge of the box.
They're passing us out the way
Knock it
with the
back.
one-touch
Yeah.
passes. I mean, the way he just kicked it back right from the back.
Was that offside, guys?
That's
Offside.
I think so.
Offside.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a sick finish. But it is offside.
Offside, but the Spurs app is showing it as 1-0.
Of course it is. Fucking hell.
Do you know?
Honestly, guys, in the first 2 games, the way they've come out, nothing so far, and I know it's 2 preseason games, nothing so far tells me that he's going to adapt from the 2 high fullbacks that leave us exposed every time. Nothing.
He's not going to adapt, Savva. He's not going
Well,
to.
then we're never going to succeed. Still, listen.
No, I
as we
agree. I've said
doesn't do it.
if he doesn't adapt, that's a big failure.
Or
of his.
touch,
He doesn't
son.
adapt.
Oh, that's nice.
Look, they're away again.
Frey, still with the ball. With
Jesus,
weight, touch space.
they look
That's where
good.
you need the 6 to the right.
Hang on, Smith crosses it.
That's
overhit.
Overhit cross. Is kid going?
I mean,
no.
Coley's good. Coley's very good.
I like the look at him.
I'd take him over Timo Werner.
Do you know what? Talking Tottenham and QPR, whenever I think of those 2 clubs, I think of Tarat. God, what a player he was.
QPR that was crazy how they.
Whenever I was in school, everyone used to talk about him, just Tarat.
I think unless
people are saying that it's only a friendly sort of stop over criticising it, yeah. But with this friendly, wouldn't you'd have thought he'd be playing his way that he would have adapted if he has, not just playing exactly the way he was before?
Dan, I'll tell you what.
Hang
No, I'll tell you
on.
what the response. I'll tell you what the response to that is. Right. If we're not going to criticize this, fine. Don't praise when we win 5-1 against Hearts. Don't praise
Amen.
it. You can't.
Amen.
You can't have it both ways, man.
Amen.
Like, what is this?
Fair play.
Well,
I'll tell you
no,
what.
exactly what zone.
If everyone's watching this, I think everyone's watching this, right?
Yeah.
QPR look the better football team.
Yes.
They are winning
Hands
every
down.
second ball. They are passing it through midfield, and their wingers look like wingers. This is embarrassing.
Yes.
And
Literally.
before people say we've got players on holiday, there's still enough of the first team there.
To do
There's
it.
enough of the first team
There's still
there.
some on the bench, isn't there? There's still some first teamers on the bench.
Yeah.
Basuma, Son, Werner, Johnson, Pape Sarr, they're all starting. Porro. This is practically our first team.
bar a couple players, yeah. That's about 6 players in our first team now.
Listen, we said it at the end of last season. Unless we fix 3 or 4 key starting positions with proven talent, we're going to struggle. We haven't done it, and we're getting outplayed by a championship side.
The only ones that are not first team.
Smith. Oh Lord.
Smith again.
He's got some.
The only ones that are not first team are Donnelly, Skip, and if we're going to say
Austin.
Brandon Austin, obviously.
Austin and Gray. But Gray's our £40 million signing. So can I not put him
We're
in? as a
playing him
first
at centre back.
Yeah.
Spawn.
Go on. Hit it,
Werner,
Timo. Oh, my
God, Timo, what are you doing, mate?
I can't handle this now. I'm behind you. It's driving me nuts.
Yo, Lee, try logging in with my info.
Timo Werner's so fucking shit.
How many's going to be on there? They're going to be QPR going to be phoning Steve up in a minute. Going, no, we've noticed you've logged in 16 times. Any chance it's not all you?
I just don't. I don't.
This is what you get, guys. This person was one of the people the other day when we won 5-1. All our young players are generational, right? Everything's brilliant. Look how great we are. We're challenging for a title. When we start looking crap against QPR, it's just a friendly. Hang on.
Yep.
Sorry. So we praise when we're good, but when we're bad, we're not allowed to.
That's just it. When you're good, you're good. You're bad, you're bad, and you got to take the credit and the shit from both sides.
I think the problem is, guys, is that we overhyped it very, very at the beginning. That's why we're saying what we're saying at the moment, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because if we're going to overhype, if people are overhyping it, we're just telling you what's going on at the moment. And QPR are passing the ball really well at the moment.
We didn't overhype. We hid them.
Well, no, but people, you know what I'm talking about. You know what
they
I'm talking
overhyped.
About. They overhyped it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Are the Scott McTominay links legit, by the way, fellas? Is that an actual thing?
I do hope not.
I've read a lot about it.
What's your purpose in being here, Connor? Are you here to just ruffle the feathers?
Listen, I'm just trying to get my updates on the latest Tottenham news, mate. I'm just trying to sit in and trying to update myself.
Jacob Ramsey. We're after Jacob Ramsey.
Half of me wants us to sign McTominay. Like,
can I just get
for banter?
Make the excuses for him. I'd love it. I'd love it.
I don't know if it's because the Euros on. I don't know if it's just me, right? But I feel like this summer window overall has just been so dead in terms of the Premier League.
Look at the excuses.
Look at the highest paid fees for deals.
Timo Werner is getting.
Oh,
he's getting absolutely battered on the wing.
Werner cannot beat his fullback at all. Rubbish decision making. He's shit, man. Come on.
Also, I just want to say, Steve, I want to give my hats off to your club managing to sell Elliot Anderson for £35 million. Mate, Eddie couldn't even sell a packet of crisps.
I like Elliot Anderson. I thought I would have.
But it's just hilarious how you don't get money for a player like him for £35 million.
Yeah.
We can't even sell.
I'm just confused. I'm confused why Kulusevski's come on, man. I'm just.
Is he in midfield? Is he in midfield?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just
what a joke!
confused.
You've got Madison on the bench. Like, what's going on here?
I just don't get it really. It's like if we're gonna be doing this Kulusevski thing, I just think it's just like
left.
I mean, look, you can see how
Werner.
poor
Oh my God.
Werner is on it, and everybody knew it. How poor Werner is. And says one of our problems was the finishing, so he goes and re-signs Werner. And I'm meant to still have faith 100% in the manager for just doing something like that. Okay, it's not Football Manager. We're all armchair supporters, and none of us have really got a clue what we're talking about. But I can sit there and tell the manager, Werner should have been a no-go. He's not going to make you better. He's crap.
Yeah.
And the manager couldn't work that out. He should have just played Donnelly up there instead.
I mean, just quickly. I mean, David Derrill. First of all, what you called as a fact. We have exceptional young players. Can we at least wait until most of the young players have played a first-team game in a senior environment before we call them exceptional? All the exceptional kids you're talking about, I think Mikey Moore played 5 minutes for the first team last season. Donnelly played about 60 overall over the season. Can we please stop this? You're exceptional when you prove it. Not because
finish it.
Go on.
Score.
Go on. Oh,
Yes.
that's lovely. That's
Good
lovely.
goal.
Good finish.
Good
That's
goal.
all.
Good goal. Good goal.
Basuma.
Was that Basuma?
Nice.
Yeah, Basuma.
That's a lovely bit of play.
That was a good bit of play by Basuma.
When he's up top, when he's up in the number sort of 10 position, that's what you get out of him.
That's what I said to everybody. He's an 8, easy. He's box to box, but he's best at going forward. Yep. We're asking for a box to box that can play a 6 as good as a 10. I said to everybody, Basuma is a very good player when you have him going forward.
Advanced
Defense
8
was never
as an
his
advanced
point.
8. Yes, exactly.
He can come back and cover a DM a little bit, but it's his weaker point. And Ange wants someone who's just as good on both sides, and that's very few and far between.
That's a good goal, to be fair. That's a good
It's
goal.
a very good goal.
Kulusevski passes it back, does a 1-2 really well with him.
Sounds the goalkeeper as well.
He starts it off as well, to be fair, as well.
But that's what. But this
again,
this is where Kulu plays for Sweden. That's where he's most effective.
I know, but
in the middle.
Lee, he needs to make himself known now. It's time now. Stop making excuses for himself now. He needs to make himself known.
If you don't know, get to know, right?
Yeah, no, like I said,
if they play him out of position all the time, what's the man meant to
do? Dan,
I agree and I disagree. You've still got to turn up and show your worth. You've still got to.
Yeah,
I get that.
I've seen him
get
3 years now, and I've not been impressed with him at all. I think he gets a lot of hype. Kulusevski.
What Lee was saying. Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say what I interpreted Lee to say is that play when he sees Kulusevski play for Sweden, it's more in the middle. That's where he's best at. So he's saying he
does play in the middle.
Yeah, he does.
And that's where he was best at Juventus. That's where he played at Juventus. About 6 months before he left.
Good
and
ball
they
in.
couldn't big him up enough. They're playing him in the wrong position.
Fellas, I'm going to shoot off. Savva.
Thank you so much.
Hope the stream goes well, and please, people keep donating because it's a really great cause. Men's mental health is a real thing, and it affects a lot of people. So please do donate if you can. Big up, gents. Take care. Well, big up, Savva, mate. Hope it goes well. See you later.
Thank you. By the way, just quickly before we go back, big up to Stuart Sanderson, who has donated. Swanex has donated. Stuart Marcus, Scott M. Wayne Holland, thank you so much for all you guys for donating. Also, thank you to Ethan Bates, who put in £10 as well. Absolute legend. Really appreciate that. And also to Mohammed Sahol, who says, happy to see you again, Savva, from an Arsenal fan. Thank you very much. Listen, as we said, charity doesn't support any club. So very, very welcome as always. And thank you very much. Please do keep donating. I'm going to set a target of, I want to get to 2K by 6 p.m., which is in 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we need £800 in 2 hours. £5 here, £10 there, a couple of quid there. Let's make it happen, people.
That's got to be no.
Isn't it interesting what happens when you have a player that can beat a man?
That's close. Almost.
What happened there?
You know what? If Ange would just adapt his way and play overlapping wing backs,
that was just a standard cross for Johnson to make.
Or,
really, to be honest with you.
Or just sign players that can beat a man. If Basuma couldn't go around the goalie, it's not a goal, but he can beat a man.
Yeah,
Basuma can dribble. We don't.
I don't think. I think Johnson just proved just now that it just, he's just okay, and then he puts a ball in the box, and Son just completely misses it, doesn't he? Really?
But
he's
really just what I'm saying about every 10 crosses.
Come back end of May and apologise. Come back into May, Ozzy, and apologise to us.
But this is why I've got. I just don't get our fan base. I really don't. But again, if he truly believes it, it's up to him. You know, up to that
He's
person,
not a
you know what I mean?
Spurs fan, Alex. This is an Ange Postecoglou fan that will leave when Ange leaves. It's like we've had it with the Jose fans. Right? We had it with all the people that purely loved Ndombele and followed pictures
the
of
Jose sexuals.
The homosexuals. We've now got it with Ange, where we've got loads of fans who keep telling me about my club, and they don't seem to know.
The postasexuals.
What happens? Postasexuals.
Big up Garrett.
What happens when the Son leaves? The stadium's going to be empty.
That's a good ball.
Lovely.
Yeah, when Son leaves and Postecoglou leaves.
Werner's another chance, by the way.
Werner's
another chance, by the way.
Only Werner.
What a ball from Kulu, that is.
That's
a good ball.
He's terrible, isn't he, Werner?
Fucking brilliant pass from Kulu, man.
Yeah, and only Werner would screw that up like that.
Listen, hats off to Kulu for that pass.
His first touch, listen, basics of coaching. His first touch there took him into trouble. His first touch took him towards into the defender's path. That's basics. This is a guy we're paying 165 grand a week. Anyway, for anyone at home, it is half time. Tottenham are winning 1-0. We are winning the quadruple based off that game. It's all very good. No, Kieran, no, we haven't gone too far the other way. This is what I was told all last year. Savva, you go too far the other way. Savva last year, predicted, where did I say we'd finish all season? Fifth or something. Fifth. Yeah, fifth. Where did we finish? Fifth. I haven't gone the other way, Kieran. We're a good team. We're a decent team, but there's a massive gap there to be closed. And at the moment, we're not closing it, right? You can't buy loads of kids and expect to close the gap. So when you say we've gone too far the other way, everything we're talking about, Werner, we've watched him now for a year be crap. Yeah, Philip, Johnson, we've watched him. Yeah, come on, man. Feel free to come on, Kieran. You're more than welcome to come on and tell us why we've gone too far the other way. But I think what you're hearing is truth.
A reminder to people. Sorry, Star. I was just gonna say real quick. I just put the link in the description for the donation thing. Please donate, people. That's why we're here. Now, go on.
And just to make it clear, I wasn't making fun of the fact that Berval got injured. Please do not think that, because I wasn't at all. It was just a case of everyone overhyping, and that was the point I was making in the term.
Aussie Matt, Jose won everywhere before he came to Spurs. Conte won everywhere before he came to Spurs. So your argument of Ange's won everywhere, there's no substance to back that up, unfortunately. You're taking the Spurs situation.
And the best league that Ange won in is what, 15th to 20th in the world. It's ranked lower than the USA league, for God's sake.
USA.
Do you know what?
USA.
Alex came on our show. I think it was Monday night. No, Wednesday night after the Hearts game, and he said the best thing. Right? He said, "Prove it. Prove it to me." So if Ange goes and wins an FA Cup, he's proven it. But until then, it really is a case for a lot of us fans. Prove it. You can't just go by off words because people.
Well, the nice words, guys. I keep saying this. This is my new thing this season. The nice words, the fluffiness, at some point has to stop being words and has to be delivered. Right? Actions and deliverables. I can go into my boss Monday morning and say, "Don't worry, boss. That problem you're having, I'll solve it." If come Friday evening he says to me, "Have you done that?" and I go, no, sorry, I couldn't. It was just words. It was hot air, right? Prove it. Actions. We have a lot of the fan base now. It's about vibes. It's about good times. It's about vibes. Yes, Ange Postecoglou's won wherever he's gone. Like Dan just said, look at the standard of the leagues he's won in. You are not overtaking Man City, Liverpool and Arsenal with the squad we've got. I don't care. Pep could manage this squad. You need better players. This is basics. It's not that I hate Ange.
The other thing is with this, if he would just adapt one or two things to his style of play, and I keep saying, use the wing backs for what they actually are and not inverted, and don't press so high up. Come back 5 yards, 8 yards, not even 10.
I reckon that knocks 10 goals out of it and also puts more into it. And that gets us a couple of extra points. But he's not going to adapt. Give him the best team on the planet. He will still never win a league with this structure of play because he will still lose against top teams that just keep 100%. Overdoing it the same way. This is why I haven't got much faith in him because his style, the Premiership, is just too good for it. For 38 games, the Premiership is too good for his style. For a cup, it might work.
You watch QPR. So far, I've watched QPR.
I know.
And Hearts. I've watched their wingers. Now, whether or not they've got the quality is a different matter. I've watched wingers from Hearts and QPR get in behind us time after time after time. Now make that Premier League players, and you see why we conceded 61 goals last year. It doesn't matter who plays in those positions. If they are out of position, like Porum and Udogie will be, because of the position they're being asked to play, we're going to concede a lot of goals. Just quickly, a user, big up, thank you very much, said, I believe Levy pays the media outlets to link us to crap signings and works us fans up. Then makes signings he thinks are better and makes it worse. Big up to you, a user. Really, really appreciate that. On the Just Giving page, Daniel Harris has put in a donation and said, big up Savva, great cause. Can you do a stream to raise money for Levy so we can trigger Olmo's release? I wish, Dan. A user has put in a Just Giving donation and said, Richie's cab fare with a smiley face. Keep up the good work. And Spurs Forever has put in £50 and said, I work in mental health myself in Ireland. Great cause. Big up to you guys. Thank you so much. And we are now £750 away from the 2K. So let's keep pushing for that 750K.
Savva, just to add, while you're talking about it as well, guys, just give me a couple of minutes. Listen, guys, we're here for a charity stream, and we're all here to give as generously as we can. But one of the most important things as well is please, please, please make sure that you are sharing it to your social medias as well. As much as we're here to raise money, we're also here to send the message out as well. Yeah, you don't know that one of those 300 or 400 people on your social media sites, Facebook and stuff like that, isn't going through something that Andy's Man Club could help. Yeah, so as well as donating, please make sure you're sharing it with your social medias, because as much as it is great to donate, just sharing that and someone seeing it and reading it that's going through something that could help them is just as important as the money itself. All right, so please do that, mate. Keep donating. Big up Savva for doing this.
Well said.
Well said. Yeah, I just think it's just it's pre-season, isn't it? It's pre-season, isn't it? This right now.
Yeah, but if he's changed his plan a little bit, you'd see it in the pre-season games. And it looks like he's changed nothing to his idea. Like I said, give him the best team in the world, he will still never win a league with this out-and-out style of play.
Bro, that's
the
fact.
best team on the planet.
Bro, Dan, if you put Postecoglou, if Inzaghi left tomorrow morning and they hire Postecoglou, they ain't winning that league. If you put him at Paris Saint-Germain, they ain't winning that league.
I disagree.
But he needs
We'd still concede too many goals because he'd still be playing with two there and we'd get caught out.
But Angie's way, when it's, supposed to do what it's supposed to do, the first 20, 30 minutes, you should be putting teams to bed. And you just supplicate them mentally, psychologically. They're almost gone. Problem is, you've seen today, we can't cross a ball. The only one that's managed to play a through ball is Kulu. And when we do get in, we've got dog shit like Werner. If you put proper quality in that front three, suddenly it's a different ball game. We're going to put the ball in the back of the net. But we don't do that, you see. And then when we do, when teams do counter attack us down the channels because we are high up, a proper six is across. But we don't have that player.
But again,
this is why
I still think in 38 games still, we'd give him the best team on the planet. Over 38 games, he still would not win a league because there'd be too many games of you score 3, we score 4. And that's that as far as I'm concerned. I don't see how this style of play over 38 games can win a league. It'll win you a cup.
Games,
I get that.
Most games, we dominate possession. Most games, right? The problem is, what do we do with the possession? Not enough, because we don't have the players to do it. Look, I'm not here to say Ange's God, he's Ancelotti. Far from it. I've called him out many a time, and I'll call him out again next year if I see the same shit. But I do believe this system can work if he's got the tools. But until he has those tools, he has to adapt.
But what do you call work?
And this is where
what do you call work? Could he win a league with this style of play? Do you reckon?
Not the high line every single game. No, the high line.
That's what he does.
Not in the top. Not in the
that's
top
what he
5
does.
league. No,
hold on a minute. There's certain games we didn't play a high line. We were a bit more like Everton away, where we drew 2-2. We were a bit deeper. The last couple of games of the season were a bit deeper.
Mm-hmm.
I've got no problem with the way we attack and the way we play out from the back. For me, I don't have an issue with it. My issue is
the defense.
He's got to get real with what he can and can't do with the players he's got. And whilst he hasn't got those players, then there are games where don't invert both fullbacks, don't have the high line. There's certain games where he can't.
Still, who does
it? Against the top 6, I don't think he should do it.
Who has ever played this style of play? Yeah, where it's this defensively fragile. I don't care. Like Dan says, I don't care which players you bring in. If you are going to play this style of football where your flanks are open every game,
there's a
you're
lack
not going to
of
win. City hardly concede goals. Liverpool hardly concede goals. Arsenal hardly concede goals. This style of football is suicide.
A lot of those goals, Savva, though. A lot of those goals we conceded last season were set pieces. Nothing to do with the high line, right? That is on him as well. That's on him as well.
Some of them still. I mean,
we scored
how many
goals? 14 goals came from space.
But how many goals?
Yeah.
How many goals where we saw the winger go down the line because we've left our players up high and they square it and score?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I agree with that, though. No, but hold on. I agree with that. I don't disagree with you. I totally agree. There are games where don't invert both. Don't do it. There are certain games he shouldn't. There are certain when you come up against teams at low block and you know what they're going to do, they're going to pull you in, and then there's this big space in behind us, and they've got an Embuemo, they've got a Pedro Neto. Don't do it, because if they get it to those players, we're in deep trouble. But there's certain teams we play that don't have that type of player. Fine, do it, because who's going to actually like Luton Town? Who's going to punish us? They can't.
Ogbene definitely. Concheze Ogbene. They got Luton.
he's
were
not-
good
he's not-
from out. No. Also,
Yeah,
Luton. No. I'm telling you, with Luton, that's what they did
Luton
well
missed
last year.
3 easy chances against us, Steve, when they tried to do it.
And where did those chances come from? Out wide, right? Dowdy.
The point is, good enough to convert.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is, teams that haven't got the players that consistently convert, we can take the risk. But there's certain teams, like when you play them, don't do it, because like against
They'll
Arsenal,
punish you. They'll punish you. Yeah.
A high line against Arsenal would be absolute suicide. We know what's going on.
This is the question I've got. Has Ange actually got the capability?
Against Arsenal, the goals were all set
to
pieces,
doing it?
man. They were all set pieces.
But has he got the capability, the mentality of the football to realise that he can't do this game in, game out, and that certain teams he has to change it up? All right, he might have changed it for 1 or 2 games last season, but there was many a time where
Too little, too
it was
late,
already
wasn't it?
1-0 down. Exactly. Or you could see the chances coming in and you knew a goal was going to come, and he just said, keep going the same way. Is it because he's that stubborn, naive, or is it just because he only knows one way? And he has given me nothing to think that he's going to change anything, especially with the Tyler friendlies.
I don't think he only knows one way. I don't agree with that. You're not a Premier League coach if you don't know other ways. You can't go for coaching badges knowing one way. You won't pass. But there is no evidence to suggest that he will do what we're looking for. That's why I 100% agree with you, Dan. He hasn't shown us. It goes back to what Alex said. Prove it.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I'm just trying to. I'm being a little bit defensive of him, because I can see what he's trying to do, but at the same time I can't defend him when he does the same thing even Pep adapts.
Yeah, I don't see what he's trying to do. I'll be honest, I really don't see what he's trying to do at all. I feel like it's just a lot of needless possession for possession's sake. And if we're saying you can see what he's trying to do, signing Johnson, Werner, I mean, Solomon, but what are we...
Right, that's transfers. I'm just talking specifically about the way we play. In terms of bringing in players to play the way we play, Savva, you're right. Johnson's a joke. Timo Werner is one of the worst signings in our club's history. I don't understand how we've accepted it. He's awful.
I agree.
I think the system does work as well if you've got a better front three as well. To be honest with you, that
Of course it will.
competent, and that's where my problem is at the moment. If we're going to be buying in these players that we just mentioned now, because like I say, Ange's not a coach; he's a manager. He's a man manager.
Well,
so you've got to make them better at what they're doing at the moment, and I just don't see the ceiling that they're going to be doing at the moment. So
but
for me, you just bang in. You put an Eze there. For example's sake, put Ivan Toney there. You've given the manager a little bit more ammunition than what you've got at the moment. That are just pinnacle.
We'd win a couple of games. We'd win a couple of games more. But with his style of play, like I keep saying, best team on the planet. He sticks with that style of play. It is never going to win you a league. Never. A cup maybe. But it will never succeed over 38 games overall.
But I think what I'm saying is at the moment is, and I'm not trying to defend Ange, but I'm just saying that if you got those players in, at least you've got like a chance. You know what I mean? Because like I remember Liverpool, they didn't really have a defense or such, but they had an attack. And I think
they didn't play suicide with just two at the back.
Yeah, true, but still, they still had an attack, didn't they? And it was just really from what they had.
They had a proper number 6 as well.
Yeah, but I think that's where I'm just confused about at the moment. I think we're trying to put these players in round holes at the moment, and yes, they can have their moments.
I agree,
but
the thing is, Alex,
not good enough.
He's had 11 transfers so far. And what I hear from all the people that keep telling me you don't know Ange, like everyone's an Ange expert. I love this. You don't know Ange. What I love about this is for Ange's system to work, you got 50% of people say you need a 6, 50% of people say he doesn't play over 6. But yet, in his 2 years at Spurs, he has not signed a number 6. For Ange's system to work, you need proper wide men who can take on a player. In 2 years, the forwards he has signed has been Kulusevski, Werner, Johnson, Solomon, right? And then you can add Valise to that as well. So it keeps signing players. They keep not being right for this tactic. And then people keep saying, but once he gets his own players, how many signings into a manager's tenure do we have to say before we acknowledge, hang on, these are his signings? He signed Werner again.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
What?
No, he didn't. That was Daniel Levy that signed him. But then all of a sudden, if Archie Gray comes good, then Ange picked him.
What? The problem is, Dan, is that he's literally come
He's
out
on a
and
wind-up.
said every.
He's having a wind up. Yeah.
All right, okay, I'll shut up.
Sorry,
no, what I'm basically saying is people were sitting here on the side and that and say Werner is not his pick. He didn't call it. But then if he goes and picks a player that turns out good, oh no, Ange definitely picked him.
It's cherry picking. It's cherry picking.
Exactly.
It's confirmation bias.
The problem with this, Dan, though, is right. If the player comes in, right, and the manager said okay to it, right, he's got to make it work.
Yep.
Right. There's none of this moaning about it, because one thing I will say, right, again, I don't want to go on about him too much, but Pochettino got players that he didn't want, and he made it work. Certain players didn't work for him, but he made it work. Playing at Wembley for 2 seasons. For 2 seasons, by the way.
He also had a very good 11, though. We're saying he didn't get players.
I
did
get
have
where
a
you're coming
very
from.
good team.
But he did make it work, though, Savva, with those players. You know what I mean? And yes, he was a loser at the end. Yes.
That's because he played them all in the right position and the right stink.
Yeah, true. But this is the point. You play him in the right position. That's fine. But that's the argument. That's the argument against Ange. Then. You get what I'm saying?
Because even if he plays them in the right position, he plays them out of sync. And what I mean by that is he doesn't. Udogie and Porro, they're both left wing back and right back. Yeah, right wing back. But the way he plays them inverted, isn't their way.
I
If he was
agree.
to just play them overlapping to come back more, if he was to use Basuma as more go forward than cover defence just as much, like he did at
Agreed.
the start of the season, you'd see it better. As all he's got to do is do a bit of adapting, and that team last season should have made top 4 easy.
Yeah, I agreed.
So it's down to the manager's style then.
This is a manager that I quote said if Timo Werner scored goals, we wouldn't be able to afford him.
Oh, this is where you're making ridiculous
Let that
statements.
sink in. Right?
It's like,
He signed Timo Werner twice. He signed Valise. He signed Solomon. He signed Johnson. He signed Kulu. All of these forward players that I'm now told, but these aren't the ones that work in his system. He signed them all. He's had £270 million. He told us that every signing that comes through the door is his. Right?
Yep.
So at what stage do we just keep going until one of the signings works and then we go, see, that's who Ange wanted?
Well, Eddie Howe had the same problem as well. He had players that he didn't want, but he's made it work. He's made it work.
That's not what people
coach.
are getting at. People are saying that Angie's the one who blatantly said, I pick every player that we get. And then all of a sudden, people like to say, oh, no, Levy had that one.
Go on.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
really?
again,
There are a lot of halftime. There are a lot of halftime changes, by the way, people. I'm working on that.
Yeah, I need someone to work out what they are.
I think the only
So I
player
know
that's still on is Kulu.
Madison is on. Jed Spence is on.
Will
Phillips is
Lashley
on.
up top.
Yeah,
David?
so far, it's Royale on for Gray, Spence on for Porro, and Gunter on for Austin. If I can
And
get that
Alfie
right.
Devine, Minor Solomon, Mikey Moore, George Abbott, Will.
Yeah, all these
Will
have just come up now as well.
Yeah.
I'll write it all down. Give me 2
Listen, I'm just a firm believer. And all these people that keep talking to me about Ange does this, Ange does that, wait to see.
Oh,
It's got
Spence.
to happen. It's got to happen. I need to see evidence before I actually get carried away like most people. Because so far from what I've seen a manager that is very stubborn, plays people in the wrong position, and I don't know. I don't know. I just need to see more from the manager.
Actions speak
fair.
louder than words.
Would you be more happier, Savva, if Arnie Slot was in charge rather than Postecoglou? And would you be more impressed with him at Liverpool at the moment than
I've got to see what Arnie Slot does first. But when I've watched Arnie Slot's teams play, they actually look like cohesive teams.
They
and
can defend.
Everyone looks like they're in their right position. I watch Spurs play. Look at today. You've got centre mids at centre back when there's no need. You've got wing backs. You've got wing backs playing at full back, being asked to invert into centre mid. You've got Sonny's playing through the middle because we haven't bothered to buy a striker. I don't know. It just feels disjointed.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's fair. I'm putting right now in the private chat, guys, the subs and the numbers and all that. Emerson Royale as well. Shout out Barry. His Brazilian fullback.
I mean, if we're meant to want to get rid of these players, some of them, why are we even playing them?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I agree. Is it to hope they have a good game and someone wants to buy them all of a sudden?
I think, like I said, there's only going to be one spot. I think we're going to get a striker in, and that's it. I don't think, or a winger in, but that's all you're going to get because we've only got one spot. Because I think someone said it already. Solomon's not going. And I don't think Richie's going. I do not think Richie's going, even though I want him gone. And I don't know about Valise, but I mean, we haven't even seen Valise, haven't we? Is he on the pitch?
He didn't play much last year at Sevilla.
He's not starting. No. Last match, basically, Lancashire came on and then he made more substitutions. He gave him about 15, 20 minutes and then he brought Valise on.
Yeah. Whereas Lancashire's now come on.
Guys, they're doing it. This is the problem. They're doing it again. Their forward play is so much different to the way that our first team plays.
Yeah.
I mean, Spence isn't going right out. He's coming back. He's dropping back and taking the ball in sort of midfield positions.
We are passing it better than we were in the first half, it looks like.
Yeah. I agree, Alex. Space. To the left.
On.
Solomon.
Mm-mm.
Corner.
Steve, did it pop up how many people that they've changed?
They only made one halftime substitution, it looks like.
That's interesting because obviously against Hearts pretty much changed their whole
Oh,
team.
good ball.
No.
Only
Yeah, they
after
brought up-
60 minutes, though, Lee.
That's true. They did it. Yeah, Hearts. Yeah, yeah. They brought off that Algerian winger, the left winger that was looking good, which is kind of weird. And they brought on some guy named Heverton Santos.
Right, so Spurs have bought on what? Gunter, Spence. So the team is Gunter, Spence right back, Phillips,
center back,
Royale, centre halves with what? Abbott. With Abbott in there.
Yeah, Abbott's on 50. If he's number 55.
You know what? So here's what it is. Savva, I'll read it out real quick. Gunter is on for Brandon Austin. Jed Spence is on for Pedro Porro. Ashley Phillips is on for Oliver Skip. Royale is on for Archie Gray. Madison is on for Pape Star. George Abbott is on for Jamie Donnelly. Mikey Moore is on for Brennan Johnson. Manuel Solomon is on for Werner. Will Lancashire is on for Son. And Alfie Devine is on for Basu.
Right.
They're passing it around as well, though. Jesus.
Yeah.
Spence has been very lively. I've got to say.
Nice. Good sequence of play from QPR.
Do you know what? I do like
Spence.
I do like Ashley Phillips.
Bro, when I think I watched. Ooh, Spence.
Spence.
Touch. Poor.
See, I said the other night, right? When it's difficult to judge players like it was in the second half when everyone was waxing lyrical about them, because it was a game where the other team didn't have any interest in having the ball, didn't have any quality, and we were just camped in their half. I don't know what you guys believe. I think you actually see how good a player is when the game is more 50-50, when they're not just having the ball and comfortable in possession, but you're being asked to track back. You're being asked to defend set pieces. You're being asked to
when it's getting hectic.
To run with you. Yeah, that's where I think you'll see how good players are, not when it's a training game and you've got 90% possession and you're just taking shots at goal. And that got completely misconstrued in YouTube chats, as always, to, you're so negative. But that's what a Premier League game will be like, right? That's what a Premier League game will be like.
So Savva, to add to what you said, in the Spurs Academy, 25% of their development has to be out of their comfort zone, so they're challenged, because that 25% is where you find out what they're about, which is basically what you just described.
Yeah, but exactly. So I wasn't knocking the kids from the other day. Some of their forward play and their passing was lovely, but it was a game where Hearts had a really poor team out and our kids were literally had all the ball in their half. When you've got a game that's 50-50 and the other team's attacking and they've got corners and set pieces, then we'll find out, right, how good are these kids when it's not all sunshine and roses?
Madison, foul.
Can I just say something? Can I just give an example, right? When you're going to sales job, right? And you're 18-year-old, right? You're going into that sales job. They're saying to you, right, you're doing well. You've done well for the first year, right? If you're not doing well the next couple of months, they're putting pressure on you straight away, are they? You know what I mean? They're putting pressure on you straight away, because if you're not doing it, they're not looking at your age saying, well, you're only 18, don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No, they're putting pressure on you because they're saying, well, you're costing us money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
was there any point of just leaving that last bit there, Stel? You might as well just shove the whole thing in your mouth, mate. It had that much left at the end. It was just just push it in. Sorry, Alex.
No, it's fine. But I'm just trying to make the point that we stop. I'm fed up hearing about these young kids. Cool, they're young kids, but they're still part of the squad. So if they're good enough, right, they can fight for their place. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they've got to show and prove themselves, regardless what age they are. You know what I mean? Because if they're good, if they're looked as great prospects, and they're put in the squad, well, they're now playing in first team now, so you've got to make yourself known. You know what I mean? So you're going to get the same criticism, and that's it. It doesn't matter if you're a kid or not. You know what I mean? Because like I said, those kids that are doing sales jobs, they're still going to be under pressure. So it's like that in football as well. So that's it for me. That's my point.
Spence.
Oh, gosh.
Spence.
No, Alex, I agree. By the way, guys, keep the donations coming in.
Yes.
Keep the donations coming in. We've got to make sure it's all well and good having a pop at me or Stel or Alex or whoever you want in the chat.
The American as well.
And the American. But please keep the donations coming in. We're trying to get in the next 2 hours to 2K. Honestly, it really does help from a selfish point of view to do 24 hours. I need that oomph. I need that. Yeah, this is why we're doing it moment. So please keep the donations coming in. Donations have come in from Haralumbus, which is my middle name. Big up, Hazza. Hope you're well. I said, big up, Savva. Mental health matters. Rich S. Man has also put in £20. So we're at 1,266 in the Just Giving page. We've made roughly £100 from YouTube chat. So we're roughly about 1,350 quid. So please do keep putting it in. Don't forget, we've got a shirt auction, the shirt of your choice. Doesn't have to be Tottenham. Shirt auction tonight about 9 o'clock, at 7 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got a quiz. Then comes the graveyard shift, where I hope all my American and Canadian friends help me out. There you go, Steve. And there we are. So sorry guys, I just have to every now and then do the boring admin thing. David has said, would good performances against Bayern change my mind? David, good performances in the Premier League change my mind, right? The difference between you and I, David, is you see a kid have a good pre-season 45 minutes and start telling the world that they're going to be generational, right? I want to see a kid do it in the Premier League week in, week out for at least 2 seasons to go generational.
Some belief. Yeah.
Huge difference, David. I don't care what happens in the Bayern Munich game. By then, the kids won't be playing. By the Bayern Munich games, I fully expect to see a full strength 11 out. Sorry, guys.
Can I just say something as well? Yeah, right. Okay, Savva's doing something that is very, very important right now. Yeah, I'm not going to get into personal stuff because I don't do it. But what I will say is this: it's very, very hard out there for people at the moment, and especially for. And it's a good charity because a lot of people struggle, and I know this for a fact, right? So, what I plead with people at the moment is that what Savva's doing at the moment it's something that needs to be shared, and it needs to be shared to the wider social media, and that's it for me. And if you can give, it's very, very important because it's very, very, very important cause. Especially in these hard times at the moment, and I know this for a fact. Okay, because like I said, I'm not going to go into what personal things I know, but I know a lot of things.
Frey.
Yeah, just to let people know that if you can donate for a very good cause, it'd be very much appreciated because Savva's doing something that is very, very good and very hard, and it'd be very much appreciated from Savva and everybody here, and that's it.
Savva, real quick, can you check that my 2 donations went through? Because I had
I read them out earlier.
Okay, cool.
Mate,
I got an email. I got an email about it being blocked, but I had to turn on international transactions. I just want to double check. All right, cool.
That block there by Emerson Royale weren't half bad. He actually done all right.
Yeah, it was a good block on Frey. That shot there.
You see that youngster, number 55, George Abbott?
Yeah.
Right? I watched him in the cup final against Fulham, and he wasn't good. And he's not having a good game here as well either.
I picked him out straight away still.
He's not good enough.
Is he a centre-half still?
They played him
playing in midfield.
They played him at left back in the cup final. They pushed a little bit further at times. I don't
big up Patrick McCory for the donation.
I don't rate George Abbott.
Trinidadian Deep, big up. It's a bless ups and love. Listen, much love to you as well. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And then Patrick McCory is coming again with a huge donation.
Spence! Oh, my son! Nutmeg.
Has he scored?
He did a nutmeg. Yeah, he did.
No. Oh. Patrick, sorry about Stel there. Big up for the donation.
Sorry.
Huge donation from Patrick there. So big up, lads. Enjoy the conversation while weeding. Rather you than me. Dig deep, folks, for a very worthy cause. Patrick, you were so instrumental in the last the last charity stream we've done. So I can't thank you enough. You're always very, very generous. Much love to you. Really.
Block the wasp.
Yeah, I just blocked him. I just fucking blocked him. I just fucking blocked
Smack
him.
it with a slipper, yeah.
What to do? What? You got to laugh, and yeah. I mean, a charity stream. Savva is a nonce.
That's the ball.
Hotspur
That's it. Go on.
hippie
Oh,
owns you.
come on.
Let's see if the
ball
Hotspur
there.
hippie
Wow.
donates
Good
to
ball.
charity, shall we? Big up. Thank you, the Wasp. Lovely to see you.
Who's that?
Anyone else like to
Hello.
say anything to the Wasp?
Who's this? Lancashire, was it?
Does it?
Oh.
Is it me or is it just?
Who did that fall to?
Goalkeeper.
Oh, he should have finished that.
He should have finished that. Yeah.
He should have finished that all day long.
All of a sudden, I'm in front of you guys. Oh, the irony.
Who was it? Was it Lancashire? No.
Yeah, Lancashire.
It was. I think it was.
Hold on.
Oh, look at all those
He
three
should have put that
coaches,
in.
all those coaches sitting in a row. Oh my gosh, so funny.
No, it's not Lancashire.
And to me, QPR have looked more confident on the ball. They've looked more confident with their passing. All right, we're getting a little bit more of it now, but
Mate,
they just look more confident.
Lancashire. Lancashire were 62.
He's very energetic. I tell you what, Spencer's been everywhere. He's been everywhere.
Mate, listen, I'm telling you, honestly, watching the last two games, we haven't seen a lot.
Look at the way these boys are playing out from the back.
Yeah, they've been coached by Simon Davies. I would have Spence as our backup to Emerson for now, just for now, because we're not going to sign one.
Oh.
And Ashley Phillips needs to be in the first team. I'm telling you, look how calm Phillips is when he plays. I like him.
Yeah.
I think
Bro,
he's
when
a
I
good
watched
signing.
So you have to ask questions, Stel. You've got Phillips, who looks calm and composed and assured that can't start for some reason, and you've got Jed Spence, who he chose Emerson Royale over him last season. So again, it's things where I look at the manager and go, okay, but when I see comments like
drill it,
like this,
what are you doing?
Spence will
What
prove
was
people
that?
wrong. Well, he won't prove any of us wrong. We've never seen him.
No, you haven't.
We don't see him in a Spurs shirt. We don't see him play. It's David. It's the manager that you're backing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that made the decision to let him go out on loan, not us. So which one is it?
The thing is with Spence, was it really ever is he good enough kind of question? It's more to do with his attitude, really, wasn't it? That the reason why he went out on loan.
Lee, the argument was, if we go back to when we signed him, is it a Conte signing or a club signing?
Oh no, it's a club signing, 100%.
But that was the only argument. Whether it's good or not, none of us ever had a chance to tell.
No, because he never got played.
Never played.
Yeah.
Some fans said he's the.
He's
come
on,
header one.
Anders.
Good
He's
header
the,
one there. Very good header.
He's the English.
Oh, Cooper, it's all clever PR and marketing, mate. It's all clever.
Right idea from Madison there.
I think the thing is with Spence is you have to ask two questions, right? One, why did Conte let him go if he's good? Two, why did Ange let him go on loan if he's good? I can't really judge Spence because I feel like I've never really seen him play for Tottenham. I can't judge him.
Savva, when I watched Genoa last year, that was one of the Serie A teams I watched a lot last year because I really liked their manager Alberto Gilardino. He started maybe 2 or 3 games at Genoa. He was always coming on as a backup right wing back sub. He didn't play
He
much.
played well when he came on. When he came on, he played well.
But that was with like 10, 15 minutes to go. It was
Steve, do you know what it is? Steve, do you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
When you have diabolical football players at your club, anything that is a remote upgrade, you want it, right?
Yeah.
Emerson Royale is one of the worst. So anything better, yes, keep him. Because the alternative is Emerson Royale.
The bar is so low.
And can I correct people?
Exactly.
We don't want to hear the word backup. We don't do backups anymore. If we're going to start talking backups, I want Harry Winks back. I want Foyth back. I want all those players back. We'll call them backups. We ran out of this club. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to hear the word backup because if we're going to do backups, Emerson Royale's good enough for our club then, and we know where we're going with this, aren't we? Yeah. So sorry.
Do you remember what Eddie Murphy said? Eddie Murphy said, when you're hungry, even a cracker tastes like a great meal, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Spurs fans have had for years. We have poor players. We bring in a player like the epitome of this. And Dan, I think we were on the stream when this happened. I can't remember who else. The epitome of this was, why sign Werner? He's better than Hill. That summed it up, right? It wasn't he's levels above. It was, well, he's better than Hill.
It's like, bro, Savva, that would be like us. That would be like with Newcastle. Whatever right winger bring in is going to be better than Almiron. Like, no shit, he's going to be better than Miguel Almiron, bro. He's a dreadful player. Absolutely.
So if that's
dreadful.
the basis of buying a player because they're better than the worst player that you got, that just sums up why we're not going to win these things.
Steve, what subs did we just make?
No, QPR are making about 15.
And
QPR.
I think Hall came on for Lancashire and Kulu.
Yeah, QPR.
I think it was Tyrese Hall. It might not actually be because I think he wears orange boots.
Tyrese Hall's not too bad, actually.
Yeah, he played all right the other day. But this is they're not playing as well as they did the other day against Hearts. You can see that QPR are slightly better level than Hearts were.
Better level. And Lee, do you know what you've
Hey, Lyndon Dykes is coming on. My number
You've hit the nail
9.
on the head, Lee.
Lyndon Dykes.
This is why when everyone was losing their mind the other day, mate, and some of us were saying, keep calm, relax. You've now gone the next notch up in competition. And this is only QPR, by the way, who finished 18th in the championship. But what will they be like then when they play Brentford, when our kids play Brentford, when our kids play Fulham, when our kids then play Villa and Chelsea? Do you know what I mean? That's why I think...
Well, you look at Spence, right? I don't think that he's been as free as he was the other day. He was up and down that wing with barely anyone touching him. But now you've got that...
QPR on the break.
Oh, hang on.
Now you've got that Smith, who's quick and closing him down. He's not getting as much freedom as he did the other day.
Oh, Tyrese Hall, man. Release it.
Lee, again, you're bang on. As I said the other day, when you got 90% of the ball...
Spence done well there to get back.
He did well. He got back there and blocked that.
Yeah, he gave it away, didn't he? But
no, Tyrese Hall lost it.
Oh, was it? But again, when you've got all the football, everyone looks amazing. When you're being asked to defend, and that's when you start seeing how good a player is all round, right?
Like Spence.
I think you made a very good point though about some of these youngsters though. When they're going against these, the Premier League and stuff, when they're on the back foot, how are they going to react? Are they going to still play their football? You see what I'm saying? I think that's the thing. I think this is the thing. This is all the things that I've been trying to mention, right? Why I think all this overhyping and everyone's been so jumping on board of that because other YouTubers have been saying it, is that I don't think they consider that. I don't think they consider it. And this is the thing. That's why I'm a bit... That's why I didn't get Wolfie's thing earlier. But it's not Wolfie. It's not just Wolfie. It's all the other rivals. I'm seeing this from other rivals now, saying that we're doing something with these youngsters. They're over. It's not just the Spurs fans. It's other fans. Other fans
Alex,
are saying this as
let
well.
me ask you a question. Have any of these youngsters... How many of these youngsters we're talking about, can any of us on this panel name the 90 minutes or a game they've started?
No.
Have any of them started a proper game of football for Tottenham?
No.
Right. So everyone is guessworking at the moment. Generational, going to be world class. They're a baller. No one has any way of knowing that until we've seen them in men's football over a period of time with the real men, first team men players against real first team men players. Until then, it's all nice stuff that people want to believe in. Oh, should have been 1-0. Should have been 1-0.
Some of the things the comments I see on these videos, though, Savva, some of the things I see on the comments in these videos are saying, "Oh, it's so nice to have someone so nice and so speaking football sense, talking sense." And I'm like, all they're saying is trying to make you feel good about the team. That's it. They're not saying anything football-wise.
Alex,
They're
just saying
sense, and that's it.
These people are so balls deep in delusion. It's unreal. Let me go back to January, okay? Let me go back to January. What did they all say? All of these exact type of fans at Spurs.
Hey, Jack, call back on.
You can't expect us to sign up to top players. Who does that? We're the only club that bought players in January. The rest of the clubs can't buy players. FFP's working. PSR's working. Levy's built the right model. Be patient. Wait to the summer. The summer's the big one. And you'll get his players. You're just not patient. Blah, 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 blah. We're here now. It's summer. They've all flip-flopped from what they said in January. They've all deflected. And now what they were saying, oh, but hold on, it's Project Youth. No. You don't get away with that. You don't get... What did you all say, especially the finance and the accountants and the gurus of investment banking telling us that we're going to be the kings in the summer? They've all flip-flopped completely the opposite way now, saying, oh, but it's clearly Project Youth.
In Ange's system, we trust.
As they go along. Dan, they make it up as they go along. They don't stick to what they tell us. They don't stick to what they believe. We're consistent in what we say. When have we ever flip-flopped? We're pretty consistent in what we say. Sign proven quality. That's all we've ever said. Sign proven quality.
Some people just struggle with home truths, yeah? Anyone ask me a question, I will give you an honest answer or opinion, yeah? A lot of my friends, mates know me. There's certain people that will ask me opinion. There's certain that won't. Because some people just want to hear what they want to hear. Other people want an honest opinion. And all my mates know me that if you want an out-and-out honest opinion, ask me. But if you want it said a certain way, don't ask me. And pretty much I just noticed there's so many people, they only want to hear what they want to hear. And it's hard to be positive when there's not a lot to be positive about. But if some people can be positive about that, fair play to them. I can't. I need to see some actions.
Spurs is like a man.
Matt, can I reply to this, Alex? Aussie Matt, I never said don't sign youngsters. I never said don't sign youngsters. Can you show me the point you're making? When did I say don't sign youngsters? What I'm saying is sign proven talent so that we can go to the next level, so that the youngsters can learn off of quality, so that the quality players that we do have want to stay here and not leave like Modric did and Kane and Berbatov, because there's not quality players being signed that are proven. You need to sign quality if we want to go to the next level. That's my point. Yeah. What point are you on about? I never said this or suggested that.
I hear
sign the youngsters. Sign youngsters. Who are the youngsters going to learn off of? Turbo Wiener, the pigeon up front. Who are they?
Hang on, they're away here. QPR away.
You got to sign proven quality, man.
I think as Spurs, like when I was used to, you go on.
Keep going. Oh, that bullshit.
That was
right. This is a fact, by the way. This is a fact. I agree with you, Big Ann.
And by the way, Still says a good point, because I've been saying this, banging on about this so long. Like I said, what are they learning from? What are they learning from? Who are they learning from? Because the player that was who for me they could learn more off than any of these players is Perisic, and we let him go. Yeah. He's gone off on a foot. He's gone off because he's won championships.
Alex, I have a question. Do you own a Perisic kit? I need to know. You're a big fan. I can tell.
Well, no. But I'm not a big fan of his. But I'm just saying that the thing is that we're getting all these youngsters in, these great youngsters in, right? They only can learn off the best.
Yeah.
You just lost somebody that is won trophies that you can learn off.
I mean, for me, Perisic was one of the most underrated wingers in a very long time. Quality player.
And look at those first 10 games, Dan. Yeah. Who was playing after coming off the sub bench and affecting games? Oh yeah, Perisic, wasn't it?
Oh, Galeese is away.
Go on.
It's just the Premiership was too quick for him to
running into people.
Oh God, that's dreadful.
Listen, guys, as I said, in terms of these youngsters, just wait until next week. See who's on the plane. That'll tell you everything you need to know about next season. I don't think half of these boys will be on the plane. And Mikey Moore, I think he needs his mum to go with him, doesn't he? He's too young to fly on his own.
Yeah. Just quickly, Aussie Matt, listen, I get that you love Ange. We get it, right? But again, when you tell me that Ange works wonders with young players, well, last year, as a Spurs fan, I didn't see it. Let's see it this year. Let's see.
He didn't even use youngsters.
Like Lee said, we will see who's in the squad and who's not next year. Most of the young players that you're telling me he's going to turn into brilliant players won't be here. They'll be out on loan.
And also, nobody's mocking you.
But nobody's mocking you. What we're saying is we need to see evidence of this before we talk about you just saying, oh, trust me, Ange does this. I've not seen Ange elevate anyone at Spurs. I've not seen any youngsters get better under Ange at Spurs. He didn't play them. When we had an injury crisis at the back, he decided to play Emerson Royale and Ben Davies at centre-half rather than Dorrington and Phillips, who are apparently very good young centre-halves who play for the England youth. So what you're saying doesn't actually match up to Ange's actions.
And also, like I said, sorry, Sav, if I cut you off or something, but like also, like I brought up earlier, Eric Dyer started that Fulham game in the Carabao Cup that y'all lost, and he played no minutes. And I don't even think Eric Dyer played much in the preseason for you guys. So
Chicken Royale played as the left wing back, for God's sake, against Salah.
And just to say something, yeah, you're saying that we're mocking you, right? Why don't they prove it then? Show themselves, yeah. Because the thing is, I can moan how much I want, yeah, and say, oh, this and that and this. Well, they need to just show it. Shut their stuff and saying, well, look at us now, yeah, we'll show you, yeah, rather than moaning about it and saying, oh, why can't you just support us? Why can't you just be quiet and just be in the corner and say that? Well, unfortunately, life doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
No, you got that one wrong there, mate. People are too used to life working like that these days. That is the problem.
Well,
you can't say what you want to say, otherwise you get labelled for it.
Well,
people are too.
Unfortunately, like I said before, like you know what? There's a reason why I've been single for so long. I'm not being funny. You know what I mean? It's like you can cry how much you want, but the thing is, though, yeah, you just got sometimes, you know what I mean?
Alex, there's no one good enough for you out there,
there's some ladies that they look at you and think, well, I'm not interested because you don't look like you're confident. You know what I mean? If my team don't look like they're confident, they keep on making excuses, right? That's why people are not interested. That's it. And that's why men
should we play a game, Alex?
And that's is that why you're so aggressive, Alex? Should we ask everyone why they believe you're that you let out on here?
Oh my
God! Like I say, I mean, by the way, that's not having against the charity. By the way, because I know it's not against the charity. Please,
give him a trouble, man. He's thinking. Give him a trouble.
That's not against the charity, by the way. That's not against the charity, by the way. Please don't think that.
Getting bigger and
Alex,
bigger.
do you turn up to dates? Do you turn up on a date? Get there late, sit down and go, if you don't know, you better get to know. Mr. Box Office is here, and then the girl leaves. Is that what happens?
Mate. I haven't done a date, mate.
I'll tell you what he does. I'll tell you what he does. I'll tell you what he does. Once the dinner's over and the bill comes, he looks at her and goes, back to you.
Yeah.
Too right. It's all about equality, isn't it? It's all about equality. If I was to take a woman out for a meal, she can pay for her half.
Guys, girls, we've now gone over the £1,300 mark. Let's keep pushing. We want to get towards that 2K. Keep pushing. Keep pressing. Just quickly, where are we? I've got some super chats that I've not gone through. Big up to Dietrich Kane. Hope you're well, my friend. So big up, guys. Hope you're doing well. And we still haven't signed anyone. Calafiori was cheaper than Gray. Just let that sink in. Well, we'll let that sink in when Calafiori is playing in the back four week in, week out for Arsenal and Gray is sitting on a bench. I completely agree with you. Big up, Dietrich. Really appreciate that, my friend. Nordic Spur. Thank you very much. Just putting in the super chat there. Very generous donation. Thank you. On the Just Giving page. Oh, where are we? We have got Ross D, Howling Mad Murdoch. I said, big up Savva and the team. Fantastic work for an extremely worthy cause. Have a well-earned rest afterwards. Daniel said, this is an issue close to my heart. Well done. And thank you very much to all of you. Guys, girls, can we please have a 10-15 minute spell between now and the end of the Spurs game where we get some donations? Come on, let's even if it's a couple of quid each, let's really flesh that out and get this get the afternoon portion or the early evening portion going with a bang.
Oh, collaborate.
With what you were saying about taking them out on a date. There's times where I'll take my wife out for a meal. I'll pay for everything. But there's times she says, I want to go to the cinema and go for a meal. I'm like, well, fine. And she takes me and she pays for it. And some would say, how can you let your wife do that? Well, it's about equality. She's quite happy paying when she takes me out for a meal. I'm quite happy paying when I take her out for a meal.
Yeah.
It's all about equality.
My wife bought me a Wagamama's last night, Dan. When she said, do you want a Wagamama's? Not one bit of me went, should we go half? So I'm like, hang on, we're married. We're married. You can buy me stuff. I'm going to buy you stuff.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We don't keep a tally.
It's like yesterday I was grounded for coming on here because
when you're trying to
I
get
was
that
on...
poontang, you've got to pay for it, right? When you've already got it, it's half and half. It's simple.
These days,
I
mate.
never thought I'd hear you say poo-tang. You're the
wow.
fucking person.
I mean,
You
yesterday
are
was
the
our second anniversary, and I got barred from coming on here for a day, basically. And that I bought her a present, and she bought me a present. It's not just always down to one side.
No, of course it's not.
My
Anyway,
wife
back
would never
to-
let that happen.
Hey, we have a goal, by the way. HJK Helsinki 2, FC Haka 1.
Good.
80th minute.
Does anyone know if there's any friendlies on Sky or BT or anything like that tonight?
Savva, I'm watching right now Rapid Vienna versus AC Milan. So I don't know if
What about tonight?
I'm talking about tonight.
Like what?
I'm looking.
Oh, tonight for you guys? Let me check.
But there's
Give
the
me
Premier
wait.
Sports Cup.
Savva, give me a time. Like 8 p.m. UK or what? Like, what
It's all right. I'm just looking at all the channels just to see what's on.
Does anyone agree that this game's shit?
Yeah, it's not a great game.
But
QPR
again,
look a lot more confident.
This is
what
proved
it's showing-
from the other night.
Yeah.
We're not playing Hearts' B team here. We're playing a championship team who are better than Hearts, and it's showing. It's showing because the pretty football's not there. The shots at goal, the chances created. This is why everyone should calm down.
Mikey Moore.
But what they'll
Mikey
do
Moore's
though,
done nothing. Lancashire's done nothing. Tyrese Hall's done nothing. None of these youngsters have done
what they'll
anything.
do,
in this game.
Sabah, that first half when Kuda put that ball in, remember that ball in for Werner, they will highlight that for the whole, everyone will talk about that for ages. That ball from Kulu, which was a good ball. It was a fantastic ball, it was. But he's only done one thing. Everyone will overhype that, saying, yes, see, he's still got it. He's still got it. That's what Tottenham will do. That's what people will do. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, you're right.
110%. So I know my fan base now, man. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm going to be a nightmare this season. I said it. Even though I'm useless at dating, right?
They are running at us big time. We are scuffering about that place.
You're
By
under
the way,
a posh.
By the way,
You're
why does this keep coming up? Whenever anyone else does bad, we use it as a reason for why Spurs don't do well or don't sign well. Every time Chelsea sign a kid, we go, Chelsea are doing it. Yeah, but Chelsea are in the definition of a rebuild because they had 20 years of success. Right?
Yeah, but David won't mention that Man United win a trophy every year for the last 2 years. He forgets that bit, you see. He forgets that bit.
I've found a game on TV as well. I've got Rapid Vienna versus AC Milan.
Yeah, there we go.
On the TV. It's all happening here. I've got a pug sleeping to the right, a Frenchie sleeping to the left. And my wife hates me because I said I need the living room for this. You can't come in the living room for 24 hours.
Oh.
I said, why don't you stay at your mum's house? That didn't
maybe that's what Alex says to the ladies, and that's why they don't like him either.
That's a good one, Steve. That's a good one.
Right,
That's
who's
a good
that?
one.
Is that Valise?
Alejo.
He's a waste of money. Valise is an absolute waste of money. Another more money down the drain.
Alexi, wait till full time. I will get this as a topic. We're not going to do it now while the game's on. We will talk about Lo Celso Ramsey swapping at full time.
Is Lo Celso actually on, by the way? Is Lo Celso there? Oh no, he's not there, isn't he? He's
Scarlett's come on, isn't he?
Yeah.
See, Stel, you don't know anything about football, mate. Stel, shut down your channel.
You need huge luck like United. So the record breaking number of English winning trophies Man United have won is all down to luck. The 100 years of history of Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, AC Milan, Juventus, Liverpool. It's all
it's luck.
I mean, now and again you get something out of luck. Now and again you get a pull, but on a regular basis,
no, they're just lucky.
Sorry, didn't Man United make 3 finals out of the last 4 in England?
Yes.
They've made 3 finals in 2 years. Is that luck?
Just lucky, isn't it? Just lucky.
So don't moan if you think we're criticising Ange. Don't moan if you think we're criticising the players, because it doesn't matter. It's about luck.
Who did
Don't
Man United
moan,
beat?
because it's
Here you
about
go.
luck.
Can anyone tell me, on Man United's route to winning the FA Cup last year,
Bless
they
you,
beat
David, bless
City
you.
in the final. I know they knocked Liverpool out. There's another big club.
They play Coventry
what a
City in the
save.
semi-final.
Or is that the post?
They play Coventry City in the semi-final.
But which big club? They knocked Liverpool out. They beat Man City. So they beat two of the big three to win the cup, but they were lucky.
And
I swear QPR have got 13 players on the pitch. I'm trying to count them because they just look like they go from being in our
How quick
box.
did they just get back?
Oh, Dan, it was madness. It was like 7 players behind the ball.
You're under.
I just saw that.
What we're seeing here is
Good ball.
that
Good ball.
it's
It's a goal.
That's it. That's got to be it. There we go.
Yeah. Scarlett's got his goal. Scarlett's got his goal.
That's
Dave
an own
Scarlett.
goal. I reckon
Dave
that's an
Scarlett's
own
got his
goal.
goal.
Cue all the social media posts. We don't need a striker. Just gives Dane start the games. 2-0 to Tottenham. Dane Scarlett against the run of play.
We're near the end of the game now, right? This second half, I hope all those people from a week ago that were bigging up all these youngsters are basically going to show now.
Yeah, I've scored the goal, but I'm still leaving. That's what it looked like.
Who crossed that in? I can't see.
He crossed it on the outside of his foot. It was
that Lancashire?
really well the way he put it across.
No, Lancashire's gone off.
Yeah, he says to his teammates, you know what, bruv? I've just scored a goal. I need more goals, bruv. Just put it into me. In the next, how many minutes have we got? How many minutes have we got?
3
minutes.
minutes.
3 minutes.
2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, great.
You're getting the
Mate,
3 points,
you know,
Alex.
You know who crossed that? Mikey Moore.
Yeah, Mike.
Generational.
Mike.
I say that my mum's calling me. Anyway, moving on. Let me just get back to it.
Mikey Moore.
It was a lovely pass.
Mikey Moore in 2 years' time, if Spurs play it right, will be a very, very exciting player for Spurs. I have no doubt. Listen, for his age, he's the real deal. But to say he is now ready to go into the first team and be the outstanding talent, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
It's crazy. But for sure, he is a good player. You can't deny it. Mikey, and he's shown it for England. He's shown it for academy level. It's a shame he's not a couple of years older, actually. If he was an under 21, not an under 18, it'd be a different conversation.
Hey, David Darrell. This is the best Spurs win in your history. I'm not discrediting.
No, it's luck.
It's amazing.
It's luck. It's luck.
Yeah, but it's also Stout. It's a bit of luck, but it's also the best Spurs performance.
That's all luck. No, Steve, I disagree with you. It's all luck.
I'm not discrediting this result at all. This is an amazing result. It's too bad this is not a trophy on the line or it's a competitive.
I have a question.
In luck, we succeed.
David Darrell, you're saying luck. I guarantee you, if Ange Postecoglou won the League Cup or FA Cup this year, the words "it was lucky" would not enter your mouth or come out of your mouth.
Or your brain.
You would find a way that, there you go, this is what Ange does. But Ten Hag, who's won 2 cups in 2 years, that's luck. It's got to be luck. Don't worry that he beat the best team in Europe while doing it in Man City. Just luck. It's luck.
You know
the same team that beat us, by the way. The same
that's a
team
lovely
that beat
ball.
us, by the way.
What?
Pull it back.
You know what it is with Ten Hag? He's been
Sorry, I thought it was on
Man
mute.
United. You know what it is with Ten Hag? He was fucking rubbish last year. But stop. Whoa.
The swearing.
My bad.
The revenue goes to charity. Don't get me demonetized.
Sorry, I drank a little. My bad. All right, so what I'm gonna say is, all right. So Ten Hag has been really, really poor at Man United. But you know what he did at least do? He at least changed his style of play for the final. He actually did. It was some obvious things, but at least he did that.
What?
They got the result.
Why are you saying that for, Mikey?
I've done it.
Yeah, get out of here.
I can't believe people want to come to a charity stream and abuse. It's mad.
Why are you saying that for?
Oh, David, stop having a go at people, right, David? We all get it. Can we just all acknowledge David Darrell is in love with Ange Postecoglou? The sun shines out of Postecoglou's arse. Nothing he does can be wrong. We
So
get
much
it,
for
David.
swearing.
We get it.
Who
Right?
was crying?
We get it, David. But just relax. We should be beating QPR in a friendly. This is not anything. I give up. I give up. I give up. The game is finished.
Game over.
The game is finished. 2-0. Guys, what did we make of it overall?
You were amazing. That's the best Spurs result of all time. Everyone is generational, and Postecoglou is probably the best coach in professional sports history.
It was definitely better in the second half. I've got to be honest, but the goal from was it Basuma was good. To be fair, it was good. Yeah, we had our moments. I think that's what we've been the last. It's kind of the same thing we've seen last season, to be honest with you, and which is it's a bit disappointing, to be honest with you, and that's why I think I feel the way I feel still. You know what I mean? There's nothing really different. You know what I mean? So. The only thing I would say is the second half does look a little bit better from what I saw.
Oh my god!
But it's just
yeah, it's perfect.
He's right.
Thank
He's right.
you. Thank you, Oz, Matt.
It is a perfect pre-season so far. He's right.
I love this.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to not laugh. I'm trying to not laugh anymore.
It's a lot of the Aussie fans. They're crazy, man. It's like
I just love it.
I don't think we've learned anything today from that game at all.
No, we haven't.
There's nothing new that we've learned. Really? I would say that the kids have shown that actually up against a bit more stiffer competition, they don't shine as much. And I think that really that was more about getting some fitness and some minutes under our belt than anything else. I thought a draw would have been a fair result. If anyone watched that game, QPR matched us. A draw would have been a fair result, but they couldn't put the ball in the back of the net. But
they look more confident on the ball.
One or two players for Spurs today. I thought Spence again hasn't done himself any harm. I thought Mikey Moore, the time he was on the pitch, could have done more, but popped up with a really good assist. So one or two players, I'd say, yeah, you know what, good stuff. But in general, it wasn't a great game. It wasn't a great game.
I think Spencer's.
If we're winning the league, Aston Villa are 3-0 up in their friendly, so they trump us, right? That's how pre-seasons work.
Against the mighty Slovakian champion Spartak Trnava.
Yeah, I've got an issue with Spence though now, still, because I agree with you. Watching that second half, the only name that stands out for me is Spence again, but for two different reasons. One, because yes, he's pushing forward again. He knows when to drop back and to receive the ball rather than just staying forward. But also on a negative side, because when he's up against a winger like we saw that, I think his name's Smith, quite a short guy, quite quick. In the first 15 minutes of that second half, he found he was really struggling with him. He was quick, he was pressuring him, he was putting pressure on him, and he got caught out quite a few times. So that's the worry that we've got with Porro, right? So if we take this stance, you know what, Spencer's got a chance next season. There's no reason why he couldn't be, challenging Porro for a right back position because we need it, etc., etc. My worry is they look like they're turning out to be the same in sense of great going forward, not as great in defence, and I think that's an issue because if you've got 20 minutes at the end of the game and you're trying to protect a lead, you can't bring him on. You need someone you need a proper right back.
Well, then you got to bring on Dragusin.
Yeah, but we've seen what happened last season when we were in those kind of positions, and he brings on Davis and Royale, right?
If we're going to play attacking football, though, if we're going to play attacking football with the wing backs being so high up, then the chances are they're not going to be doing as great at defending, but they've got to be effective in the final third. A good example is Liverpool, they won everything under Klopp. Trent was never that good at defending, but going forward, he was very effective. I'm not saying Porro or Spence is Trent.
Yeah, but as a unit, they were good at defending still. As a unit, they defended well.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the individual player. Trent was never good at defending. So you can get away with it, but then, Savva, you're right. But then the unit has to be protecting that.
Just quickly, some news. So Fabrizio Romano has just announced that Paris Saint-Germain have sent an official bid for João Neves to Benfica. And the president has said there's a proposal for João. Yes, we are discussing the amount. I never said that João would leave only for 120 million euros. Rui Costa said, who was a bloody brilliant player, by the way.
He's a rubbish club president.
He might well be, but at the end of the day, they've got Paris Saint-Germain looking for João Neves, which would tell you that Ugarte will probably leave to go to Man United, who are 1-0 up, by the way. My sources tell me it was a lucky goal, though, guys. Lucky goal from Man United. Please, can we keep donating? It's stagnated a little bit. Can we please keep donating? The game's just finished. We're on 1,307 on the Just Giving page. Can we get that to 1,400 in the next 5-10 minutes? Come on, people. Show some generosity. The link is in the chat. We've got Alan from Time added on. Big up, Alan.
Big up, people.
Alan, what did you make of the game? Are we winning the league? Did we look like league winners?
Obvious.
Spoiler. Well, obviously, I didn't watch. I've been very busy. I didn't watch the game. I caught like bits and bobs of it. But yeah, look, for me, pre-season this season, considering we're signing, I don't know, we're signing in the nursery lot and all that, we're going to have to wait and see how they develop. Yeah, I mean, after the Hearts game, we were winning the league. People have gone a bit quieter after this game. I think what we need to do in this pre-season is just everyone just relax, calm down. You know, I can't believe how people are like on my stream the other day. I heard that Bergvall had the aura of Perlo and all that about him and all that. And I was like, I was
now
like,
he's got the hamstring of Van der Ven.
I know, and I was just like, relax, people. It's I have no clue why
the injuries of Darren Anderton.
Yeah, and it was ridiculous. Look, this transfer window, this transfer window and preseason for me is about if we're going the route of youth, you have to then give these players time in preseason to show what they can do. It looks like he's not really doing that because he's given them 15, 20 minutes and chopping and changing, whereas people who are awful, who shouldn't be here, like Emerson Royale and Timo Werner, are getting more minutes than them. I want to see better coming in, but as long as we are seeing somebody who get their chance to see what they can do, I'm here for it. But we know what's going to happen. Start of the season, these same players are going to be here. Well, we know Timo Werner's going to be here. Probably. Oh, yeah, and people were saying about linking him to Bergvall to Cruz as well. I was like, ridiculous. Thanks for reminding me.
I remember that.
Both blonde.
Yeah, sorry.
Alan? Yeah, if we're going to go down Project Youth, then for a lot of some of the regulars you have on your show and on other shows, and the odd one or two that come on mine, who said to us in January that be patient with the FFP Kings, with the PSR Kings, and that Levy knows what he's doing, and that we just hate Daniel Levy. That's why we speak the way I speak.
Yeah.
If we're now to go down Project Youth, they have to accept that they're going to 180-degree flip-flop on everything they said about what was going to happen this summer, where we're going to go and be really exciting, and now we're going to go for Project Youth. That's the complete opposite of what they all said. Right?
Also, look, I completely agree. For me, this is why I was saying all the time, let's see what happens. We've got this transfer window, we've got to match what the manager's saying, because the manager's also saying about challenging. At the moment, with what we're bringing in, we're not challenging. We're not even close to kicking on from that. So, again, it's not just what fans were saying, because I agree. Fans were saying, oh, second season, we'll kick on, we'll do this, we'll do that, back the manager, and we'll see. And I was like, okay, let's see what happens. The only saving grace is that we still have 2 months left of the transfer window, so something could happen. But as of now, you can only assess what's in front of you. It's not good enough. You know, yes, I like the look, although I didn't pan him off, but I did say at the start, I'm not sure about Archie Gray. He looks better than the game credit for, but it's only pre-season. But I can only judge on what I'm seeing. So, okay, that's good. Bergvall looks good, but it's only pre-season. So you can take slight positives and then obviously just go, okay, but when we get to the Premier League season...
He went off injured today, by the way. Looked like a hamstring.
I know. I heard he got a knock, so I don't know what happened, but hopefully it's nothing serious. But when we get to the point of the start of the season, it's not going to be half pace. It's not going to be, not as crunching tackles. It's going to be in your face, teams getting aggressive, body checking you, doing everything they can to like shithousery on the pitch and all that.
Throw you off.
When we get to that position, we have to have players that are going to be up for the fight. yes, youngsters may have no fear in that, but if people stick it on them once or twice, where they're not doing it in pre-season, you might go, they might not show they're up for the fight straight away.
Well, we've seen it today, Alan.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The second half. Did you watch the second half?
No, I didn't see it, but what I'm saying is I want players to be like that. I don't want. That's why I'm saying we need better quality than what we're seeing. It's good to have one or two, but you need to balance it out with quality. I'm not here for Project Youth. I want to win now. So yes, you're bringing in youth, but you have to get quality to balance it out. You can't just go for 3 or 4 youth and not one. You have to balance it out and get quality in, and we're not doing that as of yet. Hopefully we do, but. Again, I'm worrying about the season ahead already in this pre-season.
Well, this group of players in the second half, which is basically exactly the same group that played against Hearts, they were basically penned in by QPR for about 20 minutes. They started off really well, 10, 15 minutes. They were pulling it around, excellent. Yeah. But then after QPR started making changes, which you expect was their other players that were coming in as well, we look like a completely different team. So all of these people that were bigging these kids up last week, this should be a wake-up call for them to say, look, when you put them up against better opposition, and QPR only championship team, they didn't look like that they would be getting any... if this was in the Premier League, they would be struggling, really struggling.
Like I said in my last stream, that Dan was there for it. When people were waxing lyrical about what we did against Hearts, I was like, no disrespect to the Scottish Premier League, but it's the Scottish Premier League. Hearts... Yeah, Scottish Premier League to English Premier League, completely different league. Hearts as a team compared to us. If we're basically saying, like, if we're beating teams like 5-1 in that manner in the Premier League this season, then you can say, oh, this is different. This is working. But I'm not getting carried away with pre-season like some people are, and the links or the crazy links to certain players I've seen from my youth. And I'm like, slow down. I want now. It doesn't have to be, but when you get linked with people like Chiesa, obviously he's got injury, but you want that type of quality or that type of level player to come in. But he's injury prone. Like people say Neto, out of the two, I'd rather still Chiesa because less
better anyway.
Injury, or anyone. I want better quality. I don't want to go into the start of the season. Now people say I've got a problem about Johnson. I don't. I want people to progress and be the best they can be at Spurs. If Johnson tears up the script and scores 20 plus or has 20 plus GA and looks phenomenal this season, I'll be the first to stand up and say, I've got that wrong. But I do not want to go into this season with that front line being, well, it's going to be Son, but with Richarlison and Johnson or Werner being the option. I don't want that. That's not good enough. We saw it last season. I don't want rinse and repeat. But this is why we're now going again. The owners have to bloody sit up and do something. They have to take note because, again, and I agree with what Still says, Project Youth is not what people were calling it back in January. They were on like, oh, you've got to trust the process. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to build and we're going to kick on next season. At the moment, although our youngsters look good in pre-season, I don't see us kicking on and challenging like Ange has also said as well. So either Ange is putting himself out there and making himself look silly, or he genuinely believes that the board are going to back him. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think they will, but we'll have to wait. All we can do is wait. But it doesn't look like they're going to do it.
I don't know, Alan. You're sounding pretty negative, man. Maybe you just need to F off down the lane.
I call it realistic. People maybe
you just need to F off down to Dagenham and Redbridge.
He's winding you up, Alan.
I know he is.
If you can't see what Big Ange is doing, you F off down to Dagenham and Redbridge.
Me and Dan reviewed the last game, and we gave the positives. We also gave the negatives. And all I was coming after my show basically saying all you and Dan did was pick out the negatives, this, that, and the other, what fans it like. And I'm just like, first of all, we gave balanced balanced.
I was joking, by the way.
I'm aware you are, but it's getting like this already in pre-season. I'm like, just let's
breathe.
Breathe.
I mean, we both sat there and we were both saying Mikey Moore looked good when he came on, and Archie Gray looked, considering he's not centre back, they actually had good games spent. And then there was other things that didn't look so great in the game.
And that's okay. But you're just calling it
exactly.
You're just calling it for what it. Yeah.
But a lot of people just want to hear a good side and don't want. Look, I've said it enough times. When there's a problem, to fix the problem, you got to admit the problem and see the problem. If you just ignore the problem don't go away. Yeah. But a lot of people seem to think the idea of if I just stick it under the pillar, it'll go away. It don't. It gets worse. So you've got to look at the bad points to fix them.
Yes.
And sometimes more you got to look at the bad points more than the good points.
Yeah.
Because the good points are obviously going right. The bad points, you need to fix them.
Yes. That's how the world works. It's
And
crazy.
like, although, like I said, like one of the links here is that's where I want us to be at. We're also being linked with, now people may like this as a player, but like the whole Lo Celso, Jacob Ramsey thing, that's not moving the needle for me, these type of signings, because Jacob Ramsey isn't the next level of player to kick Spurs on. He's not. So we've got to do
He's a good player. He's a good player,
but he's not taking Spurs from where we're finishing 5th to challenging for a title. He's not doing it. If people think he will,
agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
I think he improves our squad, not the 11. He improves the squad.
But we need the 11 improved first and foremost.
Exactly.
We really do.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. We need at least 2 or 3 players that can walk into that 11, not just ones that can cover.
I don't rate Ramsey. I don't rate.
You don't rate
Ramsey.
Jacob Ramsey.
I don't think he's all.
See, I like his physicality. I like the ball carry. Like, there's some good attributes to him. He could shoot. He could definitely shoot.
But that's the thing.
He can shoot. Hold on a minute. He can shoot. He played 21 games 2 years ago, scored 1 goal. This season, just gone, he played 36 games and scored 5. His average percentage scoring ratio per game is under 10%. He can shoot.
No, but I'm saying that's what the play like is.
What's he shooting at? The stands, the corner flag. What's he shooting at?
I think he would improve the
Sorry,
squad
Steve.
and
Oh,
stuff,
Yeah,
but-
all right.
No,
What I would also say is that like he wasn't like a lockdown starter at Villa. That's the other thing I do have to.
So bring him to Spurs. Yeah, to bring him over. Come to Tottenham, man. You don't get to Villa's top 4 team. Come to Spurs.
Do you know what? I apart from going to ask for more donations, because since I last asked, we haven't had a single one. We haven't had a single one. Andy from Cyprus was the last person who put in that I missed out. Apologies. Thank you so much, Andy. Really appreciate that. And Bedknobs and Broomsticks posted a while back saying, what a boring game. Thank you so much for the super chat. Guys and girls, I can't keep reminding people this. We have to get the donations. We have to keep this going. We're stuck on 1,307. And that, I believe, was the number when I said before we need to get to 1,400 as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
We've stalled. Come on, can we please see there's 240 people now. Can we please see a little bit of a surgence? If everyone's stuck in £1, it's 230 quid. If everyone's stuck in a £5, that's over 1,000 quid. Come on, people. Just a little something to keep it going. Guys, the Ramsey Lo Celso situation for me screams Spursy. It's getting rid of a player that's not worked. Let's be fair. Whatever people think of him, it hasn't worked. He's been here 5 years, right? He started 22 games for Tottenham in 5 years, right?
That's a long time.
Now, I like Ramsey. I don't think Ramsey's a bad footballer. I think Ramsey's a good player. But again, does he move that needle? Does he take the level that we are to there?
No.
I think you could probably say he's better than a few of our centre mids or not as good as some of the others. But I don't think there's enough there that makes you go, we're pushing. So when I see people like this say, Savva, you sang praises of Ramsey while he wasn't linked to Spurs. I've never praised Ramsey. I think Ramsey's a decent footballer.
He's a good player.
There's a difference. I can say a player's good, and then I can say, what does Spurs need to get to the next level? If it is this, if this is what we're doing, chaps, to get to the next level, there was there was no point in building the stadium, right? And no one can tell me that ambition exists at Tottenham Hotspur. You cannot tell me that, right? Ramsey's a good player, but as Stel said, the stats aren't amazing, right? He's injury prone. Please tell me, somebody, how that moves the needle from 5th to 4th, 3rd. I don't get it.
You know what it is for Jacob Ramsey? Like, I just don't think he's someone that you should be like, oh, like for me, it's a priority thing as well. Like if y'all already had like very good midfielders in there that were performing their ability, then like that's a good piece to have off the bench. Like
he's another Brennan Johnson. He's another Brennan Johnson. He's another one of that mold.
No. But what I would say is that y'all have to go out and buy a Chiesa, an Eze, Zubimendi. Go out and buy those kind of players that
Ivan
are like,
Toney.
Yeah, Ivan Toney even. But yeah, y'all gotta.
I think if we was to get rid of Lo Celso and then Ramsey comes in, I do think that's a slight improvement on the squad because I think you would see more games out of him when needed to play. But it does not improve our 11 and bring us up a gear.
Oh, if we go to, like, they're saying already that we're not got the amount of money we expect this transfer window. With the money we've spent so far on Gray and all that, obviously it's going towards the youthful side of it. Ramsey and Lo Celso, by all intents and purposes, we'd have to pay a bit more extra for Ramsey and all that. That's money going out that we could be putting on better quality players in positions we need. It's wasting funds for me. If you want to do like this, you do it after the fact, if anything, or not at all. But we need to be spending better on quality players first, rather than what we're doing. Because if it's truth be told that we haven't got the funds, we haven't got the money, then what are we going to do later on the transfer window when somebody that we need to buy quality or improve on? This is what I'm saying. We're doing things backwards this summer.
Alan, we do have the money, but it's like we spent 230 million this year, right? We spent another 40 odd now. We have the money, but what it is we spend it badly. We say every show on every channel, quantity, quality, and you, Perisic, Hugo Lloris, Ndombele, and Harry Kane. All those 4 players have now left the club. They were the top 4 earning players at the club.
Yeah,
that's all off the wage bill. That's money freed up. So we do have the money. I just feel people cherry pick when it suits them. We've got the money. We don't have the money. We've got the money. We've got the money. Yeah. Spurs have got money, man. We really do. We haven't got. We spend 150, 180 million this window, and that's before everything other than Rodon. Have we still didn't?
Yeah, he's gone to Leeds. Yeah, it's part of the grade deal.
That's the only one
I just don't think people understand context still. People don't understand context.
Your favorite word. Your favorite
But
word.
it is. Because if I turn around and go, Stel, what do you think of Jacob Ramsey? And Stel says, yeah, I think he's a good player. There's a huge difference between that and me saying, Stel, do you think Jacob Ramsey is the top midfielder that we need to move us forward? No. There's a huge context. So when I see people say, but you said this, nowhere did I say Jacob Ramsey is the guy Tottenham need to push us on. What this person's referring to is last year I had a chat with a YouTuber, right, about Aston Villa. This is what that person is referring to, where I was told not one of Aston Villa's players would get into our 11. We're better at the back. We're better in midfield. We're better up front. Yeah. And I turned around and I said, I think we'd be really naive here. Villa have got good players all over the park. And I said, I think Ramsey will probably get in our midfield because I don't rate Bentancur, Basuma and Sarr the same way everyone else does. I think they're okay. I think they're decent players, but they are players that will get you 5th.
There's a lot that Leeds desired with that midfield trio. There's a lot that Leeds desired.
Of course. And so far, what we've added to that is Bergvall and Gray, who are both kids. So for me, if we go and buy Ramsey, what we've got then is you've got Skip, Sarr, Bentancur, Basuma, Ramsey, Bergvall, Gray. It's okay, but none of those for me knock on the door of Liverpool's midfield or Arsenal's midfield or City's midfield. So you have to say, if they're the type of players you want, brilliant. And Alan, you're going to hate me. Dan, you'll hate me. Stel, you'll hate me. You hear me say it all the time. What do Spurs want to be? If it's a 5th place team, go and buy Jacob Ramsey.
I agree.
Right? If we want to be better than a 5th place team, stop talking to me about Jacob Ramsey's. Yeah, just sell them the Lo Celso and put the money towards a top quality midfielder. Yeah. This is really not as difficult as we're making it out to be.
No, 100%.
Right, this is
if it was a straight swap, one for the other, I'd say go for it all day long. But if they're asking 30 million off of us, I'd say no. I think me and you spoke about it before, Alan, didn't we? When it first came up a couple of weeks ago, I said if it's a straight swap, do it. It improves the squad. But if we're meant to pay money towards it, well, no, put it towards someone like Eze. Like we shouldn't have gone and got Gray. We should have put that towards Eze. But if we do go and get Eze, then fine, I'm happy.
So this deal is Ramsey coming to us, Lo Celso going to them, and we paying them 19 million.
Apparently
something
so.
Like that.
Around that.
So a Copa America winner, right, who's just won it with Argentina, is influential in them winning, but apparently we've got to give them money for an good average midfielder. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so confused about this deal. And that's why I think it's absolute rubbish.
If that's the deal, then clearly Aston Villa would be the winners in that deal.
So what are they valuing Ramsey at then? We must be talking like 50, 55 million.
Yeah.
Lee, you know what's going on here? You know what's going on? Unai Emery had Lo Celso when he was the Villarreal manager and they were still So he's thinking, right, I know how to use you in my team. The risk is whether he'll stay fit. Spurs, Johan Lange, you're just going back to the club he's come from because maybe that's the only way he thinks he can get a deal done. Just like Paratici always seems to go to Italy. It just seems like everyone's in their comfort zones with this deal.
It sounds like a conversation that's been going on while they've been Dutch ruddering each other and just like, you've got ties to Villa, you've got ties to here. What is going on here? What is going on? It just makes no sense.
Hey, Lee, you said it right there. What's going on in the Dutch rub, man? You know what I'm saying?
Why do we keep going? But listen, Savva, I heard you earlier when I was watching before I came on, and your point about the players that we've bought was absolutely spot on. Not one single one of the players that we've bought over the last season or 2 seasons has been a player that we've gone out and got. It's always someone or a player or a club in a situation which we take advantage of.
Yeah.
And it just mind boggles. And this sounds like it's another situation. We've got Lange that used to be at Villa. We've got a player with a manager that used to play for. And it sounds like we're just swapping around players for the sake of swapping around players.
Yes.
None of it makes any sense.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, look, when I see things like, look, what the Chelsea, first of all, what's this obsession with talking about Chelsea and Man United?
Yeah,
I don't support Chelsea or Man United. I'm talking about Spurs. Second of all, when you say Man United bought an unknown 18-year-old, they bought an 18-year-old who's had 2 seasons in the top flight, right? And who Real Madrid put money down on an offer for him.
He's an excellent player.
Right. We put money down on a player that Brentford offered for, right? There are huge differences. We have to stop doing this. You're comparing us to clubs that win things, right? Chelsea are the most decorated football club of the last 20 years. This is not me making up. This is fact. They've won 1 more trophy in that 20 years than Man City have, who win the league every year, right? Chelsea have been a juggernaut. Yes, they're going through a bit of a change now, but we've been going through a bit of a change for 24 years, yeah?
With the same owner.
With the same owner. This is a new Chelsea owner. Man United are bidding for players like Matthias de Ligt, who's a Dutch international that's played for 2 of the best clubs in world football.
And who I don't want Bayern München to sell.
Right.
That's the other thing too.
But this is what we're doing. When you're saying, David, I'm saying, who do I want Spurs to be? This has been us for 24 years. Nothing has changed. Yeah, nothing has changed. I can have the Zakirs saying this. Do I think we overachieved last season? No. Why? Why would we have overachieved last season?
Makes no sense.
Why? Everyone's telling me Romero's world class. Van der Ven's the best signing we've made. Adogi's an amazing left back. Porro's brilliant. Sar's generational. Yeah, Bentoncourt's class. Sonny's world class. Johnson's going to be brilliant. So why did we overachieve then? If all these players are as great as people like you make out, surely we underachieved. We finished below an Aston Villa team that 5 years ago were in the Championship. Yeah, the season before that finished above us. And last season, do you know how many games still Villa played more than Spurs last season?
About 15.
No. 15.
It was 17. They played 17 games of football, half a season more than we did, and still finished above us after all our fans knocked all of their team. None of their team getting R11. We're the much better team.
That was after. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say real quick about Villa as well for some context. Tyrone Mings did his ACL week 1 when we played, when Newcastle played Villa. Week 1, Mings ACL. Their starting center back, who has improved immensely under Unai Emery, by the way. He has really, really improved. He, ACL, week 1, bang, out for the season. Emi Buendia, who was also playing very well under them, improved a lot. He got injured in the preseason. ACL, done for the year. And Boubacar Kamara, ACL, done for the year. I think it was in the midway point. They had some injuries to cope with. Yeah. They had a lot of injuries to cope with as well. He had 17 more games than Spurs and still finished above them.
Can I just quickly jump in? Remember, they played half a season more than us, and all we heard at the start of the season, we started so well, and the reason why we were going to challenge for the title for most of it was because we only had one game a week, and we'd come good at the end of the season, and we didn't come good at the end of the season. Actually, to be fair, we were horrendous at the end of the season. So
I think we were 16th.
Or moving the article on how to measure a team and success. It's what us Spurs fans do all the time.
Yes.
What we do.
I mean, look at the amount of time the manager had with his players to make the players adapt to his style of play. Then why is it by the end of the season, it looked like certain players didn't even want to play for him anymore, and they'd got even worse in playing that style of play than when they hadn't played it before at the start? Because to me, it looked like some of the players had blown him out.
It looked like you were regressing.
Yeah.
Literally.
And some of the players looked like they did not want to be on there playing that style of play.
Let me just say, when I see comments like this, Zakir, I don't know if you know how football works, right? This Harry Kane left a couple of days before the season starts. Harry Kane leaving wasn't a surprise to the club, the scouts, or the owner. Harry Kane leaving was happening all summer, apart from for the fans who buried their head in the sand. Tottenham Hotspur had all summer, from the moment that Postecoglou admitted that on day one when he met Kane, Kane said he was leaving, right? Yeah. Spurs had all summer, Zakir, to find a replacement for Harry Kane, to find a good centre forward. We had funds. We didn't do it, right? So all of this, Postecoglou had to deal with one of the best strikers leaving. He knew a window, and his choice was to bring in Valise, Solomon, Werner, Johnson, Kulu. They were the 5 players he brought in the forward areas, knowing that Harry Kane, the greatest goal scorer in English football for the last decade, was leaving. Right? So please don't tell me that, poor Postecoglou, they knew this was happening.
And they did nothing about it. They did nothing about it, which is criminal.
Nothing.
Ange had never played with Kane anyway. So how did Ange have to adapt without Kane?
Yeah.
He'd never used him anyway. He'd never played with him anyway. And then he got a pick on who he buys, because remember, he picks them all. And he didn't do a very good job, did he?
Yeah.
Like for a striker or for even a forward. So I don't even see why Ange had to adapt without Kane, because he never had Kane in the first place.
Preseason game or two.
Yeah, he's never had Kane.
Yeah.
Has he? Dan, he's never managed Kane in his life, so he's got nothing to base this off. I just want people to be honest for once. Yes. We seem to really struggle to give credit to any other teams that actually win things or do well. Villa were absolutely belittled by all Spurs fans. 2 years in a row they finished above us. And bearing in mind, one of those seasons they finished above us, they sacked Gerrard because they were in the bottom 4.
Yeah.
In like October or November. I remember that. They got battered. They got battered away to Fulham like 3-0. They fired Gerrard. They hired Unai Emery a week later. And their end of season, the form from then on was like outstanding.
I mean, the first debate we were over was you saying that Villa were bigger than Spurs. I still don't say Villa are bigger than Spurs, but they're definitely better.
More attractive than Spurs.
Yeah,
I think Villa are more attractive as a club.
Now they are.
But when you look at their journey from 5 years ago in the Championship to having to sell Grealish, like we had to sell Kane for 100 million, and every year they've gone like this. All right, they had that little dip with Gerrard, and now they've gone back like this, and their owners are putting money in. Their owners are doing bits.
They are more attractive than Spurs. Where start of last season, I still stick by it. No, they weren't. We could have gone and got better players than them if we wanted to. But now they've got Champions League. They've got owners that actually look like they mean business by buying players. And we're buying 18-year-olds and getting Timo Werners in. So, no, I now have to retract on what I basically said. Villa are now more attractive than us. But at the start of last season, no, they weren't. But now they are.
No, they aren't.
Yes,
If Villa aren't,
now they are.
than us,
I've just said now they are.
No, not you. I'm talking about like this.
Comment.
But again, we can't give any credit where it's due. Man United win a cup, lucky. Villa finish above us, we're much better than them. Chelsea, the most decorated team for 2 decades. Oh, we've left them behind. Whoa. Where did this arrogance come from Spurs fans for a club that have won?
Savva, do you know why I think there's arrogance within Spurs fan base? It's not for everyone. So obviously, if you don't think this way, don't be, because this might trigger some people. But
I'll stop sitting on the fence. Just saying.
No. This might trigger some people. But what I'm saying is that Spurs used to be a club or a team that used to the aim of Tottenham were to win trophies and challenge. Now the aim of Spurs is to get top 4. Every time we go into a season, top 4. So when we get top 4, we're where we need to be. We're at the peak of what Spurs can be. But that's not what Spurs can be. Spurs can be better, have been better. And unfortunately now we're at a point where we only accept top 4 as where we need to be. And if we get a little bit less than that, we're a little bit disheartened as a fan base. But if we go above and beyond, like and get like closer, like second or that's the amazing achievement the best Spurs have done and all that. And this is why unfortunately I feel like at times we're stalling in this when others are overtaking us.
Right, just on this one, what's just been put here, mate. I went on here round about this time last year for the first time and debated it out that black is white, basically. And back then, I will still stick by it. Villa were not as attractive as Spurs at the start of last season. Now they are. How can you even have the audacity to sit here and say that we have a better manager? Ange has never, ever managed in a league rated above the top 20. The best he ever done was win something in a league which only had 1 team and are ranked lower than the bloody American league. Okay, now he's in the Premiership. Look at who Emery's got. Look at what he's done. How many UEFA Cups has he got? Europa Cups?
Did he win 3 with Seville?
How many big leagues has he played in? How many big teams has he been manager for? So don't even compare it. And you're just living on hope there. And then with the other stuff you said there, yeah, we got the stadium and everything else. I agree with all that. That is part of attraction, whether people like it or not. That does have something to say with it. But the difference in the squad, we should have finished above them last season. But because our manager's such a great manager and wouldn't adapt, they finished above us. So it just totally contradicts the first thing you said.
It's a lot of trophies, by the way.
Hasn't he won 4 Europa Leagues and got to 5 Europa League finals?
4.
He's got to 5 finals, right? He lost 1 final.
Yeah. 4 Europa League wins. That's incredible.
That is absolutely ridiculous. And with 2 different clubs.
Yes.
So he's won 3 with Seville, 1 with Villarreal, got to the final with Arsenal, and Ange is better than this guy because what?
Well, he's saying to me then, why did Emery get kicked out of Arsenal?
Because Arsenal didn't show the patience that they did with Arteta for whatever reason.
Exactly. Well, you just took the words out of my mouth. But when you look at a man's CV, when you employ someone, like I keep saying, you do it on a CV, on their history. Stick Ange there, stick Emery there. Who's got the better CV?
It's not even close. It's not comparable.
It's not. There we go.
Jose Mourinho was sacked from Tottenham, and Jose Mourinho is one of the most decorated managers of all time.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is why, and I know I'm hated when I say this, but when I say some of our fans have what they deserve, it's because we are so arrogant about how much better than we are by all these other clubs that do things. It baffles me. It truly, truly baffles me. We might finish below Villa this year because Villa have got to negotiate Champions League. We don't know. But 2 years in a row, Villa have finished above us. And it's embarrassing.
It's a level playing field this year, right? Because we've both got Europe.
Yep.
So now we'll see who the better team is.
I don't know what this means by word.
Can I ask everyone a question? Last season, when Ange first joined,
just before you do that, sorry, I've got to shoot. Yeah. So because the kids are getting feral and they probably want feeding.
Big up league.
Big up league.
Guys, thanks for having me on. I'll be back later, Sav, to keep you company if there's space. Guys, keep donating. Remember, share, get the word around, and keep donating. Cheers, guys. See you later.
See you later,
Steve. Steve, my God, Lee.
I'm not as sexy as Lee, unfortunately.
No, who he is? No, not as sexy as you. Although he's got more Dutch runners.
No, I'm saying I'm not as sexy as him.
Oh yeah. Last season when Ange joined, we looked at the squad. We were all kind of predicting where we think we finish, and most fans said anywhere between kind of 5th and 8th was the average prediction. No one said top 4. So, what are you thinking now for next season? What's our predictions now?
6th.
Obviously, the window's not over, but
6th to 8th.
I'm saying 8th.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. 7. I think I said 7.
Based on now, because I have to put that before, because I will give an answer and people will clip and go, but you were this and you were that. No, based on now, I think we're going backwards. At the moment, with who we've signed, I think it'll be a step back. Not because we're poor, but because obviously it takes a long time to get kids up to that level. So I reckon 7th at the moment, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. But I think we're going backwards at the moment from who we signed.
If Spurs finish 7th or 8th next season, okay, let's say we regress in the league and we don't win a trophy. Okay, we don't win a trophy. Because if we win a trophy, that will change everything. Everyone will be quite happy.
Yeah.
If we're trophyless and finish 7th or 8th, where does that leave fans? Their view on Ange, where does it leave Ange, and where does that leave the board and what they're going to say? Because, previous managers, they got punished for that.
So, for me,
or is it different?
No, the way I see it is Ange is making a problem for himself here because he's basically saying everyone that comes in, this is BS because we know Phillips is not his signing. If Phillips was his signing or had plans, or he had plans to use Phillips, he would have played him by now, and in this pre-season, he would have used him as the only centre-back with Spurs at the moment. He would have used him properly and given him more time than he has. So Ange is causing a problem for himself. I think Ange will be successful if he's given the right players and backed. But again, we're not backing. So if we finish 7th and don't win a trophy, Ange's got to make a decision. Is he being backed? Based on me always wanting to move forward, Ange would have to go. But he's also making a problem for himself where he'd have to step down or go back because he's going back. He's saying these players are good enough and they're his players, anyone that comes in. But then if they're your players and you're regressing, you're doing something wrong as a manager. See what I mean? He's making a problem for himself. So, if it goes backwards, then we have to ask a question. But let's just say we do finish 7th, we don't win a trophy, we do go backwards. Fans will still say next summer. Like we always say, next summer's the window that matters. And then we'll be here another season after that going, this is where Spurs are.
Do you think more fans might be a bit more, not turn against the manager, but there'll be a lot more fans saying, do you know what, actually, this isn't working. This isn't what we thought. This isn't. Or do you think they'd accept it?
No. People are too proud. Because instead of turning around and saying they got stuff wrong last year, they doubled down on it still. You look at everyone who talked about title challenges last year. Instead of taking that and going, all right, let's relax. Let's just see what we do. They've doubled down and gone, well, who knows? Ange wins things in year 2. And you're like, you've not learned. You've not learned. So, no, I think Ange could finish 10th. And what we'd still say is, we don't want to sack another manager. Let him just stay and keep. I think this guy, for some reason, is adored beyond anything that he's actually achieved. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
People are adoring him as though he's Pep Guardiola, and I'm not sure why. He makes very strange decisions. So far, he's shown us he's stubborn. So far, he's shown us that he doesn't want to play kids. So far, he's shown us that defence doesn't matter to him. So far, he's shown us that the League Cup didn't matter to him. So I don't know. I'm not sure what he's done, but he's got this affection still. People love him.
For anybody interested, by the way, Monaco and Sturm Graz are playing a friendly free on Sturm Graz's YouTube.
That's because in that aspect, Savva, I've said it enough times that he had the easiest job a manager has ever had in football of winning over this fan base. I could have done his job on winning this fan base over. Just go put any 11 on the pitch and say, kick the ball forward. There you go. There's 90% of the fan base happy now compared to how we were playing with Conte. In that aspect, he had an easy job. The rest of it, no, not so easy. But winning the fan base was not hard.
Savva, could you put a comment up from R9 at 5:34, please? Because I was given after the fact, given the context, stop waffling. You want Spurs to finish 7th. I don't want Spurs to finish 7th. I want Spurs to win the league. That's as a Spurs fan, I want us to win the league, win a trophy, and go on and win the league. I was asked for a prediction based on what I've seen now. I think we regress before we go forward. So that's not waffling. You then go on to say that we play better football. If you keep going down, R9 puts in comments that we play better football apart from what? Liverpool and somebody else. If you keep going down, I can't remember where it was. 534. Spurs are better than most teams in the league apart from Man City, Liverpool, and so Spurs play better than Arsenal at 534 as well. How do we do any of that? I'm sorry, but this is where we're like. Well, George is saying he's got to be, because how are we ever meant to run the club if what we see from Spurs at this moment in time is this is the best we can do and this is good in I don't know.
Hey man, go to Dagenham and Redbridge if you're negative, man. Go to Dagenham and Redbridge and Charlton Athletic over in Savva's hood. You know what I'm saying? Or wherever the fuck Savva lives. I don't know where Savva lives.
Let me ask you guys. We've got half an hour left of this one until I go on to stream 2. Before we do that, guys, honestly, I can't keep repeating myself. For us to do another 16 hours, we've got to start getting some donations in. Big up Stel. Thank you for putting in this. Really appreciate that. So giving his money and his time. Absolute legend. Thank you for that. And then William Elofsson as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, my friend. But we have stagnated. An hour ago, we were on £1,307. Since then, we've made £15 in an hour. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. It's all good fun, all the trolling in the chat and the backs and forths, but please remember this is for a charity. And we're not just doing a 24-hour stream for our health. It's very difficult to do. So please, 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 the link is here. You'll hear me say this a lot. The link is here. We need to start getting that up closer to the 2K mark before the next stream. Please smash the link. Donate, even if it's £1, £2, £5. But we can't be making £15 an hour. On that reckoning, I believe that we'd make, I don't know, what, 150 quid or
about a little less than I make at Walmart.
Right. So come on, please, people. There's 244 of you in here. Let's do it, right? Guys, want to ask a question. There are 28 days until the season starts. Now, we don't start until the Monday.
Let me check your math. I'll check your math.
Okay. 28, I think it's 28, 29 days, whatever, until the Premier League season starts on that Saturday. We go to Asia, if I'm not wrong, in the next few days. After this go,
we fly out tonight, apparently.
Right, we fly out tonight. So by the time we then come back, the season's almost upon us. How vital is it that we get these players in before the season starts, or is anyone of that theory of as long as they're in before the window shuts? What do we make of this?
For me, you always have to get in as early as possible, because if the season starts, you bring players in, they've got if it takes time for them to get to know each other, adapt, and make the team better. Some players come in and it's just seamless, and normally that's with better quality of player. But Spurs don't seem to do that. But for me, you've always got to get them in as early as possible to get used to. You want to get them in pre-season, training with the team, learning the patterns of play and the way we set up, and then going into and implementing that in a pre-season friendly. And then when you get to the league, you've got a better understanding, so the team looks better. But for some reason, Spurs generally tend to wait and do business. And then if we start even if we start the season well like we did last season, we'll fade away because we're not at that level. But more often than not, Spurs start season slowly because we do our business late and it takes time to adapt and get a team to gel and get better. So, same old Spurs really. And we'll probably get people in, we might get one in before the start of the season, but the rest will come in after.
Anyone else? I know you've got to go, Dan. Take care, bro.
I've got to shoot. I need... Right, and everyone, come on, give some donations and that. It's not an easy thing to do. I mean, I now have to take some time off, and I'll catch up using a couple of hours. I just need a bit of time off screen.
No worries, man.
Right.
Listen, really
See you
appreciate
later
it.
On.
You got Dan.
Catch up with you later. Bye.
Peace, man.
There you go. I've had a stinker. It's 27, 28. There you go. What a stinker. Stel, again, Ange was asking. I remember him giving the interview where he said he wanted to get business done early, and we're now 27 days till the season starts, and nothing of note has happened. I know people are going to wax lyrical about two kids, but nothing of note has happened to move the club forwards. When do you expect something to happen? Because at least when I look, West Ham are making bids, Villa are making bids, United are bidding, Arsenal are we seem to be not even bidding still.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is we're playing catch up. It's not even just about us doing the business we need. We have to catch up, which means we've got to do things quicker and better than the rest.
Yeah.
You know, Arsenal finished above us, and they've signed Calafiori, who I'm jealous because he was the standout player for Italy. He had a cracking season last season. He's a very, very good player they've signed there, a really good player.
Yeah.
And that's someone that's, I'm not going to say he's established, proven talent, but listen, he proved he can handle it in Serie A, and he proved he can carry the weight of Italy on his chest. So that's a good signing. Man United, whether we think the players are good or not, it doesn't matter. They're getting the deals done, and they're building, right? And we can laugh at Ten Hag as much as we want. He's got 2 trophies in 2 years. That would make him the most successful manager at Spurs in 40 years. Right? Facts.
Yeah.
City are City. Whether they sign or not, we know they're going to be there. I don't know if Liverpool sign players or not, but yeah, the point is,
no, they've been lacking. They've been lacking a lot. Just like
they've been lacking. So
and a lot of their fans.
But the thing is, though, we've got to catch them. So they're already ahead of us, Steve.
Yeah.
So one, we've got to be doing things quick to catch the rest, and two, Alan touched on it. Teams are getting better next year. We've now got Europe as well. And Alan makes a solid point there. The honeymoon period is over now. This is real, right? And you've dealt with no Kane for a whole year. Wasn't your fault. Got sold a week before the season started. No replacement came in for you. Right. This is now your ship. You're now the captain. What are we going to do? And all we've seen is Timo Werner not actually great. It's worrying. And people brush it over as if like, it's okay, calm down, relax. That's what I said a month ago. 4 weeks have passed since you started saying that. In another 4 weeks, we're into the second game of the season. Then what? What are you going to say then? They're all good. Everyone's going to be panicking. So I think, look, if we don't make any signings now, I'm not panic, but going into that Bayern Munich game, you want the signings here, man. You want the signings here for that Bayern Munich game for sure. If not, then I'm with you guys. I think we finished 6th, 7th. We regress. I think that's where it's going to end up going.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's interesting. Look, I want to move it away from just Spurs at the moment. Who do we think's had a good window? Because I put up, hang on,
Man United.
Because I put up a post yesterday where it looked like, when I look at like what West Ham are trying to do. Now, bearing in mind we're a club above West Ham, more money than West Ham. We generate more revenue than West Ham. We're in Europe. Right? And West Ham will not be. And then I look at them trying to buy N'Golo Kante, Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Now, again, context. I'm not saying we should sign all those players, but context of where West Ham are and what those signings would do for them. Max Kilman, who they've signed, is a very good signing at centre-half.
He's solid.
Right? I mean, so who is saying's had a good window and why so far?
Sorry. No, I was just going to say Crystal Palace, Chadi Riyad, brilliant signing from Real Betis. La Masia graduate. I thought he was outstanding for Villarreal. Betis last season. He's awesome. He's going to slide into that back three next to Gahey and Chris Richards and ball out. I've no doubt about it. Let's just see what happens. But that's a great signing on paper. And then Daichi Kamada on a free as well from Lazio, who didn't have a great year. He's not really what Maurizio Sarri was looking for in a midfielder, in like a kind of advanced playmaker sort of thing. But at Palace, he's going to ball out. Oliver Glasner worked with him for years. Frankfurt won stuff with Daichi Kamada being one of the catalysts of that team. I think he's going to translate very well at Crystal Palace. So, yes, they lost Olise, but they actually have a lot of good midfielders. They have,
and they're in talks for Smith Rowe, Emil Smith Rowe of Arsenal.
Yeah,
I think that would be
even more. That'll give him creativity. That'll give him some goals, some assists,
Yeah.
play. So I think Pals have had a very good window. I think they could win the FA Cup. That's what I'll say about it. I think they
No
could win
way.
the FA Cup.
No, we've got to bet on this.
What do you mean? Well, all right. Well, you said you don't bet.
No, but we made a bet. We said like just a friendly bet. All right, we did.
No, I think Palace can make a cup run. I think they could make a cup run, bro.
Hang on, you just said they're winning it. Which one is it? Is it a cup run or
No, they're
winning?
winning. You know what? I'm gonna stand up. They're gonna win it. I think that Palace will win the FA Cup.
No way, man. No way.
Why not?
Because as soon as they play an Arsenal, a City,
you never
an
know
Aston
though. If they
Villa,
get a home, if they get a
beaten.
home, you guys know how Selhurst Park is. If they draw
semi-finals at
Arsenal,
Wembley.
if
The
they draw
semi-finals at Wembley. The finals at
Keep it-
Wembley.
By the
First
way,
place one.
you said Arsenal. Did you know that West Ham last year kicked them out of the Carabao Cup? Did you know that Arsenal have not won the FA Cup? What's it called?
So
Besides
the
one
record,
time
they've got the record of winning the FA Cup.
No. What I'm saying is under Arteta. That's the one thing a lot of Arsenal fans criticize about Mikel Arteta: his lineups and his attitudes towards FA Cup and Carabao Cup.
I think they take it a bit. Steve, look, we'll find out coming to May. I'll tell you what worries me about Crystal Palace. They've actually got a top manager, like a really good manager. That's my biggest concern with them. Glasner's he's legit. He's a legit manager. That guy, he really is.
And a few of their players, I forget which one that said it. They're targeting the FA Cup. And obviously, just because you say you're going to target them, don't mean they're going to win it. And also, like from what I've seen from Crystal Palace social media on YouTube or Twitter, they are so excited about this upcoming season. And they finished the last year. Their form was unbelievable. So I think that can translate very well in the next season. Obviously, they don't got Europe. I think they could. Yeah, I really like.
Do you think Eze could be convinced or tempted to give it one more year under Glasner at Crystal Palace? I think that might happen.
Unless a juggernaut go in for him, like a Man City.
If they have Eze, Emil Smith Rowe, Kamada, they've just bought in Wharton. Yeah, they've got Anderson, the new centre half they bought, as well as Mark Guehi, Munoz and
Chadi Riyadh is the new.
Yeah, they've got Munoz and Mitchell as the wing backs. I think they've got a decent little team. Now, before everyone in the chat gets carried away, I never said they're going to win the league or get Champions League football.
I'm the one who said, if y'all are going to criticize anyone, it's me, because I said they will win the FA
Steve's
Cup.
the deluded one.
But what they have got is, again, guys, it's about context, right? Context is what most people can't seem to deal with context, right? Crystal Palace, for me, for the funds that they've got, the finances they've got available, for how small and pokey their stadium is, and it's not too far from where I live, they do well to stay in that Premier League year in, year out. They do well to wheel and deal, sell a player like Elise for 50 million, bring in a Kamada on a free, Emil Smith Rowe maybe for 30 million euros. I feel like they do really good business. Wharton, was it 15 million, 20 million, whatever they paid for Wharton? For them, they make really good signings. And again, it's about clubs making signings that make them better. So every time I talk about a club making a good signing, it doesn't mean, I want Spurs to sign him. I want Spurs. Other than Palace, I mean, Stel, you mentioned Man United. Man United so far have bought in Xerxes. They bought in Yoro, who, by the way, Yoro signed yesterday. Straight in the 11 today. Straight in the 11, no messing about today.
He's a good player. He
is so.
They're now.
Oh my god.
They're now after Ugarte that they're trying to get as well.
Yeah.
As well as De
Ligt, they're trying to get as well. So it looks like Man United are, with Ashdown. Looks like they've got a plan in place, and that worries me because we've been in front of them this year. But I feel like they're going to have a decent year.
They're standing still and they're making steps in the right direction.
Sure.
Concrete, yeah. And I agree, by the way.
They've got the pull as well because they've got the name.
Oh, we have completely ground to a halt, by the way. We have completely ground to a halt. We've made £23 in the last hour and 15 minutes. Not you, Steve. Don't put money in. Come on, guys and girls. You're watching a charity stream, right? You're watching a charity
Savva, hold on
stream.
a minute. Everyone watching the show right now, if you donate anything between £1, a measly £1, to a £5, that gets at least 200, 300 quid minimum.
Yeah.
Everyone just donate £1 right now, just £1 or more if you can, and it makes a difference. There you
Next
go.
donation over $5, I'll do 3 shots right here.
You spend more at Starbucks on your mocha chocolate or whatever you lot buy. I don't know what people
Next
buy nowadays.
donation. Next donation over £5. 3 shots right here, right now.
£1 and £5. Just do it.
Steve, you don't need to do 3 shots at this time of the day. Bearing in mind you're about 5 hours behind us.
I'm fine. Hey, I'm fine, bro. I'm fine. I'm living my best life. All right.
I mean, guys, anyone at the moment looking at Man United, does anyone think are we still stronger than Man United? Are Man U moving in the right direction? Now Mainu's got 6 months under his belt. Yoro's going into the team. Xerxes, Garnacho's another year older. What do we reckon? Are Man United going to overtake us? Are we worried?
I like.
As it stands, they will overtake us. But they're making moves. They're getting in players, and they're getting in players of quality. It's not like they're just doing like not saying what we're doing because we don't know what we're going to be yet because nobody knows how Gray's going to adapt to the Premier League or Burwell's going to adapt to the Premier League. We know Timo's going to adapt, and that's going to be doing nothing. But apart from that, yeah, on paper, you would say Man United aren't just going to overtake us. They're going to just blow us away based on what they do. If they get Ugarte and De Ligt and they actually come to fruition, then, yeah, they're just adding quality, whereas we are opening a daycare centre. Yeah, and I am being held hostage over there. Somebody's ready to take me out. It's fine.
What it feels like, Alan, is when a team like Man United go out and buy a player. Imagine Spurs had signed Xerxes and Yoro. Our fan base would be finding a way to tell the world that Yoro's the best young centre back in Europe and Xerxes the most sought after young striker in Europe. But because Man United signed him, it's who have they signed? If anyone hasn't watched Lenny Yoro, that boy, he reminds me. I don't know what you think, Stel and Alan. Yoro reminds me at the age. That's the key thing here. At the age of 18, of an 18-year-old Rio Ferdinand. Mistakes, sure, but calm, collected, athletic, good on the ball, brings it out. I think he looks like an 18-year-old Rio. Now, if he progresses to what Rio did, that's a different story.
Hey, big up only one Hotspur TV. I'll do the 3 shots.
The thing I will say is in my chat when like Xerxes was available or people were going for him, loads of people was like, "Oh, Spurs should get him. He's quality, this, that, and the other." He's gone to Man United now, one of our rivals, one of our big 6 rivals, or one of the people that should be challenging us or will be challenging them for 4th, 5th, 6th. But now all of a sudden, like you said, now Man United got him. We didn't really want him. This and that. It's gone the opposite way. So I'm like, why do we do this as fans? Because let's just say Chiesa, we're close to doing Chiesa. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, Chiesa. Let's just say something falls through and then Chiesa goes to another Premier League team and people will be saying, oh, he's injury and the other. And we've got to stop doing that as Spurs fans. We've got to be honest. When we aren't doing right, we have to be able to hold the club to account. But we don't ever seem to be able to do it to a standard of where we affect change. The only time we've affected change is when Levy was being booed because Nuno was the wrong person. And then he made the change for the manager and everyone was like, fantastic. But then Conte wasn't the right boo. And then we made the change and that was the correct thing. We always make the change as a manager, but the people who are making the wrong decision and not doing the right things year in, year out get passes. And
Alan, they did the same when we signed Timo Werner. He was linked to Man United and everyone's like laughing at Man United. Oh my God, they're going to sign Timo in the mud. Ten Hag's finished. Man United's over. Then he joins Tottenham. Good bit of business, exactly what we need.
Yeah.
You couldn't write it.
Yeah.
By the way, Tony Rodriguez, I'm not drinking effing tequila. I'd rather drink piss than that.
Big up. Listen, thank you for a few people have really tried to jump in there. Nordic Spur said, great show, lads. Villa with the best window so far. We'll discuss them in a minute. Okay, bye, Steve. That shot really got
too many.
Big up, Dean. Really appreciate it, mate. Every penny helps. Really appreciate it. One Hotspur said, shots. For somebody who's sober now, very interesting to see. Nordic Spurs says, Steve, this is for you not to take a shot. B-Cats said, Stellan Savva special show. Please bring it on. And in just quickly, I just wanted to address somebody asked if it was how secure the link was. The link is the official Just Giving link. As I just showed you, it's there, right? I can't look. Here is. I know people are just asking out of curiosity. There's the official Just Giving page. You can see there, Andy's Man Club, verified by Just Giving. The donations have gone in. So this money doesn't go anywhere near me. So please, if you haven't already, please do donate. It is a very worthy cause. Stel, you are spot on. How many times do Spurs do this? Another club buys a player. We hate them. Spurs wanted him first. Brilliant. He was brilliant. We've done it with Xerxes. Let's be fair. Euro, we would be creaming our pants if anyone's seen him. We'd be creaming our pants. United have done it. What a waste of 45 million. We signed Archie Gray from the Championship, and we bought one of the best talents in Europe. I don't know. We're just blind. It's blind faith, isn't it? Constantly blind faith.
It's just I don't think fans know what they want. So I don't think Spurs. I think all Spurs fans like the idea of us winning trophies. I think every fan would say, "Do you know what? I'd like to see us win trophies," but to get to that place, I don't think they know what they want to get there. Where some of us, we want an experience, some want a journey, some want entertaining football, some don't care. They just want us to see win trophies. Some want us to see it doing Project Youth. Some wants to see us doing it with a mixture. Some want us to just proven quality, established talent. Some want a bit of everything. I don't think there's something that just gets all fans on the same page.
Yeah,
I think, and it comes down to like if you'd say to average Spurs fan, what do you want and how do you want it? I think you get 10 different answers. We're a very unusual club like that for the big club, so to speak. We're very unusual like that. I don't know why. It's just
Stell, let's be real. A lot of Spurs.
That's how it is at Spurs.
Stell, let's be real. A lot of Spurs fans, or not, maybe not a lot, but a good amount of Spurs fans, a section of Spurs fans couldn't tell between the ass and their face. Like, and never mind the footballing matters. So it's like they're just so fucking confused, man. They're so confused, and it's like why do they like these mediocre players like Brennan Johnson and Timo Werner and all these?
Because some fans feel that if you support a club, you've got to back everything the club does.
Yeah.
And if you question something the club does, that means you don't actually love the club. Whereas my argument's always been, no, I love the club that much. I don't want us to do this because I think this is a mistake. And this is where fans end up having their arguments and their debates and they're negative or toxic. But then the ones that are always, he's good. Then why don't we win anything? Why don't we ever win anything then? There's got to be, something must be wrong in the process. Something must not add up.
See, again, right? You know when people don't listen. What did I actually say?
I remember and I'm drunk.
Right, okay, Steve, first of all, calm down the drinking. Rohin, what I actually said was, at the age of 18, he reminds me of what Rio Ferdinand did when Rio...
Get some water.
When Rio Ferdinand was 18. I didn't say he reminds me of a peak Rio Ferdinand who was world class. At the age, it depends on how old you are. I'm guessing everyone in here would have remembered Rio Ferdinand making his debut. Rio Ferdinand was a very, very good, talented footballer, but what was always leveled at him was a lot of mistakes. And there were a lot of mistakes. Over 2 to 3 years, he ironed out those mistakes, got the big money move to Leeds, if anyone remembers, then got the bigger money move to Man United. So what I actually said was he reminds me of an 18-year-old Rio Ferdinand. I never said Rio Ferdinand, the peak world-class footballer. You have to listen, right? Euro for me, of course, he's 18. He's got to learn. He's got to develop. But this is a guy that so far has got 2 years top flight experience under his belt by the age of 18 already. So he's on the right path. So people have to use these, right? It's really difficult when people misquote me, Alan. Do you know what I mean?
I get, like, I'm starting to get that now as well. But look, I will always question Spurs because, and like I say on here, when I've been on Stell's channel, Tottenham on Tour, all these Spurs channels I go on, what I want from Spurs is to be winning trophies or challenging on a consistent basis at the highest level, where we're buying the best players and we're there or thereabouts. It's one of them where, like, I'm not falling asleep. I keep on my hand because Steve makes me laugh with, like, he shots. That's fine. It's just like.
By the way, we've got 60 seconds, by the way, until I need to jump to the new stream. But go on.
So that's what I want. Like, so if I'm questioning, if I don't believe something's going to get us there, I will question and say, I don't think it's going to happen. Do I want to be proved wrong? Absolutely, because I want Spurs to prove me wrong and win stuff. But more often than not, with what you've seen in the last 16, 17 years, it's not because we haven't won anything. So Spurs, I always want to win a trophy or be challenging, but a lot of people are saying now they're happy with Spurs to just be making money, and that's not good enough for Spurs fans because the only people who come benefit from that are the owners.
See, and imagine, look, I'm going to jump to the new stream, guys, where we can continue this conversation. Obviously, it depends if anyone wants to come with me and wants to join. Look, the link to the new stream, I'm going to put it in. Hang on, where is it? I said here, don't.
Hey, I'll do it. Hold up.
It's all right. I've got it.
All right, word.
I've got it.
I'm useful, man. Useful.
Copy link address. There you go. Right. So I'm putting the link in. This will take you straight to part 2. The reason we do it in 3 stages is because YouTube doesn't do the whole playback if you do streams that are longer than 10 hours. So we do 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. So people can watch back and then hopefully donate. Guys, if you guys want to join me, you've got the link. I think you should have it in the group. I posted it this morning. The links for you guys on StreamYard. Listen, thank you so much to everyone so far to this point. We're a third of the way through. We were looking to get to £5,000, and at the moment we've made £1,415. So 1415 on Just Giving. On YouTube, we've made just shy of £200. So we're roughly £1,600 when you combine the two for 8 hours work. All right. I wish that was my daily rate at work. So please, please, please join me. I'm going to jump there straight away. And then we're going to get another £1,500 in the next 8 hours. In the next 8 hours, we're going to have a quiz. We're going to have the shirt auction. And we're going to talk some more about some old school footballers and different stuff as well. So please, please, please join me over there. Thank you very much. Guys who have joined me, if I see you over there, great. If I don't, you're welcome at any point. Love you all. Miracle Mile has said, big up, boys. Thank you so much, Miracle Mile. Really, really appreciate that. Our Spurs 1980 has said Samazic could be available.
I'll talk more about Lamar Samardzic in the next
Okay, join us on the other stream, and then Steve can. I don't know who we're talking about there. And after Stel got done the other week, I don't want to pretend I know. Empty cabinet.
Matt got done, not me.
Yeah, we go.
That was Matt.
But big up. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to join. Take care. I'm going to see you on the other stream. I'm going to start it in 60 seconds.
They got Miracle Mile. They got Miracle Mile for the £1.99.
As always, come on, you Spurs.